Okay. We have completed Starcrossed, and now we are going to start with something called Sovereign Syndicate. Here's hoping it doesn't try to crash my computer, because recommended is 12 gigabytes of RAM, so I might be a little on the low end here. But the minimum is 8, so we will probably be fine, maybe, hopefully. It looks like there's an opening movie, so that's why the screen's blank right now. I want you guys to see the opening movie.
Discover a world of magic and steam technology. An alternate London where mythical creatures coexist with humans. Explore the city's East End and get to know its inhabitants. There are powerful figures here with enough wealth and station to bend the city to their will. But be careful. The Docklands aren't for the faint of heart.
Oh, what's this? There's a Twitch extension? Huh. Okay, didn't realize there was one of those. Interesting. Actually, let's go ahead and check that out. Okay. Let's go ahead and not have it on Ultra, because my computer's a potato, so we'll just try. We'll start off with high. Let's see if we can manage it on high. Here's hoping, right? Just preempting any potential, because we already had, as you guys saw, a full like minute before it even started the game up. So we're already making me a little nervous as far as that's concerned. Now what is this about a oh that's Discord options, sorry. That's Discord, that's X. So where's the Twitch thingy? Do, 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 do. I don't see an option. Hmm. Do you guys see it? I don't see it. That's weird. I've only ever tried to integrate things on Twitch like once or twice before though, so I'm not sure I would even be able to do it properly if I tried. Maybe it's better if we don't try, right? I don't know what the extension even does. Alright, I guess we'll go ahead and try a new game. Chapter 1 Beggar's Lane. Follow Atticus daily as he explores the seedy underbelly of London's East Docklands in search of his mother, a reason for living, and his next fix. Hopefully in that order and not the reverse. I can certainly hope. Okay, we've got an archetype selection here. Atticus is a prisoner to the voices in his mind, giving in to his vices, surrendering to base urges, or being forced to reflect on a life gone wrong. Which voice speaks the loudest? Animal instinct, blaming his fiery temper on his minotaur blood, he embraces intimidation in combat, swearing he has a handle on his vices. Starting attributes: animal instinct +8, sprightness +5, and wit +2. Major Arcana is the Chariot, and the trait is Intimidating. Sprightness. As a magician, he is trained in escape tricks and sleight of hand. He is light-footed and nimble for a Minotaur. So that's focused on sprightness, with a middle and animal's distinct and self-discipline being last. Wit. Rationality suits him in a world that is unforgiving. He meets challenges with a silver tongue and understands basic machinery. 8 wit, 5 self-discipline, and a little bit of animal instinct. Self-discipline. He grew up in a crowded orphanage, using illusionary magic to disguise himself as a human. He moderates his urges and keeps a cool head. I'm thinking either wit or animal instinct. I just noticed that lady behind him. I wonder who that is. I was thinking maybe it was a different chapter 1 or something. Don't know. Um. Hmm. I'm gonna go with wit. I do like a good wit, even if I don't have much of one myself. Man is least himself when he talks to in his own person. Give him a mask and he will tell you the truth. A dark shape looms over you. Against the guttering lamplight, the black shadowed form hovers unsteadily like a cutout in a magic lantern. You can't be sure whether it's a real, living thing, or another grim manifestation from your week-long bender, which at first blush you appear to have survived. Or is it the face of death, come to claim you? In any case, the spectre seems to be in no hurry to move along. Painful memories prick your again-addled brain. Now you recall why you're here. You chose this alleyway in London's East End to drown the last of your days in drink. Well, if this apparition isn't the angel of death, then even at suicide, you have failed. Atticus. Oh, if the dial is going to be on this side, I should probably move my avatar to this side. So that way I'm not in the middle of the dialogue for those who don't have the audio on and prefer just reading it themselves or something. Atticus, he's coming. Wake up. Get out of my head, you old crone. Let me just see if maybe here on options we can enable the Twitch thing. If the in-game options are different for some reason. I don't know why they would be, but okay. Get out of my head, you old crone. Atticus Daly. Nothing but a dark silhouette for a face. No, it's a mask. His voice is cold and mechanical, like the hinge of a heavy iron door, concealing his identity, no doubt. Try to speak. Very easy skill check. 17 difficulty versus 15 self-discipline. 2 required to succeed. Okay. Success. Very nice. And I get some flim from that. Don't know what that does, but okay. Who are you? Instead of a response, Pro offers me a tin stippled flask. A small kindness. Okay. I've been hoping for the hair of the dog, but alas, it's only the chloric bite of London tap water. Better than a parched mouth, and at least a bit restorative. Stowing the flask, the stranger leans back into the dim light of the gas lamps. I can finally see his features in full. He wears a brass-buttoned traveling waistcoat, complete with a scarlet hood and a mask of ornate gold panels. It glitters in the gaslight, delicately crafted. Finery like I've never seen. On your feet now, you sorry sight. Oh, and when it's got gold like that, you can hover over it, looks like. Clothing, especially when well made. I think we all know what finery is, though, right? Dizzy from the head rush, it's hard to keep my balance. Who are you, and what do you want with me? A friend in need of your services. A friend, but a man of his station so deep in the dockland spells trouble. Misery acquaints a man with strange bedfellows. I need a moment to get my bearings. Fair enough, but I'll be watching. The stranger pulls back his waistcoat, showing off a gilded flintlock pistol. Over the years, many a minge bag has come to collect. This barmy nap is no different. Okay, now these are some words I don't know. A despicable person, although I can pretty much context clue most of them, I think. I have heard barmy before, unstable or mentally unwell. Contemptible person or anyone lacking in taste or style. The masked stranger, so now we've got a task over here. With the masked stranger waiting, I'll keep my trusty cane sword. You have unlocked a Major Arcana card. There are 20 cards from the Major Arcana to unlock. Each Major Arcana card is unlockable only by a specific player character. Cards in the Major Arcana unlock specific personality traits. Once unlocked, you will be able to select dialogue options that require that trait. You can see which major tarot cards we found in the tarot panel. Now I've got the Hermit. This character has gained a self-reliant trait and will now be able to select dialogue options that require this trait. Cast your eyes inward. We can't click on any of the ones we don't have to see what we can. As you play, you'll accumulate humors. When a humor bar is filled, the associated attribute will increase by 1. Oh, okay. Each humor is related to an aspect of your being and will increase the more you indulge or exercise that part of you. Okay. Animal instinct is to summon your gut feelings, urges to indulge, and efforts to survive. Mayhem, brawling, and blackout gin binges. Damn the consequences and let fisticuffs do the jawing. Yellow bile tempts individuals to a choleric outlook. It drives the embrace of audaciousness, impulsiveness, and instinctive behavior, as well as base anger and restlessness. The sword suite is associated with primal energy, intuition, ambition, and expansion, as well as courage and ferocity. Wit, which is our main one right now, relies on facts and cerebral labor to make sense of the world. Tap into your intelligence and learn from your past experiences. An informed mind sheds light on London's troubled surfaces. Black bile engenders a melancholic disposition, leading to brooding introspection and a somber approach to life. The one suite is aligned with intellectual pursuit, the highlighting of potential obstacles and mental clarity. Conversely, it represents melancholy and at times misfortune. Self-discipline. Self-discipline favors restraint over vice. In a world of fiery tempers, cooler heads prevail. Suprema is the opposite of animal instinct. Wailing away on the troublesome ne'er-do-wells of London, they bind you to the peaceful path. Flynn imparts a calm and reserved personality, leading its possessors to patience and a dampening of emotions, resulting in a slow and detached worldview. The cup's sweet symbolizes empathy and compassion, and is tied to emotional well-being and cleansing, adaptability, and desire to serve others, sometimes to the detriment of oneself or those around. Spryness is in favor of sizing up a situation first. Be wary of rushing in before you know of other people's intentions. Leveling your street smart for lockpicking, pickpocketing, stealth, and deception. Blood ignites a sanguine temperament, hot and vital, and imparts courage, cheerfulness, and a strong social drive. Energetic and at times overindulgent. The coin suite represents one's outer surroundings, wealth, health, creativity, and the manifestation of practical goals. Self-reflection. A deep voice within you impartially observing your circumstances without giving direct advice. Self-reflection calls attention to the mistakes you are doomed to repeat if you fail to listen to it. Male, right down to the male, you identify as a man. Minotaur, your burly stealth-attract stares and trouble for specious Londoners. Magician, you bear tricks and spells up your sleeves. Commoner and poor. Okay. Temperament, a measure of your character's will and motivation. Interesting. And then we've also got an inventory. There are 12 pence in a shilling, 20 shillings in a pound, and we have none of either. Okay. So many outstanding debts and foregone second chances. Is it all catching up to me? Okay, so this one we have to be wary or worse. No matter, let it be tonight then. He can try like all the others, but none have yet succeeded. That's as may be, but if you keep going on this way, it's only a matter of time. Try looking for a way out, perhaps through that padlocked door over there. The old crone. The chatter of my mind's enough by itself, and now there's a crone chiming in. What is she doing here, and how did she get in my head? Okay, so now we can walk around, I guess. And we do that with the mouse. Explore the world for you to discover helpful items on your journey. East London hides many secrets. Press and hold the highlight hotspots button. Okay, very nice to know. Thank you for that. Oh, look, there's some liquor bottles over here. Gin, gin ever, vodka, and dry gin bottles are strewn about, broken and empty. Wager those are remnants of a day drowned in sorrow. Feels like ages ago. What's left of my stash? Your inner voices are at odds. When you choose one voice over another, this changes the balances of your humors. Over time, these voices become stronger. It's worth a closer look. Okay, so we can look through the bottles. Very easy skill check. Okay. To make a skill check, you'll draw a card from one of the 4 minor arcana decks. Each deck contains cards numbered from 1, the ace, to 14, the king. They also contain the world, which will always succeed each skill check, and the fool, which will always fail, and then you shuffle the deck, sort of like rolling a 1 or a 20. Understood. Okay. Okay. So we got Cordial Old Tom and Starred King Collector. Saving the best for last, a bottle of Old Tom. The label reads, a feast for the finest palate, sheer bottled health for your indulgence, and it gives us 5 hope. So I guess there's probably some stuff we can't do if we don't have enough hope. Search high and low for unique types of gin. Oh, okay, so there's a whole bunch of gin types you can maybe find around here. Cool. Oh, a newspaper. The Illustrated London News, this week's edition. A fleet-footed journalist takes to the East End, underground and undercover. A hard-boiled scoop on the courtesan killer. Who's really behind the murders, and what is Scotland Yard still hiding from the public? Read on for the gory details. This story will boil your blood. Hazards of the job, I suppose. But it's a shame. No one deserves to die like that. Maybe not, but they knew the risks. The East End is an unforgiving place. I'm not sure they had much of a choice in their location. And what choice do I have in the matter? Dollies being hunted is rather curious. Chauffeur dolly moms or prostitutes. Dollies! Oh, I do love a pretty dolly. Unless I'm being paid for it, ain't none of my business though, right? I'm no Poi special. I'll see what I can find. For the dollies, we gotta protect the lady friends. That's just proper. A heavy door that's blocking my escape from the stranger. There's an oxidized chain and a padlock over the hasp. Should be a soft job as long as this isn't rusted through. Hmm. There's a herring basket up here. A slat wooden basket made from hazel cuttings. Willow branches weave around the bottom for support. Might belong to someone in the tenements. I can smell the rotting fish from here. Several days past its prime. Let's have a look. White strips of flesh swimming in a pool of decomposition. Kippered herring. Not as likely to succeed this one, but we'll try it, I guess. And we succeed. Cool. The natural rose tint of the fish has gone lily white, shimmering with the pearlescent green of decay. And for a penny and for a pound, tossing the congealed skin onto the street, I land on something round and flat, with milled edges, and it's not just the one. A couple of coins, and some spoiled herring. Okay, we got 2 pennies and some spoiled herring. Cool. 2 pence, sorry. Eating this will almost surely make me sick. Okay, interesting. I should probably bathe at the earliest opportunity. Okay. Nope. Okay. Um, let's start testing the boundaries of where we can walk. Yeah, arrow keys don't seem to do much of anything. So the only walking option is with the mouse, it looks like. Some vagrants and the missing poster over there. An evening cane concealing a steel blade in a cherrywood sheath. Below the brass figurehead is a band of crushed velvet, battle-scarred with a well-worn handle, in a suitable and aristocratic circles. I should really keep better track of my belongings, even on a gin bender. Now we've got a cane sword. Waits for me at the end of Beggar's Lane, or I could try to escape through the sewers below the warehouse nearby. Last night's hard to recall. Bodily aches suggest they threw me out around closing time. Mechanical odds and ends shimmering in the gaslight. Worth a little tin if you deal them to an engine man. Might prove useful, okay. Millie Towery grade, reinforced with barbed wire. The sign reads Werewolf Containment Zone and luminescent paint. Electric bolts arc between the fence posts, the smoky ozone scent floating our nostrils. Or if they were look around, might be another way through. Okay, so since we aren't wary or worse, we can't do this one. No harm in a look, 87%. Silk wrapped cables running into a switch box. That must be the power source. I'm no engineer, but I might be able to power down the fence from that switch box over to my left. Oh, okay. Oh, that switch box, okay. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. I mean, if it's keeping the werewolves in, that sounds like something we don't want to do, right? They may try a nom on us or something. Julie and Bertram O'Brien. Orphans missing from Sacred Heart Orphanage. Small reward furnished upon any information leading to their safe return. Please have a heart for our poor children. The Sisters of the Sacred Heart, 22 Cherrywine Lane, East End, London. Alms accepted. I remember this place, but I would rather not think about it. My brother and sister gone missing from where I was brought up. They'll have to fend for themselves like I did. It's a good thing I ran away, otherwise I might have gone missing like them. Something's not right here, and orphans in the Docklands need all the help they can get. Three rootless souls taking their ease in the heat of a steam vent. One of the few free comforts to be had in old London town. This one is Poe Pickett, dressed around the sea so much it's hard not to know him. Might not remember me, though. Balderdale. Dash that landlord. Bloody meter refuses to fix the heat in my abode. Them mutton shunters cast me out on the bridge like flicking an ant off a sleeve. Oh, I saw. Oh, mutton shunter. Okay. The unfortunate companions huddle for warmth, their tattered garments splashed with ale stains. These men are dusty, perpetually so. Not that I miss the old quarters, no. With the endless boiler double troubles, 'twas not much warmer in there than out here. He looks at me askance. Waitress mood still needs thawing. Oi, horns, if you're not handing out hot meals, bugger off. Talking takes thinking, and I ain't got a lot of that to spare, in case you didn't not ice. I got some yummy fish if you want. You want some fish? Look at a minotaur whose eyes are just as bad as ears. Like I said the first time, unless you've got a morsel for old Poe, just bug on. You want some herring? Will this do? Temperament is a representation of your character's mental state, progressing from desperate, wary, content, optimistic to hopeful. Your choices can change your character's temperament. Certain dialogue choices are only available based on your temperament score. What the devil is this? You trying to send me feet under? Hope you're not. Wait, you're nothing but a jester. Hmm. Okay, so that's where I came down from the stairs. Okay, what else we got? We got the electric containment bins over there. We got some more gears and cogs over here. Okay, so there's the masked stranger. Right there. It's the witching hour, so of course the trains aren't running. No escape from the stranger this way. But do we really need to escape? I mean, he just said that we don't even know what he wants, right? Some wayward cartwright abandoned their bag on here. Beyond it, tenements and a dead end. He's got me hemmed in. I mean, we don't even know what he wants, right? So it could be like a job or something. Maybe we'll get a good job. This ranger stands with a loose grip on his flintlock. Right then, you ruddy sight, let's get going. We'll need you batting on a full wicket. Shall I let him ragdoll me around East London? Not a chance. Unlikely skill check, okay. He could put a bullet through my heart in a half a moment. Now's not the right time to challenge him. It's best if I don't tempt fate and instead trust the unknown. What I need is a strong drink and a meal if I can tummy it. Certainly not a street brawl. I'm glad we understand each other. Come on then. I didn't even say that out loud. No question about it, he's reading my thoughts. Where are you taking me? Somewhere you'll be more comfortable. I'd rather not suffer any more than I have to. At some point you'll tell me what you're planning. There's no time for dawdling. Well, and he hasn't any conscience. If it seems like London left you behind, humor me for the evening. Otherwise, I'll deliver the bounty on your head and I won't have wasted any time. Your headache rages with a fierce second wind, and every step is a hammer and nail in your psyche. The stranger's reckless pace only makes matters worse, his arm like a vice grip, dragging you down a maze of twisted alleyways until at last a string of paper lanterns appears, buoys in a sickening sea of night, the cherry glow of Red Lantern Lane. Within waves of jasmine and sandalwood incense, memory washes fear away. This might be the only place that could convince you to keep on living, even just for a night. The gas mantle above the door fills you with fondness, cleansing the rust of your mind-gouging hangover. You've arrived at the Red Lotus Den, the only place you've ever felt at home. No need to be pulled along now, you go inside willingly. Happy now? Body aches, persistent nausea. From a physical standpoint, I'm merely holding together. Allow me to rephrase. Have you ever been happy? Many years ago. And what of those memories? I'd rather not discuss it, leastwise with him around. But at least he brought me here, might finally get a fix. Withdrawals, they can muddy our heads and make us weak. Don't worry, you'll feel better soon. Towels and bathrobes disarrayed cubbies. I could change into something more presentable here. I pawned my extra fine ring to cover the last bender. No regrets. A steaming bath awaits your tired bones. Wouldn't it be good to get cleaned up? How about not smelling like vomit and cane rats? We shan't offend the ladies. Okay, so no repeat. We can't farm that for blood and stuff. Interesting. Da, 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 da. A brass lintel mahogany bar lined with candles, casting eerie shadows on the centaur behind it. The cloying scent of mange. I'm not surprised, but did have to be a centaur. Cantankerous creatures sure as sun up. If I had a shilling for every centaur on a power trip, I would have a townhouse in Kensington. How about Mr. Browncoat? He's rather unique. I, Bixby Browncoat, the owner here at the Lotus. Most nights he's waiting at the bar, so I hope he hasn't taken ill. Maybe if I wait around, Bixby will show up. But he could be gone a while. Must be the press of busyness drawing him away from the front of house. The centaur leers, his misshapen chin a shelf for his cigarette, jutting from a jangle of bad teeth. Good evening, sir. We would like to gain admittance. He glances at the stranger, but fixes his eyes on me instead. Let the cow pie speak. Looks like he's got some quarrel with yours truly. I've dealt with your kind in the past. Believe me, it wasn't pretty. Is that so? We're here for the Lotus, nothing more. Not buying it. This one's got a screwed up fizz. What's the matter, eh? I'm just not used to this brand of potpourri. I smile as agreeably as possible. Come now, have a laugh. You must be new here, seeing as you don't recognize me. Maybe I'll have a word with Bixby about his new staff. Bixby. We'll see about that. He'll be making his rounds any minute. Out trots Mr. Browncoat, surely come to see what the fuss is about. He wears a long face countenance, a gold pocket watch, and a lavender-tinted pince-nez on his aquiline nose. Despite his careful preening, the turbulence of a life lived in the margins shows on his face. Hello, hello, what do we have here? I've not even started my rounds, and already there's a scuffle in the foyer. Your new bouncer didn't seem to recognize me. But Mr. Daly is one of our regulars. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Browncoat, I should have known. We'll talk about this later. As you can see, there are clients to entertain. Bixby darts a disapproving look at the bouncer. I suppose good help is hard to find, but rest assured you'll have a private booth and bottomless hot tea on the house. Now, gents, let us away to the Lotus. Bixby ushers you through the door and leads you the way down the back stairs, the stranger on your heels like a stubborn shadow. The red lotus is draped in a haze of pale smoke, dotted with flickering candles and incense glowing like cinders in the night. The smell of burning opium is dark and rich, like a batch of floral biscuits with a sharp afterbite. The pale red glow from the Chinese lanterns paints the space in perpetual twilight. It's easy to lose track of time within these walls, whiling away your days in a blissful waking dream. What's that gear clattering racket? A jet of steam cuts through the quiet of the den. What a curious machine. I wonder how it works. It's got an arsenal heart drum. That's a top flight boiler. Ball and socket legs and pressurized feet. There's nothing run-of-the-mill about it. Sorry there, didn't mean to startle you. Off it goes, heading for the privet section. And where did that masked stranger get off to? A sleeping poppy head is draped over a mattress in the corner, drooling idly onto his shirt. Fancy that, an errant wallet is poking up out of the corner of his slacks. It yearns to be free. His wrist's right over it though, this will be a risky lift. Better not, my hands are feeling a little shaky. Sticks of heady incense wafted in the air, always burning no matter the flow of customers. The floor pit has benches with tuft upholstery, and pillows costing a halfpenny an hour. Normally, a pillow and a pipe set is more than enough to fit my fancy, and I sit here to save money, buying half a bowl at a time. Two workmen, blissfully free of the waking world, as well as their meaningless existence. A sturdy yet musty old bookshelf. The spine shows such titles as Arcane Magic on the Eastern Edge of Ruin, Opium Through the Ages, and Parlor Games, Love in the Dream Time. Evening, stranger. The dwarf has a warm and amiable look, with a set of crystal blue eyes, sharply intelligent, and a red moustache that is so full it could crawl off his face and build a cocoon. His beard is elegantly braided in the common style. I finger the brass rings in my own goatee, which is coarse and stringy by comparison. How do you do? Just fine. Some kind of inventor, are you? I, name's Theodore Redgrave, Brotherhood of Boffins. But call me Teddy. Most people do. Boffins, eh? Oh yes, the Royal Society funds all kinds of industrial research nowadays. There's a brotherhood for every branch of science, but I'm with the DA, Division for Automatons. Your automaton has got a name? This year's Otto, perfectly friendly he is, if a little odd. Silly given names to a machine, you ask me? Teddy laughs it off, seems used to such comments. Now that we're acquainted, what can I call you, sir? Atticus Daly. Teddy passed the automaton with his fat paw. Mr. Daly, from the both of us, it's a pleasure. Otto's going to need some tweaks before the brawls, but we'll have him fit as a fiddle by then. Otto's a brawler, eh? So far he's only watched from the sidelines, but someday he'll fight with the other battle traps. No emotion from the automaton, of course, but one can't help but wonder how it feels about all this. See, I'm a hunter of fell beast and monster. After the werewolf fights, those outlaw wretches are all tatterdemalion, much easier to take in for a bounty. Only 3 days ere the moon is full-bellied. Better have a good mind to who you're betting on. Yes, the fight pits. I've been to my fair share. Good for a wager or two. Boy, I just knew you were a man of culture. And that's on top of having the kind of stature I look for in a cove eager to be on my docket while partaking in pit fights. A fetching offer, but I can't commit just yet. Besides, the stranger wouldn't want me to be led astray by such endeavors. He strikes me as the kind of fellow who would cross oceans and deserts while giving chase to his quarry. Wait a moment, if I had a little scrap to sell, would you be interested? And sure, those cogs are worth a bit of sterling. Okay. We invent things, gadgets and the like. Bloody well true, but my eyes aren't what they used to be, so I'm trading this bucket of brass for my apprentice. The automaton cheerfully jets a cloud of steam. That rickety gizmo just about scared me witless. Bless my beard, sorry about that. Another gentle customer on a journey to the land of Nod. Another chicken asking to get plucked. Perhaps I'll have a riffle through his pockets. Lattice wooden screens and high back seating provide some comfort and privacy for those that can't afford it. The booths are made of a luxurious calf leather. Calf leather. My poor brothers and sisters skinned for a creature comfort. The leather is well oiled and plush with dimpled riveting. Delicate china and exclusive menus of the den's offerings are available here for those of a more discerning taste. Seems I'm in for a treat on account of the stranger's pocketbook, as fat as a Christmas goose. Let's make the most of it then. You Still, I'd like to know what his smart life is. Why invite me here? Whatever his angle, there must be something in it for me. It's worth seeing what he's after. She's still chiming in as if she has some kind of preferential status. Let's get on with this. The menu is embossed with an array of oral morphines, liquid, and powder cocaines, and all manner of midnight oil. Teddy seems an interesting chap, and the automaton is quite something, isn't it? Bugger the small talk. Why did you bring me here? We've got plenty of time for explanations. Why don't we start with a sample of some of the den's wares? Now we're talking. Perhaps this fellow's not so bad after all. With so many dear, poisonous variations, it's hard to decide what will hit the spot. I must say, I'm impressed with your discretion. I would have thought just any fix would do. Thanks, I suppose, but I know it's not from the kindness of your heart. We'll see if you sing the same tune when it's said and done. Now then, while you think about the entree, I'll prepare the appetizer. He takes a small tablet out of his shirt sleeve, cracks it in half, and drops it into my teacup. The other half goes into his own. You can't expect me to drink that. Half and half, an equal dose. I wouldn't kill us both, now would I? Well then, cheers to not killing anyone. The drug tea restores my spirits instantly. Took me ages to perfect this remedy. With this new blend,
Stream
that
elements.
ghastly, teeth-gnashing
Said.
anxiety's gone,
Stay moist, my friends.
leaving just
Hydrate.
the euphoria. Seems the stranger is no stranger to drugs. The pains of my withdrawals are all but absent now. And for the main course, how about White Wind Elation? You must be fond of that one. His light-hearted confidence seems like a front. I get the feeling he knows you better than he's letting on. Would somebody please shut her up? This bloody stranger's already enough trouble. Enough of this facade. Not only did you pick my local place, but you pretend to suggest my favorite blend like those lucky guess. I know a little something about you, it's true, but it's part and parcel to my profession. I keep tabs on people who pique my interest. What is your profession? Let's say I look after Her Majesty's interests with great vigor when they align with my own. At first his cryptic speech was alluring, but now it's plainly an annoyance. How have you been tracking me? It wasn't all that difficult. You only have a few haunts. On with it then. You've tried my patience long enough. Very well. I already know of your life as a roughneck and a panhandling mage, but what about before that? What about the Sacred Heart? Be honest. It was where I grew up, before I looted the nun's coffer and took to the streets. I gathered as much. What I'm not sure about is your parents. All I really have are guesses. This character has gained the retrospective trait and will now be able to select the dialogue options that require this trait. The ways in which the mechanisms of fate turn can be perplexing, but to the keen eye they may offer the means to shape the world. My mother likely gave me up because she couldn't pay my keep. I suppose my father either died or walked out on us. So the sisters never told you anything about your parents. I can't say for sure, but it's too bloody unpleasant to think about. If the memory's there, we can call it back gently. This fellow's lost his mind. Something occurred at the Sacred Heart that you've forgotten. With the help of an opium dream, you might recall the details that will lead to your mother. Lead me to her gravesite, you mean? What would that accomplish? On the contrary, I believe she's alive. Her name came up on a ledger at Bethnal House. A private mental hospital. I've seen my share of swindlers, but this takes the cake. Just humor me for a moment. Matilda is of course her given name, but how about her family name? I don't think the sisters at the orphanage ever told me what it was. But if you could recall Matilda's family name, and saw it record at the orphanage and matches the ledger at Bethnal House, you could prove her identity at the hospital, and by claiming kinship, set her free. That means digging up memories of the Sacred Heart, not how I thought the night would unfold. I'm sure if my mother's alive, she's forgotten me. I don't mean to sway your opinion, but unless you can think back to those troubling times, then you won't be worth more than the price of your head. A bounty I'm assuming you would be happy to collect. That's right, albeit less desirable. It's another way to ensure that I won't have wasted my time. He's offering me a chance to live, but only if I can draw up those memories. So, what will it be? The dream dose, and a voyage between the banks of memory, or the death dose and the end of all your days? Interesting that the death dose is even an option there if we're depressed enough. You take the stranger's offer, eager to lose touch with harsh reality, and for a chance to recall everything that could lead to your mother's whereabouts. Shortly after drifting away from consciousness, you find yourself being enveloped by a miasma of repressed memories, the stranger's recent inquiries reminding you of growing up in the Sacred Heart orphanage. Auntie Emma's warm embrace suddenly morphs into chill restraints as remembrances of dooryard scuffles with bellicose orphans resurface. It's as if life's refusing to allow you to seek refuge from tangible hardships, no matter how potent your drug of choice for escapism is. This place. It's surely a dream, but it's all too familiar. You must find out what the stranger is seeking in your memories. The open arms of the angel were purely symbolic. I never had a home in this dreadful place. In truth, I spent most of my time traveling through fantasies, looking for a place to call my own. Never did find it, though. The courtyard is nothing but hard-packed sand and scuffy grass. Heloise watches over the children at play. By this time, you were big enough to give as good as you got, and the ones who wouldn't fight you insulted you with abandon. As the others adapted, I became more isolated. I often thought of running away. Atticus, you'll be 12 years old in a week's time. There's something I need to tell you. What's the difference? I'm getting out of here as soon as I can. Now, Atticus, let's hear what she has to say. It's about your mother. I should have told you sooner, but I didn't know how. I'm sorry, Atticus. I wish I had been more brave. At least you're telling me now before I quit this place. The day you arrived, there was a ring wrapped up in your blankets. You're old enough to have it now, and your mother left this too. Here Louise hands me an old piece of parchment, a note from my mother. Can you make out what it says? There's nothing written down. It's a blank piece of paper. The truth will come in time. I'm sorry I kept this from you for so long. Did she ever come back for me? She came back half a year later and insisted you were her child. She mentioned the note and knew the date we found you on the steps. But why didn't I go with her? Heloise is coming to that. As your mother signed in at the registry, a horse and buggy drew up outside, and there was a terrible shout as someone bowled over the sister at the door. When this fellow burst in, your mother went stiff as a corpse. Could it have been my father? I don't know who he was, but he struck a panic in my heart. There was malice in his every step. A twitching, insidious man. He took your mother and she never returned. I forgot about this day for good reason. Perhaps you were too young to hear the tales. Hearing this from Heloise heartened me at the time, but it still didn't change the fact that I couldn't stand the Sacred Heart. After I fled the orphanage, I did search for my mother until I decided there was nothing I could do. Perhaps not then, but this is now. The bits of colored chalk were the most sought after. It's too bad they were so often wasted on crude drawings. I see you've recovered from your latest round of fisticuffs. Anything to say for yourself? I'm getting stronger all the time. My hide is getting coarser, thickening. There are many ways to be strong, dear boy. It's time you learn what your bloodline is capable of. Must be another play to get me to stay, but I'll be 13 in a few months, and then I'm running off for good. Being singled out as a Minotaur, always having insults thrown at you, it's terrible. The bright spot is that you have the gift of magic, and you can develop your talents if you study the tarot. She fans out the colorful cards. They seem to buzz with an eerie electricity. Look closely at this card. The Magician, a symbol of new beginnings. one arm to the heavens and the other to the earth. He is a conduit between the spiritual and material realms. The magician transmutes potential energy from its ethereal state into perceptible forms. Can't say I buy it, but I'm listening. That's the spirit. Minotaurs are magical creatures, and like this magician, you are a conduit. I committed the spell to memory long ago. I'll share it with you, but only with your promise of wholehearted trust. Okay, Heloise, I know you wouldn't lead me astray. I trust you. And I trust you, Atticus, because if my superiors should learn of this, I would never wear the habit again. Now, this is a cantrip. You must speak it over and over until it is written across your mind in bold letters. Her voice drops into a strange, low whisper. Sight from the fire, hearing from the ether, smell from the air, and taste from the water. Touch down to the earth in another form. Aristotle defined five senses: sight, smell, touch, taste, and hearing, corresponding to the elements of fire, air, water, earth, and ether. I think I understand, except for that bit about the ether. Ether is the energy propelling each heartbeat, the same material in the soul, and the consciousness of all blooded creatures. Those with proper training can channel ether into the earthly sphere. Therein lies the power of the cantrip, the ability to transmute energy into matter. Ether is tied to hearing, so first you must learn to listen. You must hear the winds and the wiles of the heavens. I see the night is getting on. What about the rest? This character has gained the illusionist trait and will now be able to select dialogue options that require this trait. A guardian of secrets, of magic, and the unknown. I held my hands over the tarot cards, and we sat quietly until I heard a voice like an oral mirror, as if the words were backwards. Then I felt my lips moving, and when I opened my eyes, we were breathing the words of the cantrip in unison. The memory cuts to the quick, but at least it's still intact. Well done, moving right along. Is it time to wake up? I dare say I'm ready for this to be over. A teddy bear with a missing eye and matted mohair fur. It suffered the pitfalls of a rough life in the orphanage, just like the rest of us. This was my bed, right next to Snyder, and here in the footlocker I kept a few trinkets. Worthless, the lot of them. These purple darlings brighten up the dreary place, picked fresh from the schoolyard by Leo. When midnight strikes, I'll be 13 years of age. Father Franco kept the orphanage funds in the private office. That's my ticket out of here. Quiet as a ghost. Now I had better make for the office where they keep the coins. What are you up for? If you're looking for the nun's candy stash, you can forget it. I already checked. Say, Snyder, is all Franco do to give you a thrashing in the morning? I don't. What? You ruined his vestments, remember? Shouldn't be so clumsy. You saw that? I'm so tired from scrubbing flagstones. You must be some kind of phantom, a dream. I'm going back to sleep. There's enough here to get me started on my own. Pay dirt. I'll put 100 leagues between me and the Sacred Heart. What was that? Sounded like it came from the hallway. The house is roused. I'd better make my exit. Someone's coming. My only way out is through that window. There's a voice in the corridor, then a pale shape that emerges from the shadows. Stealing this money, it hurt the Sacred Heart. We fell behind. We skipped over holidays and knitted clothes for the children. This memory has been twisted by the guilt you felt from it, taking a new shape to prevent this sort of behavior again. Who cares? It was ages ago, and I'll behave however I damn well please. I needed this money. How else would I have made it on my own? The same way that we made it our way without it. But alas, my child, the past is the past, and there's only one way to make it right. Normally, I would say that drifting into deep sleep would be a merciful release from reliving such memories. Yet something compels me to push on, to be put through the ringer, to face the greatest of foes, myself. When I was young, I thought that money was the most important thing in life. Now that I am old, I know that it is. Clara Reed. Navigate London as a sharp and savvy courtesan, Clara Reed, before new crimes and the markings of her past catch up to her and tear her life apart. Clara uses her sharp wit and tact to navigate the perils of London's upper class, but she's haunted by the choices of her past. Will she let those choices hold her back or search for a better future? Intuition. She learned to hold her sharp intuition from a young age. One can rarely hope to survive or thrive in tenuous situations if they haven't learned to listen to their gut. Quick on her feet, quick with her hands, and quick to laugh. These were the tools that both disarmed the most complex and left Clara with enough pep and verve to want to keep moving forward. Bookish and whip smart since childhood, she took comfort in spending long hours in pursuit of knowledge, a shield against the pressure of the world and a sword against those who sought to control her. A social chameleon by necessity, Clara learned to say what others needed to hear. The right words can topple kings or at least keep you unperceived for another night. Revolutionary feats of engineering and shameless displays of wealth. A common sight in London, yet rarely does one come across that which combines technological prowess and financial abundance. Enter Silas's airship, its gilded frame and sheer size literally and figuratively casting a deep shadow over the city's slums and wealthy districts. Shafts of sunlight filter through the windows that wrap around each of the airship's rooms, bathing them and their occupants in a warm glow. Pipes and polished wood floors rumble to the spinning of the airship's propellers. You feel like you're standing within a slice of the future. Morning already. Can't stay here forever. I still have much to do before I leave London. Good thing Silas already delivered my payment. He was up before me. I wonder if he's still aboard the airship. A gentle hiss of steam and the churning of metal gears. Silas is in the office tinkering with some task or another. Last night was no bed of roses, but it wasn't all bad. At least once I've quit London, I won't have to entertain Silas any more. Is that you, sweet thing? Up at last, are we? Better get going. Too busy to lay a bed. Another night wearing this perfume will drive me mad. The Silas always gives bigger tips when I wear his gifts. Another dreadful night, or one more day in London. I must choose the lesser evil, I suppose. One more night, and then I can wash Silas and London off my back for good. Monet perfume. Oh, look at that. We've got a derringer. Okay. And a stiletto. Plus 5 yellow bile, huh? Hmm. Might as well, right? Guess more character points, I guess. A small but carefully curated selection of wines and one bottle of good gin. Strangely distinct in a high society way. Judging by the label, Silas named this brand of gin after his wife, perhaps as an attempt to make amends. If I fancied it for myself, now's the time. The Cyclops is dead to the world. Take a furtive look at the wreck. This will soothe the soul, mine or someone else's. Lady Braxton gin. Okay. On the sideboard sits an elaborate folding fan with a note beneath it. In prim and proper cursive it reads, "A token of my affection," and further down, "A trinket of fascinating complexity and refined beauty, a fitting gift for my dear Miss Clara Reed." That's quite thoughtful of him. Pretty little thing, isn't it? Quite bulky for an accessory, however. Too bulky for her comfortable fanfurting, but damn is it well crafted. Search high and low for new fans. Okay, so is that her version of looking for liquor, I guess? You look for new fans and the Minotaur looks for new liquor? Is that how things roll up in here? Mother used to play a song with one of these. What was the melody again? I don't know. What was the melody? A comparable fabric to the boots in the velvet rose with fewer stains, evidently. Terracotta, chipped amethyst. I wonder who stole the original. London looks even more hideous from above. Soon I'll be free from it. This luggage, it said, is less organized than mine back at the royal suite. Like Tenor and Silas, akin on the outside, but with a different sort of discontent in their hearts. Surely crafted by a worker with meager pay, absolute precision left unnoticed by the wealthy. Fancy a jaunt to St. James for Finnan Haddies? Scottish dish of salted and smoked ooh, haddock. I'm afraid not, my dove. I've a busy schedule today, and my employer at the Rose will be quite cross with me if I'm not in soon. This early in the day. Suits this beard, she runs a tight ship then. Respectable shops and taverns will come unshuttered for ages yet, but the dollies are already breaking bread and scrubbing up for the day. No rest for the wicked, as they say. So it would seem. Sleep well, Dove. With you, always. Nothing like waking up beside a lady as lovely as you in the buff. You flatter me, your lordship. Flattery will get you everywhere. I know the look in those eyes. Best segue into something else. Regardless of how well Silas has already paid, I do have places to be. When would you like to meet again, Lord Bragg? Now, enough of that. It's just Silas for you, my little minx. Lord brag, the novelty never wears thin. I pray only that more Cyclopses may some day follow in my footsteps and earn her Majesty's praise. For all his bluster, there are some causes he truly does care about. But to your question, I'm afraid I'll have to get in touch. Busy, busy these coming days, and plenty of irons in the fire. But mark me, I'll send word to my sweet Miss Claire as soon as I'm free. I'll look forward to it. How's work coming along on the new prosthesis? Wonderfully. Couldn't be happier with it. I can't wait for the public to see it. This will revolutionize the way work is done in our fair city, and play for that matter. Would be launching ahead of schedule at this rate if only the blasted foreman could do his job. Trouble on the production line. And then some. One factory in particular are asking for higher wages, less hours. You know how it is, my sweet, nothing I haven't said. At length. Christ above, the greed, the laziness. Do they not understand how deeply they're hurting this industry, slowing us down? Let Silas know of your thoughts in the matter. And we failed in the tact. They are the backbone of the industry in the end. Perhaps their contentment would increase productivity. Contentment. Why should they not be content? I swear, my sweet, I'm this close to another round of cuts. Let's see them complain about fewer hours when the alternative is none. Freeze them out. See how they would like to lose their homes. Does he honestly believe that any significant number of his workers could afford a house? Perhaps it's just a turn of phrase. Wherever did you find this fan? It's quite the piece. Found my gift. Lovely little bauble, isn't it? I know you've a bit of a collection, and I couldn't resist treating my favorite London dolly. Not too presumptuous, I hope. Not at all. I appreciate the gesture, Dove. Well, I'm sure you'll find a way to thank me when next we meet, right, my sweet? I had best be off. It was wonderful as always. Don't be a stranger, my dove. Of course not, my dear. I'll be seeing you sooner rather than later, I think. Till then. Soft light breaks through the dense London fog and falls across the leafing paint of the fishmonger's stalls. This close to the sea, the smog of London is usurped by the salty bite of tidal decay. Fish bones and English waste mingle on the edge of the metropole, coating the stone walls of the quay and cobbles below in a thin and foaming slick. Escape is close at hand, and the tawdry cavern which has been your living tomb shall be no more, fate's willing. When they search for you in the morning, they'll find little more than an empty room with its door flung wide. Just one more night of this. The nostalgic reek of London's ports. It's a fine day by London standards, quite nearly refreshing. Almost a pity to spend it bustling about making plans for my egress. This dreary fog-swamped city can't be left quick enough. My musings are cut short by the hacking, gasp or cough of a longshoreman somewhere off a ways, hauling his cargo for the day. That's more than enough mawkishness for now. Green Street should be around here somewhere. That'll take me back up to the airship. Think I'm all finished with Silas's machinery for now. A raven's nest, abandoned, no, ransacked, likely by a rogue automaton pigeon while the nest inhabitants were away. Okay, so that's Green Street. That's where we need to go for the main quest. Brick-a-brac like the machine was. Gather the pieces for some money. Yeah, visit Green Street and inquire passage on his ship. Okay. So I won't go there yet because we want to explore. A studious man turns away from his workbench, where the innards of an open watch face glint in the sun. He momentarily loses focus and a steel spring bangs in my direction. I cock my head at the last moment. The errant spring zips past my ear, and the man snatches it out of the air with shocking alacrity, not terribly unlike dodging the affections of some love-struck fool. Poetry can be much more painful when it connects. You blazing mechanical foozler, I didn't see you there, miss. He shifts his demeanor with a practiced smile. What a clean lady. Here at Arsenal Warehouse 3, we take pride in cleanliness. Pardon me, miss, for the temporary handling. Whom do I have the pleasure of meeting on this fine day? A fine day. Well, at least this year cuts through the smoke and fog. Unclear read. What might I call you? Dante Ziegler, at your service. What brings you to the wharf? I was just passing by and I thought I would stop a moment to see what you were working on. Well, I beg your pardon again, Miss Clara, but I'm a bit busy at the moment. Busy waiting, that is, for my illustrious employer to finally arrive and give the orders of the day. That'll be Lord Braxton at Arsenal. Lord Braxton wears wonderfully clean suits. That means he is a good man. The man can be an absolute tyrant to his employees, whilst managing to completely ignore them at times. Makes me wonder what he's up to in his private life, but I'm not one to pry. It doesn't seem like this man knows about my vocation. I've heard there are some remarkable goings on at Arsenal. Like you wouldn't believe. Lord Braxton has his fingers in all kinds of pots. High, low, everywhere in between. Lord Braxton mixing with the lowborn, that beggars belief. I doubt a fine lady such as yourself would have seen such things, but certain undesirable elements have been seen traipsing round the mechanical augmentations. Some say they bear the arsenal maker's mark. Scandalous. Molly and the doghounds in bed with Silas. I guess I'm not the only one. What sort of things is Lord Braxton involved with in high society? Don't tell anyone I said so, but the industrialists are the real power in this country, and Parliament merely their mouthpieces. Despite that, it would seem that ruling from the shadows isn't enough for these blokes. I've heard that Arsenal has some kind of in-game scenario in the works. So Silas is scheming to change things. I wouldn't call that news, but the way this fellow says in-game makes me a bit nervous. I hope you don't mind my prying, but what sort of automaton is this? The kind that gives me a headache. I am designated Trash Retrieval and Processing Unit. It's one of several that roam around the warehouse, bumping into walls every couple of minutes before correcting course into another wall. For some reason it thinks it should stand here and bother me. Mr. Ziegler produces a large amount of garbage. His suit is not clean. And what's your opinion of Mr. Ziegler? Upstanding moral character is correlated with cleanliness. Hey, Trap, I think I see a mess in the water over there, right off the edge of the dock. It certainly sounds like Lord Braxton has been keeping you busy. Busy. Right. It's been a pleasure, Miss Clara. I'm afraid I need to get back to my post. Good day. And they say women are gossips. I can't imagine what this man would reveal after a few drinks. Loose lips sink airships. Coal tailings from the warehouse, no doubt. Steam requires coal, but the byproducts, gypsum, slag, and fly ash, can be reused. Abrasives, cement, roofing materials, just to name a few. Who knows how long this will sit here before anyone repurposes it? I would assume it was piled by one of the trash processing automatons employed by Arsenal. Judging by the rust on its finish, that crane hasn't seen use in a long time. Technology marches on, leaving such devices and their human operators behind. There, that's a blue Merle collie. Strange seeing a purebred without a collar. Perhaps he ran away. Looks like he's been in a few brawls at that. Needs a proper meal if you ask me. Sorry, little one, if I find something to feed you, I'll come back. Okay, find some food for the doggy. Madame, madame, have you heard? Ladies like yourself are being targeted. For now it's sunny, sure, but you had better tuck in early tonight. Now what is this little puppet yammering about? His concern is genuine, despite the fact that he's slinging newspapers. A bright young capitalist if ever I saw one. The name is Rob, madame, and you might as well add the little. Most people think I'm short for a cyclops. I'm still growing, honest. Back home at the tenements, I keep track of it with a yardstick taped to the wall. That's an awfully strange way to introduce yourself, even for the East End. Here's hoping your busyness grows as well. Speaking of busyness, care for the latest blood boiler? I also have a bulletin covering other goings on. Only 1 penny. I wouldn't mind learning about London's latest goings on. A woman of ill repute met a grisly demise in the East End last night, just days from the full moon. The sinister assailant left a body stripped of vital organs and bearing marks suggesting feral claws. St. John's Cathedral is offering a service on her behalf. Alms appreciated. See, madame, that story's so hot off the press that it might catch your fingers afire. Watch out. It's not fire I'm worried about. What is it you're selling? Broadsides. And choirs of sheet music, not to mention the latest on the courtesan killer. A story that could well have been written about me, should Lady Luck abandon me so. I have quite a bit of money, don't I? We got 5 pounds, 4 shillings and a pence. And this is only 1 shilling? Yeah, sure. Here's a shilling, but keep the broadside. Tell me what you've heard about this mystery killer. Everyone's got their own pet opinion, but I think the ladies have been killing themselves. I heard from a chap at the tavern who had it from a stevedore that people have been having these fits where they tear themselves apart. Looks just like they was chopped up with a hatchet. I suppose any theory is better than what the coppers have presented, which is, bluntly, nothing. Perhaps I'll ask around at the Rose if I have the time. Thanks, madame. I had best be going now, little duck. Watch out for hobnails and don't work too hard, or those shoes will be worn down come winter. Throw off the yoke of despotic gang bosses and join the Dockhounds. Big money and lifetime loyalty await. 10 pounds? Yeah, 10 pounds signing bonus. At the bottom in smaller print, must be able to lift a grain sack equal roughly to a young dwarf. How specific. A stunning invention for its time, though a bit dated now. Oh, the steam-powered, the locomotives I've seen along the avenues. The spokes are patinated with rust. It must not be getting much use. All the time I'm surprised it hasn't been stolen, sitting out in the open like this. Oi there, don't sway away from me too soon. Name's Glenn Forrester, Lieutenant in the Royal Navy. A Navy man. Well, I'm Claire Reed. It's a pleasure to be acquainted. That's right. Well, I'm retired to be precise, but the active service took me all over the Mediterranean. If you ever want a sea tale, I'm your man. I'll take a sea tale. Let's hear it then. This encounter took place upon Thrinacia, a rocky little island, merely worthy of a name, to the southwest of Sicily. I was the officer in charge of a team of 7 sent ashore to replenish our fresh water. The land is quite barren there. They must have been hard pressed. When at last we found a stream high in the hills, we were ambushed by a cyclops. But this was more like the great monster who terrorized Odysseus than our London cyclops tradesmen and scientists and what have you. I've heard tell of them before, cyclopses in remote areas ranging far above the city-dwelling folk. This creature was wild, animalistic, and a meter taller than any man or woman that I had seen before of their ilk. He jumped down from a high ledge, focused on us rather than on our stack of water casks, upon which he broke a leg. He was little trouble to vanquish then. Saint Sabah, I had feared some kind of disaster. At least you didn't lose any men. What troubles me about the ambush in Thrin Acia is that from then on I've been consumed with anti-Cyclops prejudice. Bigotry runs rampant throughout London and the world, for that matter. At least he admits it. Logically, I know it is wrong to judge an entire species based on one harrowing event, so I strive to be conscious of these emotions, the better to counter them. Prejudice can often get the better of us. For example, everyone takes me for a dolly, someone who needs a male escort to defend herself. As a dark-skinned man in the Navy, I faced a sort of travail. It was the work of many long years to achieve the rank of lieutenant, sometimes in which I gave everything I had to my country. Poor fellow, his one leg is testament to that. My point is there are great odds stacked against certain people, and one must be vigilant as one rises up, not to become caught up in the tipping of scales against the meek. I admire your resolve, Mr. Forrester. It's a firm reminder that there's always a better way of looking at the world. Happy as ever to share my side of things. And here's my way of saying thanks for lending me an ear. He passes me a bottle of brown liquid, a little something I picked up on one of my seafaring adventures. Why, thank you, Glenn. You shouldn't have. No trouble at all. I'm curious about something, Mr. Forrester. Now that you're retired, what do you fill the hours with? Well, I must admit the pension isn't much to write home about, so I work a couple of side jobs. Sure as sight, I know about running ragged to make ends meet. Care to expand? Sorry, Miss Reed, but I prefer my business affairs privet. Begging your pardon. Best not to press him. He's already grown nervous. Understood, Mr. Forrester. Not to worry, Glenn. I'm not a nosy Nelly. Appreciate it, Miss Reed. Take care of yourself. Jonathan Silver again, huh? Cool. Shutter till later in the day. Okay. I had better not leave the wharf until I talk to Queen Street. Miss Centaur Dockhound has clearly been through it. She must have a rap sheet a mile long. That is one of Molly's better qualities. She protects her flock from the law. All right there, I'm Clara Reed, an associate of Molly's. I never seen you before, and I'm usually good at spotting those who stand out. Anyway, I'm Helena Bailey. I'm what you might call a private contractor now. Yeah, sounds like there's some dosh behind that. What's Molly's game these days? She started the Spade charity, Queen of Spades. It's supposed to raise money for unemployed flu fakers, but instead it comes straight to us. Brilliant, isn't it? Yes, very clever. Look, I'm a bit busy here, so, seems that's all I'll get from her. Sturdy wire rope for keeping boats moored to piers. Hard for one's proverbial sails to catch wind in the city. A sea dog like me is perpetually adrift. A maritime mixing of metaphors, enough to make me seasick. See what he knows about Glenn. You ever talk to that one-legged sport by the tavern? Aye, that's Glenn Forrester, washed up from the Navy, as best I can tell. Likes telling stories, but it's all Tommy rot if you ask me. By the way, I'm Timothy Agarwal. It's a pleasure to meet. And I'm Claire Reed. Pleasure's all mine. Aside from that, Doc Count Helena Bailey, it's not every day we see a lady in the wharf. Take note of his unusual uniform. It's an unusual uniform you're wearing. If I'm not mistaken, you're a Lascar, a sailor from Southeast Asia, not too common a sight even in cosmopolitan London. His eyes widened in delight at my observation. Yes, you found me out. I'm a Lascar and fishing boat captain. Your English is very good. You must have been in London for a while. Correct again, but I learned my English while at sea. I sailed for the East India Company for nigh on 20 years on the RMS Victory. His pride in his seafaring career is evident both in his voice and his posture. Indeed, he seems 6 inches taller when he speaks of it. The work was hard but satisfying, and thanks to my successes under Captain Gibson, when I was decommissioned, I was able to purchase and uncrew a ship. Now I'm a captain in my own right. Bravo! Well, thank you, Miss Reed. At your service if there's any hulking brutes I might protect you from. Or, do you fancy a moonlit ride in a borrowed fishing boat? Perhaps I'll take you up on that offer another time, but for now, Timothy, what I would like to know is Glenn's current occupation. Glenn. Well, he doesn't like to talk about his side jobs. I heard him let it slip once that he's an ambulance driver. Can't see the trouble with that, though. Seemed like honest work to me. Thanks, Timothy. I'll come say hello again soon. Very well, Miss Reed. Hope to be seeing you. Ask about Helena. I had a chat with Helena. What do you think of her? It could be worse. I've heard of Doghound with steel jaw implanted. At least Helena's never started trouble with me directly. Any road, so close to the tavern we must abide the hounds. How are things at the wharf? As they always are, fog, smoke, and work. The lot of every Londoner. Pardon me, Timothy, but could I borrow a cigarette? I don't see why not. Good for the Constitution, you know. +5 hope in a black file. I'm running low, but if you need it, I suppose I could spare another. I'm not running a charity here. I doubt the Sisters of Mercy would pass me out Gasper's anyway. Okay, I was wondering if there was a limit to it, since it gives a black file. We do lose 5 hope, but it's fine. Because that gives us 2 more black file. 3 more to get another level. How is our humors anyway? 50? Okay. Here's where the steam fairy leaves from. No one around at the moment, only my reflection in the drab river water to keep me company. My figure, like my future, is soft and wavering, fails to settle into a certain shape. Philippe Serrano, a regular at the Rose, the wiry young Spaniard, gazes wistfully across the canal. Like most seamen, he carries an esoteric reverence for superstitions, but holds a singular enthusiasm for the unknown that rolls along with the tides. Hark to that! He's in the middle of a song. It's a lovely tune that I recognize from somewhere, but cannot place. Senorita Clara, buenos dias. Igualmente, mi amigo. My apologies, Clara. Estuve en las nubes. Head in the clouds indeed. No necesita disculparse, mi amigo. Como está usted? Bien, but I'm a fisherman, not el papa. Perhaps not, but it's always better to err on the side of formality. Bueno, I am good, better than good. I feel like the world is showing me a sign. A sign so bright you can't help but sing, I presume. Quizzes, quizzes. It is a song from Violetta. A troupe was touring in Spain during my last visit home. Just the title of the area alone spoke to me. De mie volenti spiriti. It perfectly describes how my heart feels. You know, the opera. Violetta, I've heard of this opera before, though I'm more familiar with its other title, The Fallen Woman. It shows so scandalous that it did not tour in Britain. Cubian, you really know your arias. And he's talking about how full his heart is. Dear me, who might he have taken up with? I've noticed you frequenting the roses of late. Does one of the girls have your heart feeling this way? I fear that the devil will yank the rug out from under me if I tell you who. I have rarely been so lucky in love. And she reciprocates? See, because at first she took my Monet, but last night she did not. She pressed it back into my palm and kissed me. Esto es peligroso para ella. This is dangerous for her. But this is the way it is so often in love, isn't it, Clara? Ay, Dios mío, when I was walking home, I felt as if the fisherman's words fade as I grapple with what he's revealed. In this line of work, there is a rule that reigns supreme. You always accept payment. Even if her actions are sincere, she has reaped a disservice on all of us. Top a penniless cobbler, and their payment should be mending your most worn shoes. The price of our company is also our protection, what little we have. When word gets out that a client has become an exception, every Tom, Dick, and Harry assumes they'll be the next one. And so I'd like you to have a poac on the house. I quash my inner monologue just as he ends his. I haven't the faintest idea why he's offering me this fish. Did I truly drift off for that long? Gracias. Can you believe this is all came up the Thames this morning? The new steamships are such a wonder. He points to a near bursting net wiggling with fish. My heart is filled to abundance, and now my net is too. It has to be a sign. That's lovely, Felipe, but you said it yourself. This girl may be in danger because of this. Who is she? Lo siento, Senorita Clara. Let this Polak double as an apology as well. Every seaman here will tell you the fates are fickle, and I cannot tempt them by telling you her name. Not until I have her answer to a very precious question. Precious. He's planning to propose. As they say, only fools rush in. Overcome with passion as you are, I imagine you'll ask her tonight. He presses his lips in an anxious smile. By the saints, this is a doomed romance if I've ever seen one. Hmm. Bit stinky, I'm afraid, but I hope you like it. He sniffs at it, but doesn't seem interested. Perhaps this sort of salty fare is better fit for a feline. Saints above, that's going to leave a scratch.
Stream Elements said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Well, if you're not going to appreciate the fish, I sure as hell don't want to waste it on you. The wonderful, tasty, extremely nummy fish. Okay, might as well talk to Greenstreet now, I guess. There is Greenstreet, a Canadian smuggler who endures the brutality of nature and the unforgiving ocean in the name of profit. A pity to have to turn to him for passage across the pond, but my options are rather limited. Miss Reed, Mr. Greenstreet, satiate my curiosity for a moment. Why do you need me when you have such prestigious bedfellows as Lord Braxton? In my line of work, one learns it is foolish to ask a favor from one's clientele. Very well, I rescind my question. I asked only because a man of his stature could assist with this predicament. Due to the recent import shortage of rubber gum from the Congo, the peelers have been engaged in more thorough dock inspections to keep the demand from reaching an underground market. He shoots me a look while scanning the horizon. The port's usual watchmen refuse my bribe. Either the coppers are paying them better or they're putting the fear of God in them. He grits his teeth around his pipe. This means changes to our agreement on smuggling you out of here. I'll need a double rate by tomorrow night. That's as generous as I'm willing to get while the constable's breathing down my neck. Per- Perhaps I'll simply take my business elsewhere. Kingsby removes his pipe. No, you won't. An unfortunate situation, but I've crawled out of worse. You've composed yourself well, Miss Reed, by seeing jackrabbits chew their own limbs off to escape a snare, only to bleed out 10 paces past. Desperation is in the eye of every trapped animal. You must know it's impossible to get that much capital in so short a time. Perhaps there's another type of payment you can accept. Now I've got the chameleon trait. May this light in the dark fortify you. With it, many secrets may be revealed. His toothy grin drops where I expected it to grow wider. He does not appear amused. Sure, I'll take payment in francs if you wish. I have visited Mediterranean ports just as often as English ones. That is not what I meant. But it's the answer you'll get. Saints alive, if he doesn't fancy me for a coquette, then I'll have to find another card to play. Chin up, Miss Reed. It's not all so dour. Lesser miracles have already happened. My contact pulled through. He takes a leather bifold wallet from his breast pocket. Go on, take a closer look. I untie the leather tassel and reveal the pleated papers. There's even an authentic looking wax stamp. A new identity, mine for the taking. This alone costs a small fortune. Your tale is, you've come to the Dominion of Canada to claim inheritance from your great uncle who served as a soldier under Napoleon. That is a neat story. With the coup going on in France, any attempts to verify my familial origins would be a nightmare. I'll be taking that back for now, and you're sure they will be able to tell it's forged. Suppose you'll just have to take my word. Greenstreet tucks the documents into his breast pocket. If I'm not here on the taverns, then you'll find me at the tavern. Docks, then you'll find me at the tavern. Gather up the capital and we'll be ready to leave off come dawn. Well, that could have gone better. Now what am I to do? I am hardly without allies. I turned to Greenstreet because I didn't want to rely on anyone else, but now it seems I have no choice. Fine, who can I ask? I've met many people during my time in London. Clementine Radley, bartender at the Palladium. Best not tell her I'm leaving. No, but she's good for gossip. Might be she has the lead on some tin-making opportunities. Worth a shot at least. Molly O'Malley, leader of the Dockhounds. I ran with her in our bullfrog days, and she was one put into those days. Far too dangerous to approach unless you've got a death wish, and one of the main reasons I'm leaving London behind in the first place. Tessica Lincoln, a dear friend, one of the only things about London I'll miss. It would break my heart to tell her I'm leaving. Best to keep her far away from all the skullduggery. Dolores Chain runs the laundry in the Red Lantern District, the finest rinse in London. We've done business before. She's always treated me right. Might be time to pay her a visit then. That's enough to be getting on with, I think. Perhaps you should cut your losses. Clever as I am, I can't do the impossible. If I can be quite honest, a doe once outsmarted me while caught in my spring trap. Didn't thrash, didn't scream, played dead till I undid the loop round her ankle and then pulled it off. Could have shot her as she ran, but I let her live. You reminder me of her. While I appreciate the candor, I hesitate to accept your compliment. Smart woman. In Sora Square, the Easton's crossroads of commerce and vice, the medieval cobbles still bear the weight of modern wheels and footwear. The streets, alleys, and plazas have avoided being pressed into the billows black of macadam gracing the lanes around Piccadilly, Kensington, and other wealthy areas. We've heard it said that due to an ongoing trademark dispute, each individual stone would need to be granted a day in court before its removal to make way for smoother pavement. Sora Square's amenities and surroundings attract people of various moralities. Even so, the elites of London rarely cross the River Lea, and anything east of Aldgate is commonly held as out of bounds except for urgent ends. The dance of the flames in the open air recalls my travels with Romani, where every morning brought fresh air and new vistas, and when our luck ran low, we simply shared what we had instead of squabbling over Monet. But soon, if all goes well, I will be free of London's stinking smog and crowded lanes. I'll wake every day to the open countryside if I wish it. Follow 10-foot alley, a skinny passage with brick walls, and find yourself in a recessed enclosure where London's rodents are tenderly cared for rather than swiftly taken care of. Canvases sag on loose ropes above your head, and lanterns flicker dimly in the murk. Among the rustling and skittering of tiny feet and claws, Pavel Gerard, proprietor, stands at the ready. The floor is made of broken paving stones and pieces cast away from larger projects. Akin to his charges, Pavel is a scavenger at heart. The rats come in every size and receive all manner of treats when they behave. Displayed most prominently are his mischief of fancy rats, but Pavel trades in garden variety rodents too. Exotic snake owners often pay him a visit, as they wonder if the squeaking and scratching haven't driven Pavel mad. But the truth of his sanity depends on who you're asking. I should hope there's enough food for all of them, otherwise they'll start eating each other. The good thing with self-employment is keeping all the profit, as small as it might be. The Velvet Rose has its issues, but working as a rat catcher in the sewers, I can't imagine. Good day. It's not so often I have a proper lady at the pinfold, but of course it does happen. Now then, what can I call my lady? Clara Reed, pleasure to make your acquaintance. Pleasure's all mine, I assure you. Wait till Pavel Gerard's rats quit scaring so you may take your pick. Sorry, Mr. Gerard, but these vermin are far too keen on biting for my taste. Not a problem, miss. You need only pay more for the well-trained ones. If we can train a dog, then why not train a rat? All the same, I'm a little short on dosh at the moment. Good day, Mr. Gerard. Okay, so I guess we could buy a rat from him if we need to for some reason. Okay, not much over here besides that. A lightning bolt fracture runs down this otherwise remarkably clean window. On the ground beneath it lies a mess of tiny gears and lacy aluminum feathers. Is that a steel talon by the wayside, or just a hobnail? This automated bird must have flown blindly into the glass. I knew it wasn't really a living creature, but there's something too terrible to consider about this whole scene. I had best keep walking. London's solution to vagrants sleeping on the sidewalk. Does this hide the issue or simply cause people to equate vagrants with corpses? Sadly, there are a lot of vagrants in this end of London. If I ever met this fellow, I can't recall his name. Good day to you, sir, madame, and who might you be? Call me Clara Reed. Why the woe-begone look? Is something wrong? Well, yes, something is wrong, since she asked. I'm awfully dry, my lady. Parched something fierce. The name's Poe Pickett, by the way. Don't suppose you could help a man who's down on his luck? Honestly, we are doing pretty good on money. I don't know how much money we need for the thingy, but we've got like £5, right? Sixpence isn't that much. Go ahead and give him half a shilling. I understand what it's like to be at the end of your rope. Here you are, Mr. Pickett. Bless ye, mum. Okay, friend. Hopefully things get better for you. Like a prudent street dolly, these spare parts stick to the shadows where neither Bobby nor pedestrian cannot reach them. Finders keepers, get another dog. Best give that barrel a wide berth, I can smell it from here. What's in it? Something nasty, I guess? Well, there's some more gears and cogs over here. And a motor car. Oh, that's like down there. I guess this is separate. Okay. Not the safest car out there. It looks like the whole thing will fly apart the second it moves. Hmm. I'm sure it's a lot safer than that. Okay, so there's just a wide open street here, it looks like. Doesn't look like there's actually a whole lot here. It's just really wide open, I guess. Ooh, animal cages. What's going on over here? Horse-drawn carriages are being slowly phased out, but they're still more reliable than the new steam-powered cars. Such calm creatures. Either the broker tamed them well, or they swiftly got used to being stared at by onlookers. This design prioritizes the comfort of its passengers, a welcome change from previous iterations. Salutations, Sir Willard Rathbone at your service. Have any of my fine specimens caught the fair lady's attention, or was it simply my friend Dulcimer? Yes, the illustrious pet broker, somehow still entertaining the notion that he's been knighted. The monkey on his shoulder is handsome at least. No title for Dulcimer yet. Alas, Her Majesty has yet to recognize him with honors, but the day will come. The monkey would wear a knighthood better than some I have known. Ask about his busyness. Caring for such exotic animals must be a difficult busyness. Is it profitable? I prefer not to think about the profitability. One must do what one loves, not worry about such petty things as Monet. What is a polite way to say that one that one is out of touch? Take the children begging on the street. I wouldn't take them anywhere, but do go on. There they are, spending all their time begging for alms. Utter lack of character. Imagine if they simply adjusted their perspectives. Truly, every orphan could be a successful capitalist if only they tried harder. You don't see me moping about, asking for donations simply because the price of food is twice what it was last year. Chin up, I say. Lease a few hectares of your family's farmland and seize the day. Tally ho! If nothing else, this man has quite admirable optimism. Apparently, he is entirely taken with his vision of children living their dreams off the profits from leasing their lands, as he wipes a tear from his eye and waves me away with a handkerchief. Pardon me, miss, I need a moment. My, that is a fine ostrich you're riding. Does it have a name? This here is Wise. Just let him smell you first, and he'll be your loyal confidant. Merely to sniff, not in matrimony. We're having a bad day. Never mind him. I'm sure you'll be fast friends before long. You certainly have some standouts. How intriguing. I'll know where to find you next time. How do you feel about a pollack, Wallace? Wallace sniffs at the fish. I could swear that's a grimace on his face. If I believed in such nonsense, that is. No, he's not much fan of fish. They aren't breeding in his natural habitat, you know. Okay, at least it didn't make us try a lucid fish. Hmm. So that's something called the bell jar, I guess. I bet that unlike Green Street, those people didn't ask that woman to pay a fortune before receiving a helping hand. Where's our current quest taking us? The Palladium, huh? Laundry off of red, so the bell jar isn't our current. Okay, we may go in there real quick. Ghastly, who would ever imagine such a scene? The poor horse. I would expect this kind of thing in Paris. It seems out of place here. Hmm. On the outside, the Bell Jar Hotel looks like the rest of grimy Soares Square, but once you step inside, you might not believe the splendor. The interiors boast red carpeted hallways and spiraling stairs with gilded banisters, and bellhops are dressed to the nines, with white silk shirts and swallowtail suit coats by Poole and Company. Nobody knows for sure who owns the building, but the rumors point to royal blood. In contrast to the East End's sooty streets, the bell jar's accommodations are not, I say boldly, upscale. Like the oblong vessel it was named after, the hotel offers a vacuum of discretion for high society individuals seeking a plush locale away from Soho or Kensington, where they might otherwise be recognized. Loose coin seems someone's got a hole in their pocket. I'll take that sixpence. Alright. The bell jar's water feature, elegant and calming, and must have cost a fortune. A real silver tea service. I prefer coffee, but I quickly learned to keep that to myself in London. Look at these poor dried out things, not enough sun here either. This is a genuine Persian if I'm not mistaken. I certainly went. Okay, so we can't go up there for some reason. Okay. Oh, a castle on a hill at sunrise calls to mind faraway places, opulence, prestige, pretension. A country house overlooking a lake beneath a gloomy gray sky. Mahogany and gold trim trails along the wallpaper, and the paintings and pictures are hung so high that they're an absolute nightmare for the maids to dust. The electric lamps are at the forefront of technical design, retrofitted to the oil lamp sockets of old, and the high ceilings make for an airy ambiance, where style is favored over substance. Your telescope and other homespun necessities clash with the ornate decorations of the suite, with your clientele, including Tenor Cunningham, of seemingly bottomless pockets. You can well afford the monthly rate. The suite is as temporary a residence as any you've ever had since you left America, if allowing for an escape from the chaos of London, while at the same time never feeling like, oh, so is this where we live? Is our home? Okay, wasn't expecting that. A deck of tarot cards, back stateside they become high fashion. As to whether they really tell one anything, well, it's the Hanged Man. Should I take this as yet another firm reminder to handle my business and get clear of London? This mirror's intricate gold inlays would make any maid dusting it want to expire. That said, the low table is perfect for preparing for a night out or a day about London. Frames me quite nicely, straight in the back, elongate the neck. Good posture is foremost. My brise fan is here. Shall I practice my fan etiquette? The white silk fan unfurls with a flourish of the wrist. I close the fan and tap my left ear. I wish to be rid with you. Quit, open and quickly snap it closed again. Bastard. Draws slowly down my right cheek. Oh, yeah. In front of my eyes, hiding my face. We are being watched. Ooh. Left hand daintily fanning my face. Desire to make your acquaintance. Okay, most of those seem pretty intuitive. The most comfortable and expensive place I've ever slept. Worth every penny. All packed up and ready to go if I ever managed to leave. Maybe I could just hide in the biggest trunk and no one would find me. Yes, it's a bit small for a coffin, but I've seen smaller. It's a little garish. There's something about the scroll work in the gilded feet that hits the luxury nail on the head. We're probably clean enough, right? I don't know what spending time means, but Tinner left me these roses of several colors, a thorn and a range near perfection. His attempts to win me over are flattering. If I escape London on his dime, then I'll be obliged to join him in the Republic of Texas, at least for a time. I shudder at the thought, although I'm sure that part of the country is rather beautiful. There's a note here as well. Hey there, Spitfire. Thought of you when I saw these, so I snapped them right up. They remind me of the wildflowers in West Texas. Someday I'll take you to see the bloom. But these are roses. Spitfire, I don't know why I insist on using that nettlesome pet name. A porcelain tea set atop a dinette table whose marble is so polished I can see my own reflection. When in Rome, as they say, perhaps I should make myself a cup. But I've yet to find the tea that keeps my nose from wrinkling. How much should I bribe the concierge to provide me with some coffee beans? A payment equivalent to the royal coffers. I almost regret Lord Beresford introduced me to that wicked ambrosia for his last appointment. The tea's gone cold now, not that was better when it was hot. A state-of-the-art mailing Hanson writing ball. Should I write a practice letter? To Her Royal Majesty Queen Victoria. Why must you steal from everyone? Also, you smell terrible. Honestly, where do you get the nerve? Yours, Clara Reed. If only I could send it. A well-loved telescope aims a glossy lens to the heavens. Astronomy suits you as your humble hobby. Perhaps turn the scope to the buildings below. What knowledge could I learn from those who think no one is watching? Though tempting, it's ultimately futile. Do I expect a murderer to parade his crime in front of an open window? The hotel's key rack, quite a useful way to determine who's in and who's out without asking. The names in the guest book are undeniable proof of the hotel's preeminence. Lord Tennyson, and I missed him. Rotten luck. Miss Reed, how lovely to see you. It feels like we haven't talked in ages. Sowry and I became fast friends as soon as I moved into the bell jar. Indeed, my days seem to be consumed with flitting from one place to another and back again. I'm going to need steam-powered feet at some point. Are you still planning on leaving London? I'm always sad when clients of the better sort leave for greener pastures. I'm not sure. It's proving to be a thorny issue and expensive. I know what you mean. I would like a change myself, but some days I feel as though I'm rooted in place here like a potted plant. The bell jar does suit you though, Sowry. A classy establishment without the right kind of staff may as well be an overpriced flophouse. I almost forgot. I have something for you. Sowry fumbles around in a drawer for a moment before producing some kind of feather duster. It's a gift from that Mr. Cunningham. He asked me to pass it along. It's from Texas, too. I thought it fitting for an expatriate like yourself. An ugly fan. Before you go, two telegrams came for you this morning. One from Tenor Cunningham and one Teddy Redgrave. God's teeth, what a bother. Telegrams are getting far too long these days, and coming too often. Good thing I'm leaving London. With the advent of automatons, much longer telegrams can now be wired for a cheaper sending price. All right, Sowry, I'll take them off your hands. Tenor's telegram to the ever indomitable Miss Clara Reed. Here's something that'll really butter your bacon. Lord Braxton is hosting quite the shindig in a day's time, and I've found myself an invitation to the whole highfalutin affair. I want you there with bells on, sweet pea. It'll be a proper blowout, a real showstopper. Lord Braxton is celebrating the purchase of some trinkets from Cairo, and suggests his guests dress the part. I've dug up just the jewelry for the evening, Miss Reed. You'll look absolutely stunning in it, outshine the queens of old. Of course, it needs a proper dress to really sell the look. I found you just the thing. I'll be sending it along to your royal suite at the Bell Jar, so keep an eye out, sweet pea. If you would like, find yourself something nice to go with it, Spitfire? Shame about the late night, but you can't begin to imagine how hard it was to cop an invite to this thing. It's shaping up to be one hell of a night. Get your best dancing shoes out, Spitfire. Forever yours, Tenor. A party tomorrow evening, upon Tenor's arm, smoozing, too much wine, and a cavalcade of London's most pretentious. What a dreaded shame I'll be off and away by then. Theodore's telegram. Dear Miss Clara Reed, we had the pleasure of an acquaintance during the Frobisher case, but not much besides. All the same, I feel it's only fair to write to you. See, I'm a hunter of frightening beasts by trade, and see my share of bounties come and go, though not all of them are fanged or clawed. Plenty of call for bounties put out after regular or not so regular folk cross the wrong cove or what not. I am not usually apt to get involved, but it seemed only fair to do you a good turn after you pulled my own fat from the fire during that busyness with the slough. You've got a bounty on your head, Miss Reed. A pretty price from some high-flown family or another. Something about an unfortunate turn in America and the untimely death of one Gilbert Lancaster. As I said, it only seems fair to give you a running start from whatever ails you, if little more. Least I could do, I figure. Best of luck. Theodore Redgrave. P.S. Otto says hello. The family Lancaster. Can't say I'm altogether surprised, yet I know the reason to leave London behind me. Thanks, Sowry. I had better be on my way now. Shall we have a chat later? Yes, I should return to my duties as well, but let me know before you leave town so I can properly wish you well. Mm-mm. Okay, that seems like everything we can do in the bell thing. The bell jar. So let's go keep exploring Saurus Square. A drift of leaves swept into a neat pile by the breeze. The passing of the seasons means change, bringing me a small measure of comfort. A dropped crate of china, likely intended for the restaurant, accompanied by a nose-pinching stench. A dead, decomposing animal. The cafe's abandoned parasol. It's nice to think that London at least occasionally gets some sunshine to break up the gloom. I could almost use my own parasol today. The hard-boiled scoop on the courtesan killer. Read on for the gory details. The story will boil your blood. Making a penny dreadful out of a senseless tragedy will certainly ruffle some feathers, though less than one might expect. The papers are interested only in that which sells copies. Could you imagine if they showed this concern for every dolly's life upended? Although I haven't much time yet in this fair city, I'll still keep looking into this mystery while I can. The wreckage of a wooden chair. Just about any old piece of furniture can be rehabilitated with a little care. I remember this place. Excellent curry. It's a shame they. Oh, I do love some tasty curry. Oh, there's a preacher here, I guess. Blessings upon you, dear soul. I'm Eli McBride, here to heed the Lord's word. I would have thought you would have better things to do than preach to someone of my stature, Father. Nonsense, my child. As Jesus taught us to forgive the sinful woman who anointed his feet, the one to whom little is forgiven loves little. He calls not the righteous, but the sinners to repentance. So he's calling me, is that what you're saying? I have no regrets. I regret no thing this preacher would blame me for, at least. Of course not. Again, Jesus tells us, let the one who is without sin cast the first stone. It is not my place to pronounce judgment upon you. Many of your ilk take delight in such pronouncements. Alas, I will not say you are wrong. Yet another teaching of Jesus tells us that we must remove the log from our own eye before we can help take the speck from our neighbors. Those who flaunt their piety before others will receive no reward. But is that not what you're doing now? Wisely answered. Perhaps yet. You are the one who came to speak to me, are you not? I'll be on my way. Good day. Hey
Spin-Diva
there, Spin.
said,
Welcome on in.
"Hey cutie
I
uwu,"
hope you're having a fantastic existence, friend. Hello, hello. Hmm. Okay, so yeah, there's not really anything else going
Spin-Diva
there.
said, "When are you gonna finish your stream?"
Same time I always do, 2300 EST or CST. So that would be midnight your time. Oh, and we can move here. Okay, so this must be the fast travel. Okay. Overground station makes sense, it's the railway. The apothecary. Oh. Exposed to the elements, the upholstery shows its age, like a fruit left to ripen in the sun. Um, okay, that was a little weird. To passers-by, the apothecary looks like a simple shop that proudly advertises purpose, right down to the lengthy name posted above the door. Gray's Apothecary. Therapeutic medicines, patents, and tonics. But once inside, you realize the exterior facade was only a veil for an abundance of eccentric
Spin-Diva
wares.
said, "Bro, you can't end it a little earlier for me. We're gonna finish up Ranking of Kings tonight."
Maybe if you gave me some money, ooh. You go ahead and feel free to watch it, though. I mean, I've seen all of it. Honestly, I don't know if I want to see that fight again. Man, the way they treat Boji during that fight with Venom, I can't ever remember boy's name. No, you feel free to watch it without me, though. I mean, I've seen it before.
Spin-Diva said, "Memorial Day excuse."
Uh huh. Um, tonics, at-home medical devices, and all sorts of oddments litter the shelves. That the shop's dimly lit also strikes you as peculiar.
Spin-Diva said,
Hoken,
"Hoken."
Hoken, Hoken. I'm bad with names. I'm bad with names. But the Cyclops proprietor may have intended it that way, perhaps to preserve his goods for longer. The sight of so many concoctions and apparatuses is enough to make one afraid of walking for fear of breaking anything and paying for the resulting damage. Since the cave-dwelling Cyclopses evolved to see well in the dark, it had best not hide any indiscretions from the proprietor.
Spin-Diva said, "Not my name."
Well, when they're as cute as you, of course I remember the name. But when they're an ugly pool of black bile that treats a cutie like Boji badly, of course I don't care about their name. They're just an ugly pool of black bile, right?
Spin-Diva said, "Okay, goodbye forever, Davy."
Davy. 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 Davy Jones. Davy Jones. And what is going on with my elbow? There's something going with my elbow, and I should stop picking at it. Anyway, web of roots.
Spin-Diva said, "I went gothy tonight."
Ooh, gothy. I do like a good gothy look. These roots are the least unnerving thing present in this room. I wonder if they're natural or if Gordon is feeding them something unique. Glowing bottles, quite the eye catcher. I wonder how well they sell. Well, what's in them? Do they just glow or do they do something else? Mere drawers, then one would find in an aristocrat's bedroom vanity or behind a hotel's front desk. With respect, this isn't a self-service establishment. Tell me what you need and I'll try finding it in the back myself. I was just walking around exploring, guy. Gordon Gray is one of the slimiest men I've ever met, and I've seen a few. It's a good thing I haven't any business in his shop. Good morning, Miss Sir. No, thank you. I guess there's nothing you can do for me. I was just exploring. I guess we'll get back to Sora Square and keep exploring. Hmm. Dusty window. I wonder what it would be like living a normal life behind an ordinary window. It's hard to imagine. Okay, and then the street comes down. Don't know what's over there, but we should probably go ahead and go over here. There's a shop over there, I guess. Okay, so we can't go over there. Oh, there's a fence right there. I didn't see it. So there's a poster there. How far over? Okay, there's the butcher where we came in at. Gavin Dawson at your service. Any of my choices? Yeah, let's get some meat. There's a hungry doggy over there we should probably go feed. A proper choice. You know where to find me if you ever get pinched again. Yeah, let's go feed the doggy. We could just buy more meat if we wanted to. Ostriches don't eat meat, right? I'm pretty sure ostriches don't eat meat. Ostriches don't eat meat, right? They're like birds. They eat like, I don't know, grains or something, right? I think. Probably. I genuinely can't think off the top of my head what an ostrich would eat. I feel like they're too big to survive off of eating grass, but then again, cows eat grass, right? So, maybe not. How about this raw meat? Never met a hound who would turn his snout up at some raw meat? Have at it then. Don't eat it all at once. Can I pet you? Can I pet you, friend? That's a sweet spot right by. Oh, we even got an achievement for petting the dog. Well, that just makes it a best game, doesn't it? Okay, little one, take care. Okay, I guess that's all there is to that. Interesting. Okay, yep. We've completed our first quest. We fed and petted a doggy. Very cool. Okay. Back to Sora Square, I guess. Ah. Da. Okay. Let's see what else we got going on. A poster encouraging werewolves to report to the containment zone from the day before the full moon until the day after. The poster might as well say, London will be safer if werewolves know their place. Society is hard pressed to cut them any slack, but at least there are medications nowadays like moon cream for those who can afford it. Costermonger. What is a costermonger? Having so much produce out in the open is bound to attract thieves. Unending vigilance must be draining on shopkeepers. Buy fruits and vegetables from Nicole for Dawson up for sale. Yeah, maybe this will be something the ostrich would like. This one's suitably right, so I'd wait or so. Okay, maybe we just found something that the oh, cat, would you like the fishing? The cat approaches me with caution, unsure of what I have to offer. Hello there, little Tom. Have you a name? Ooh, cat started. Feed the cat. My tummy grumbles. I wonder if the noodle stand at Red Lane remains still open. I think I'll call you Bacon. Are you hungry too, Bacon? Here's a tasty fish, only the best for the finest kitty. Bacon eats the fish unhurriedly, clearly enjoying his meal. Who's a happy cat? Is it you, Bacon? Bacon takes the paw in his mouth and sets it down behind him, then sits next to his prize and stares at me. Your services are no longer required this time. Servant, you're dismissed. Yeah, that's a cat. That's definitely a cat for you. Okay, well that's our second quest completed. Very cool. We're just feeding all the animals around here, aren't we? The message is about as subtle as that giant hammer. Human beings are being replaced by machines to the profit of the ruling class and to the detriment of everyone else. I suppose the things people drop in the sewers by accident will eventually find their way here. Might even be something of moderate value, although probably not. Okay, so then we can't go over there. There was a baubles and things over here, wasn't there? There's not a whole lot in the courtyard, it looks like. We can gather another cog. Very good. Okay, so that looks like all that's here. Bacon. Bacon. Oh, he's purring. What a good bacon. Oh? Bacon emits a high-pitched meow as though he will try to get my attention. Then as I watch, he runs off down an alley. Where'd you go, Bacon? Huh. Okay. I don't know which alley he went down. Maybe to the rats? Maybe he's gone to play with the rats. Okay. So then this is back to where we were up there. Let's go check out the gears and pipes. Gives me another cog. One thing I won't miss about London is the constant state of decay. How much steam is wasted just from this little leaky pipe, and how long before someone not ices. To settle down or to live a vagabond's life post-crossing, let's see how my feelings evolve throughout my transatlantic journey. I believe this path will take me to the fashion district, like I desperately need to spruce my appearances up. Besides, it's not just looks that make or break a person, character matters as well. Okay, so we can't go down there any further, because that leads to a place I guess we don't want to go. Okay, so let's go see what Nandy's shop is about. What's Nandy's shop? Entering Nandy's shop is like stepping into a forest. She prides herself on strictly natural remedies, so it's no wonder that the air feels suffused with a sort of wildness. There are insects whose powdered bodies can cure a common cold, herbal preparations of every sort and substance, and even the body of a gremlin floating in a jar? The latter would give you pause if you didn't know the truth. That the creature had possessed the basement and was attempting to spread its claim. So Nandy did the needful, and here the demon remains, as a fair warning to any other invaders. An especially gifted healer when it comes to rare maladies, Nandy keeps a library of unusual treatments and the most comprehensive collection of tinctures in all of London. She awaits her customers from behind a walnut desk, upon which lies a pot of incense, a scattering of bird bones, and other arcane desiderata, while some of the less open-minded citizens of the Big Smoke can get the willies around Nandy. You know she means no harm, unless you're trying to occupy her basement, apparently. Spine after spine of herbal medicine, Nandy must be a fountain of knowledge, although there are too many in London who fear her remedies. Bleach white bones of various lengths and densities fill the cauldron, old bones and nothing more. The steps are intertwined with the twisting form of the trunk, must lead to her private quarters. Here's the pest who tried to invade Nandy's basement, preserved forever as a warning against any and all of her enemies. Assorted skulls of several shapes and sizes, yet not a single creature is easily recognizable. I haven't got much use for any Malian skeletal structures. It's always a treat to visit Nandy Mabasso in her shop, and I often learn something new for my troubles. Sawu Bona Clara, something you need in my humble shop. Zulu, okay. Ask about the tree. This tree has more benefits than only being captivating, doesn't it? Very perceptive of you. Has some beneficial properties indeed. Its strong roots produce a toxin utilized in many of my recipes, and so do its leaves. Besides, it saves me many an expedition to the forest. Time is money, as a person in your line of work would know. Okay, Andy, I was just saying hi, just exploring. Guess there's not a whole lot here either. Maybe we can buy things later on or something. Do I truly want to subject myself to reading such a downer? It's a short read, unlikely it'll make it less hard hitting, however. Another child labor accident. Phoebe and Ethan Hollis suffocate while sweeping chimneys, with their sister Theodora committing suicide out of grief. Damn, bruh. A doghound. Always hard to tell if they're on the job or simply loitering. Often it's the same thing. Look at that, a doghound in the wild. We're sisters of a sort, you know. I'm Clara. I used to run with the bullfrogs. She gives me a cautious once over before replying. Cagey, this one. Olivia Lynn's the name. Yeah, I heard of the bullfrogs, but they broke up quite a while ago. What do you do now? I'm trying to raise enough dosh to get out of London for good. That sounds right. Appealing to me. Are you still in the business? You know, all kinds of skullduggery. I will do anything. You will. Can you be a good girl and take off then? Okay. So I'm guessing in order to get to where we need to go for the main thing, we have to take the tram. That's what I'm getting at here. I'm not seeing anywhere else to go, so. Okay, we fast travel from here. Okay. Okay, and it shows us what kind of things are on. Okay,
Stream
so there's the
elements.
Palladium. That's where we need to
Set.
go for the one
Stay
quest.
moist, my friends, hydrate.
That's where the orphanage is. That was for another quest. So let's go ahead and go over here to Tinter Street first. Think of a condemned side alley in a poor part of London, where the public services are infrequent and children play in the filthy streets, unwatched by their parents working all day at the factories. Cheap wooden shutters hang from the shattered holes of looted tenements, like so many black eyes after a night of bar fights. Old rags stretch along the clotheslines, and rats make a home in the rubbish. Aside from the curio shop, there isn't much worth visiting here, leaving you to tread the mucky road with your collar to the wind, looking just about as hopeless as the residents themselves. Brits really have a remarkable diversity when it comes to produce. I suppose I can thank colonialism for that. And much like colonialism, fruit selling seems to result in a whole lot of destruction. Well, they do look recent. I imagine if I carefully sifted through the fallen fruitage, I would find something edible. There's a decent apple there on the pile of rotten ones. Yay, we found an apple. Cool, now we've got two fruits. And that gives us +5 hope, I guess. I can see broken porcelain in the rubble. Perhaps this was a laundry or a beauty parlor, or else someone forgot to pay Molly her protection money. She's been known to exact fiery revenge in the past. Buy a watch, sir or madame. Wristwatches. How dull must someone be to always need to know the time? So it doesn't look like there's literally anything down here except for the curio shop. Interesting. Breathe in the sweet, dusty smell of the second hand and step into the collection of Anselina Kamene. Before running the shop, she worked as a knife grinder, umbrella mender, and beehive maker, collecting her rag and bone wares in the meantime. Animal horn windows admit a greenish daylight, cheaper than glass. They're the best she could afford. For the past 10 years, Anselina has made a home here, and the curio shop is well known in the East End and beyond. To fit her wares, she hammered in shelves at all angles, so that a tall customer has to watch their head. There are taxidermy creatures and jewel-eyed fetishes, tin soldiers, wind-up toys, and ragdoll marionettes, as well as rarities too bizarre to mention, peering down from the rafters or the top of a tilted cabinet. Instruments. I'm certain I could learn to play something, but I've more a knack for singing. An old-fashioned Romani bardo. In many ways, the nomadic life was simpler and happier. Best not lose myself in those memories now. A brutal contraption for the mashing of flesh. I suppose it's only a decoration, but still, it's a dreadful thing. And Selina has a well-kept shop, despite being packed full of gewgaws, knickknacks, and bagatelles. Miss Kamani, hello, how is busyness? Always better when you comb around, dear. A pretty face is better than a dozen candles for lighting up the place. You got any ladies' fans? I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I'm always on the lookout for a new ladies' fan. If you have something particularly stylish or unusual, that is. Well, I have this. I don't know if it's stylish, but I'll let you have it for a shilling. It's not fancy, but pretty enough for one. Yeah, sure. We got a new fan. We got a new fan. Cool. I don't know how many fans there are. But we've got 3 now. Have you acquired any interesting new trinkets of late? No, but I have something much better than a trinket. This little item fell into my hands just yesterday. She produces a tidy leather case, obviously not for cigarettes. This here is an alternative to carrying around keys. Perhaps you've seen it before. Should you find yourself locked out of your flat late at night, or if you lose the key to your steamer trunk, this'll fix you right up. A familiar problem indeed. This particular lockpick has a whiff of magic to it, if you've got the nose to sense it, that is. I believe I've heard of such tools before. How much do you want for this one? £3. I haven't come across anything that's locked that I know of yet. That would be half my money. You know what? That very well may come in handy. We may very well need that. You have a deal. I'm sure this'll come in handy. I can only hope that serves you well. I sure as hell hope so with how much money we just spent on it. Okay. Back to Tinscher Street, and since the only thing on Tinscher Street is here, but we did get a new fan, so that's the entire purpose of exploring. Yep. Did get a new fan, and now we need to go back and try to give the ostrich the apple because I forgot to try to give the ostrich the apple because I'm a silly. I don't know if the ostrich eats apples, but we're going to try to give the ostrich an apple. Try to get him to be our friend because who doesn't want to pet a fluffy ostrich? They can be cute as long as they're not trying to spit in your face and bite you or something. Hmm. Okay, well, it's not letting us have an option there, so I guess not. Okay, let's go to the cable street. The Sacred Heart Orphanage sits on a large piece of land off Cable Street, gifted to the parish by a noble family who left for the countryside. The street doesn't get much foot traffic aside from the odd vagrant, and the orphans make a pastime of throwing pebbles and rotten fruit from behind the gates, especially at anyone well heeled. At the moment, you're mostly alone, save for pedestrians, in a more dangerous area of London that might be a greater cause for concern. Though here the worst you should fear is a well-aimed, fateful banana. The more you consider that fact, however, the more anxiety wells up from someplace deep in your chest. It seems likely that Dolores would be happy to see your dress covered in moldering fruitage so soon after the last time. You step free of the morning mist and onto the curved street. The orphanage towers above the dry grass and dusty flat premises inside the gates. Oh, some free gears and cogs over here. Very nice. Grain is cheap and comes in large quantities. No wonder sacks like these are so ubiquitous. What a lovely carriage. I imagine it's remarkably elegant when in motion, drawn by strong, graceful white stallions. Something like that. Really, anything would do. Definitely the finest stallions. The coachman will sit here, and I might say, Bernard, fetch my gloves from the car apartment, if you please, and make haste. We must make it to the bank by sundown, so I may withdraw £1,000,000. Check the glove compartment with an air of aristocracy. These boxes are just starting to become all the rage. It must have been an aftermarket edition, despite the rest of the carriage being of an older design. As well they should. One must have a place for driving gloves. There is something in here. Saints, if the owners truly wanted it, they should have done a better job locking it up. 3 shillings and a bottle of perfume. Not bad at all. Ooh. Okay. Contemporary classic to win the suit of your dreams. 5 black vial. Okay. And my intellect is increased to level 20. Very nice. Okay. Yeah, you should have kept that shit locked up, bruh. The Royal Mail Service. A postman still hand delivers much of the mail, but the distance is significant. An automaton carrier pigeon dispatches the letters after being sorted at the local office. I wouldn't trust just anybody with such personal content. Arrested and cast aside, this automaton is no longer worth more than his weight in scrap metal. Pity. I must admit I have little experience with such creations. The vast majority I've met have been no more than fanciful mechanisms made for labor. The limited and canned responses always seemed a bit eerie to me. Why gift them with speech if you intend only to use them as cheap labor? It speaks to an unpleasant impulse of control, at least to me. Perhaps it's for the best that the ones I've encountered don't yet seem capable of sagacity. What about Teddy Redgrave? He and Otto are inseparable, and Otto seemed quite clever already when I last saw him. Teddy spoke of plans to upgrade him all the more. True enough. Still, you won't see me having any deep conversations with the average 10 willies that roam the streets, perhaps when the technology is further along. These are magnificent animals. It's a shame they have to toil under the yoke all day. I suppose we all do at that. The orphanage where those children went missing. A dreary place, best to avoid it. I've taken rooms like these all across Europe. I shudder to think of those nappy decorations and the rickety chairs ready to snap at any moment. Of course, the royal suite is far more comfortable. Oh, some more gears and cogs over here. There we go, another cog. Oh, an apple crate. Can I get another apple? Another tasty apple. Very cool. That's 3 apples we've got. If we really wanted to, we could up our thingy by 15 at this point. This path leads straight into London's industrial sector, nothing but factories and workhouses. At least all the soot and smoke are confined to a single place, and the mechanisms in such buildings are something to behold. Perhaps these new automatons will take the sting out of the workhouse life, allowing extensions and easier paths to stability. Would that there were the true intent of such establishments. So we had a net gain of no there. Okay. So current quest. Get help to pay off Queen Street. That's the Dora's Laundry. Before my performance tonight, I should tie up any loose ends. Okay, so that's probably the one we need to do last. Before my performance tonight, I should tie up. So we need to do that last. It looks like we need to do these at least as much as we can first. Okay. So we'll go to here first, since that other one is up here at the Palladium. So we'll go down here. Red Lantern Lane is so named for the color of the paper lanterns above the street. Like a carnival, the thinnest veneer of gaudy spectacle conceals a grim reality. Ornate facades, raucous shouts, and 1,000 different smells all compete for one's attention. It pays to keep a weather eye out for danger in this neighborhood. What are those hunched shadows in the alleyways? Vagrants in need of a warm fire, or a gang of thugs waiting for a mark? Possibly something more sinister and twisted. But in the daytime, at least, you needn't worry about being clubbed from behind or getting snatched by some organ trader's lackeys. A pair of pickpockets working in tandem is the worst you'll encounter, as long as the sun is up, and you're far too clever to be duped by such as they. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. Oh, another gearing cog over here. Oh, got two that time. Very nice. I do believe this is the home of Teddy Redgrave. Got me out of a bind during the Frobisher case. No response. He must be out. Okay. This must be Bowsy. I believe she worked for a Wei Loon till his death, and yet still at it, from the looks of it. Bet she's not aware of her newfound freedom. Then again, Dolores does check on her occasionally, likely ensuring Bowsy stays put. Welcome, future patron, in the mood for some noodles. What goes into the dishes prepared here? Tender loving care. Wayland's fond of saying that. I mean, what ingredients go into the meals you serve? I'm sorry, but I'm not at liberty to disclose such things. Secret recipe, only known to Wayland. Well, at least there isn't worry about the competition copying the secret to success. That the establishment managed to last this long without human supervision should also count as a huge achievement. Yeah, we'll buy a bowl of noodles. Suppose I was famished, no harm in treating myself. Pleased to hear here's one order of Wayland's finest. I must say, this almost makes me want to stay in London. Come again? No, nothing. Great. Okay, so that's just, yeah. Great meals tend to make me say all sorts of things. Thank you for your patronage. May the food lift your spirits. Okay, cool. Tasty, tasty noodles. Tasty, tasty noodles. Tasty, tasty noodles. Oodles of noodles. Dolores Chen's Machine Laundry is a place Londoners like having their clothes, if not their dirty character, washed and ironed. A presentable look determines fashion and survival. After all, people guard their image and belongings with their lives in a city that will rob them just as well of their reputation as their pocketbook. Stepping into the laundrette, you are accosted by the reek of laundry sacks. Masking the foul odor is the smell of honeysuckle soap, preferred by Dolores. From behind the counter is the loud rumbling of laundry manglers, mixers, pressers, and steam washers. The heat from the soaker tubs and ironing boards delivers a wave of steam that beats your brow. The mind might be refreshed by a pithy chat with the sharp-witted Dolores. Stay as long as needed to make yourself new again, hours of operation permitting. I just thought about something. Is it over here? I've been looking for something. I just thought about maybe it's over here. I thought it was back there, but is it over here? And among these things, no, I'm not seeing it over here. No. I really hope I don't end up needing it. Because if I do end up needing it, I don't know where it is. No. I'm not seeing it anywhere around here. Is it under here? No, I don't see it under here either. I wonder where I did end up putting that thing. Okay, I just now thought about looking on my desk for some reason. I don't know. I guess it's not on my desk either. I've got lots of little knickknacks, but not the thing I'm looking for. Anyway, this mannequin gets a lot of use, posed in whatever garments fit the latest fashion. Some of these dresses look a bit like Ariana's. Great wooden wash basins. I should hope Dolores never falls in by accident. Dolores can even make the filthiest stain disappear. I wonder if she does the same with secrets. There's something wrong here. Is it poor form to fiddle about without asking? Look right there. A stray gear from another machine has fallen and jammed the mechanism. There, everything is right. Oh, free gear. Okay. The laboring class tends to be fond of knitwear, especially in the dead of winter, when a factory's excess steam is redirected to the furnaces. The indomitable Dolores Chin, a dyed-in-the-wool businesswoman, whether that business is above board or below it. Well, well, if it isn't the illustrious Clara Reed, what wonderful deed have I done to be deserving of your presence? Good day to you too, Dolores. Don't go wasting your charm on me, missy. It won't do no good. Dolores has customers from a range of social classes. I've heard she gives all of them an equal dose of attitude. Dolores is looking at a bit frayed around the edges. It must be something big. In the normal course of things, you would never let it show. What's the matter? I can tell something's got you on edge. Don't bother. I can see you want something plain as day. Let every woman look to her own problems. Please, you know you can talk to me. I'm an old bullfrog girl. I would sooner cut off my own nose than peach on a friend. Anyway, we can read on your face that it's not any legal kind of trouble. All right, fine. I need more graft to get the poppies off my back. I sell the swag that Molly's thieves is lifting, only it ain't coming in like it used to these days, and now every night I've got a constable at the door crying wicked threats. Everybody who's anybody knows Dolores as a fence for Molly and the hounds. She sews hidden pockets in the dockhounds' uniforms so they can hit the stores in Kensington. The bobbies turn a blind eye because they get the hush money. Until now, it seems. So you need me to find out why the deliveries have dried up. Got it in one. I want you to find old Carlisle McGrady. He keeps the orphans in mind for Molly. Might be he needs reminding of the mutual part of our mutually beneficial arrangement. I don't know the name, but I know the type. A lad's man, one who might be getting too big for his breeches. There are a lot of ladsmen in the city, Dolores. How might I find this McGrady? He fancies himself a dandy, wears an orange cravat and topper, carries a blackjack. I've seen what damage a blackjack might do close at hand, but now's not the time for unpleasant memories. Find him for me, show him the error of his ways, and I'll see about getting you what you need. If Dolores is having cash flow problems, it's no good asking her for the Monet I need. But she's got connections. Might be she can help in another way. I need you to get some new papers for me. Now that is something I can help with. No better than to ask why you want them either. You get Peter Kipling off my back, and you'll walk away a new woman. Dolores is shrewd, but she'll be as tight-lipped with my secrets as she is with her own. I can trust her. You'll find the landsman loitering about Plaza Soares if he ain't in the sewers. Okay. If Red Lantern Lane is full of unseemly sights, then the bathhouse is something of an oasis. The smell of jasmine and sandalwood flow from the entryway, and you're hit with a wave of steam as you step inside. The inviting bathwater calls out to your tired bones. Red wallpaper and bamboo paneling divide the room in portions, and a changing room is lushly appointed for all denominations of clientele. The calming incense is impossible to resist. But be careful with your footing. The floor tiles are slick. A drapery of steam collects along the baseboards and curls up the patterned wallpaper. Let the steam into your lungs with a deep breath. Here you may wash away the discomforts of the day, or drown your worries in the liberate libations at the back of the bar. Look at all that glitter in the cubbies. How can people be so careless with their money? Ooh, okay. Slow down a tick there, miss. My name is Miss Reed, sir. Right, yeah. Sorry, Miss Reed, but females ain't allowed in the dreamin' area. Is there some secret and invisible force that draws fools to me, or vice versa? And why, pray tell, are women forbidden to enter an opium den? It can't be concerned for our health. And in manner of speaking, it is. Most of the customers is men, and we don't want them taking advantage of you when you're dreaming. That's actually kind of noble if we're being honest. In that case, you should probably look into like getting separate dreaming areas, like one for men, one for women. That would make more sense instead of just denying women. Period. I spy with my little eye a path that'll take me to a polluted canal. I once went to that part of town. Folks there were surprisingly welcoming. Wager they treasure any visitors they can get, seeing as they're overlooked by most Londoners. Okay, so we need to, with Carlisle, meet the landsman in Source Square. I'm not seeing McGrady anywhere in here. Hmm. Hey, Poe, have you ever seen a guy named McGrady? Okay, no. Looking for a guy named McGrady. Oh, there he is. Sallow-faced, reeking of gin, carrying a cane and blackjack. The ladsman, no doubt. Carlisle McGrady, I presume? Who's asking? Be more circumspect. An interested party. Dolores Chin sent me. Yeah? What do you want? I want to know why your friends can't afford to pay off the bobbies at her door. Maybe you should be asking her that, not me. That's interesting that I still failed that. Oh, I got the fool. That's why I got the instant loss. Huh. Because it's 20. I've got 20 intellect. That's 17. It's only because I pulled the single card that I failed that. That's interesting. But I am asking you. Listen, Dolly, I ain't got nothing to say to you. Shove off. Blasted lout. Can't you see past the end of, can't see the past the end of his nose to look into his own benefit? The landsman might be a bust, but all's not yet lost. I can't pass up an opportunity to get those papers Dolores mentioned. Molly might be interested to hear there's a wrench in the works. She would be at the tavern this time of day. So in other words, I rolled a 1. Oh dear. Okay, I guess I've got to go to the tavern now. You wanted to push things up a notch, you. I mean, if Molly can't have access to her bench, it's going to cause problems. Does Molly know you're being a bastard? I mean, shudder till later in the day. So I guess I can't do this one right now. I mean, I'm assuming that's. Hmm. Ha ha ha. Not even sunlight can lift the pall of despair on Beggar's Lane, where so many have wagered their pay at the Palladium, only to be thrown on the cobbles, penniless. The buildings cast long shadows onto the reeking streets, full of gritty waste and newspapers flapping in the gutters. A by-the-bootstraps Londoner with a handle on their vices would seldom tread this dreary block, but the regulars circle back like a spinning jinny. They scrape together what they can, feeding their habits by losing only a little each week. Meanwhile, the tenants, cramped and derelict, provide some shelter from the sight of the roach colonies, and the pick-clean bones of cane rats settle turf wars overnight. Then there is the buzzing electric fence, preventing the down and out from ending it all in the containment zone, where upon the full moon it is said that the wolves break free of their cells and feast on whoever happened to make their way inside. Many a starry night saw me snatch 40 winks and wagons' backs. The days I spent running with Calvin's Romani caravans are long behind me now. The smell alone is enough for me to avoid the underground. Rumors abound of the creatures down there. Oversized cane rats with teeth as long as knives. I've no reason to venture down there right now. Millie Tawry grade reinforced with barbed wire. The sign reads Werewolf Containment Zone in luminescent paint. The electric bolts are arced between the fence posts, the smoky ozone scent flooding your nostrils. Saints above, a fence like this certainly stirs up resentment in the public eye. Perhaps there's a more humane way of portraying lichens to the populace. This woman loiters around the entrance like she's making up her mind to go inside, but she's far too keen-eyed to be a customer. You there. Hello. Do you work on the Palladium's first floor? Before I answer, I must say I have a sneaking suspicion it isn't the lovely toppers who have you interested in the Velvet Rose. By the way, she just raised her eyebrows. I can't tell if she's taken aback or impressed. Replying to a question with a question was the first trick I learned when I became a journalist. Placing a hand over her heart, she backsteps with a slight bow. My apologies, Ivana Orsini, reporter for the London Journal. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss. Not a curtsy or a handshake, but a bow. Quite a Tom thing to do. Clara Reed, and yes, I do work at the Velvet Rose. Now that we've exchanged pleasantries, I'll tell you why I need to get inside the Velvet Rose. I'm here for an interview with Dr. Clancy Wainwright. This story will flip London on its head, but you keep that between us. Dr. Wainwright is a name I recognize. A bright medical mind, General Director of Bethnal House, as well as an on again off again client of the Velvet Rose. And you intend to ambush him outside a bordello. The excited glint in her eyes says the opposite. If Dr. Wainwright responded to the telegram I sent to his assistant 8 months ago, I would be jotting down his answers in the comfort of his office at Bethnal House. She fishes out a telegram with an air of vindication. To the esteemed Dr. Wainwright, on behalf of the London Journal, a interview is requested on the merit that you are in the process of producing a cure for lycanthropy. Please proceed at your earliest convenience. It further lists her name, occupation, and where to reach her. No hint of insidiousness in the telegram's tone. It's quite upfront. Not another suppressant, but an honest-to-God cure. That would be the greatest medical breakthrough since Sir Turner's morphine. Why isn't he shouting out his achievement from the rooftops? You suspect he's hiding something. You didn't hear it from me. However, there's a reasonable excuse that can be made, as someone on the board at Bethnal House is forcing Wainwright to hold his tongue, to keep their hospital from gaining notoriety and royal funding. Unlikely. I couldn't agree more. There's also the possibility that Wainwright is worried about Drug Club would retaliate. But if I was a member of the medicine monopoly, I would welcome him with open arms. Really, do tell. Discount the price of moon cream while selling his cure at an exorbitant price. Then offer him a cut generous enough to sign his soul for. It's not as if he can refuse. Despite what his conscience might wish of him. I know split-second business acumen is fiddle and tricking, but I would bet good coin you were an industrialist in a past life, Clara. I was only theorizing what they would have done. I have no desire to realign myself with those morally bankrupt louts. Any road. You're a smart cookie, so how's about helping me get inside the Velvet Rose? Just mark the window of Dr. Wainwright's room with this chalk, then flick the snip so I can shimmy it open from the window ledge. If she confronts Dr. Wainwright in the room where he's to be entertained, he'll have a hard time reasoning out of the interview. Does she mean to scale the building? She does have the lithe body for it. You know what? Sure. Why not? I enjoy a spot of tomfoolery now and again. Clara, you're the most dashing lady of the night I've ever met. And believe you me, I've met more than my fair share. I've got some chalk, so we can mark the, okay. She tucks a stick of chalk into my front pocket, then with a wink, she turns away, pretending as if we were once again strangers on the street. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Someone elected this corner to drown in their sorrows, not a drop to spare that I can tell. Pity, but it's often what London will do to you. I could make quick work of that lock with the right tools, but whatever's behind this door smells bloody terrible. More pressing matters to attend. Well, we could unlock with our lockpicks. We got some lockpicks now. Here's that rag again. Okay, so the same as that newspaper over in the other area, I guess. An old leaflet from the Christian mission heard they tried providing fresh sustenance across East London before insufficient funding sank their scheme. I should hope they helped out the folks living in the tenements nearby. At least they're trying. Julie and Bertram O'Brien, orphans missing from Sacred Heart Orphanage. As with Monet, innocence seems to exist here, so it may be robbed when nobody's looking. Runaways or a kidnapping. It's not uncommon for orphans to stray from their abode should they face harsh conditions. Even so, it might have been a kidnapping, and if that, a lad's man would have been scoundrel behind it. They're fond of recruiting children to do their shady bidding. Slad wooden basket with spoiled fish. Mangled contents taken for some imagined treasure or some drunken pill-upper nutcase, I'm sure. You won't catch me doing the same. Fair enough. Fair enough for sure. Okay. So there's not much else we can do that I know of other than enter the Palladium. Home to one of London's most discreet clubs of leisure, as well as an estimably infamous gambling hall, the Palladium is no stranger to the odd successful bunco man or famous face caught with their hand in the cookie jar, who finds themselves in need of an abrupt and expeditious flight from London Fair. You find yourself among the complement of genteel folk who keep the rows running, and as ever, you are deeply grateful that your coworkers extend their discretionary skills to you. It wouldn't do to have a sometimes paramour or an errant debtor catch word of your departure. Come see the sultry songstress, be bamboozled by bawdy ballads, and dazzled by delightful dirges, every Friday at the Palladium. It's a good thing I'm leaving. I'm getting too well known in the East End for my tastes. By the saints, there's a pale note inside the bowl. It's desperate times, but I'm not that. Fuck that. Come on, it's a whole pound. Pick that pound up, boy. That's an entire goddamn pound. So, I would pick it up. I would pick it up. A wide range of frocks, tails, and greatcoats, some in better condition, others that seem to never get off the rack. A good representation of the Palladium's clientele. Impartiality to players is a dealer's foremost virtue, something bias-free automatons excel at. The game here is Faro, first made popular in France. It's a quick-paced and easy to learn and allows any number of players. I wonder if these devices ever stop to consider their situation. Bit bleak to be going through the motions all the time, fueling the addictions of gamblers. Baccarat is played between player and banker. The cards on your side point values equal to their number, except for face cards worth 0. You'll find the more serious gamblers here, but there are far more reliable ways to earn a few quid. The Palladium was rather glad to acquire these machines. Far less deception and trickery, although it still happens, of course. This here is whist, a trick-taking card game with 4 players split into 2 pairs. Lady Luck towers over the tables, blessing or cursing the gamblers without restraint. Nike, the Greek goddess of victory. In my experience, there aren't many victories to be had in a casino. Well, there's plenty of victories if you're the casino. Epictetus, the philosopher, banished from Rome for teaching Stoicism. Doubt he would fare much better in London. One of my favorite inventions of the modern age. Standing upon the stage, I can communicate the most intimate emotions to 100, even 200 people at a time. Okay, so where are we supposed to go for the quest here? Um, Upstairs before my performance tonight, Madame Zora, huh? Okay, let's see. A broadside was abandoned at the bar. Murder is still at large, and during the recent slaughter at Kinnock Street, the body turned up in a back alley, torn to pieces. Who could be behind the bloodshed? Scotland Yard has doubled its forces to catch this killer. As of this day's writing, it claims that only ladies of the night have been targeted, but to be safe, all women are discouraged from being out of doors after sunset. Troubling times, I just hope there's something I can do. If it ain't the lovely Miss Reed, you're in early, aren't you, darling? I thought you weren't singing till this evening. In for a dram? Very funny, Clem. Don't you think it's a tad early? Well, la-dee-da, miss better than day drinking. Time was, you, me, and Penny would drink any of the lads here under the table. As much as I would like to, Clem, I would only be avoiding more pressing matters. Later, though, before my show, we'll have a dram together. Now that, my ducky, is more than fair enough. There's few in East London who could drink a minotaur under the table. Dwarfs, perhaps, or certain fae, said only to be swayed by drink when served in an iron glass. Speaking of clients and of headaches, we have a telegram from the Texan here, and one from Theodore Redgrave, sent along to her place of business, though I expect they'll have been sent to the bell jar as well. I swear my eyes are filling with the amount of long-winded messages I receive. Thanks, Clem, but you can bend those. I already read them at the bell jar. Sounds fine. I don't mind tossing something out, especially when it's a misbehaving gin bibber. The inimitable Lefty Broin, gambler, thief, and somehow a class act all at the same time. How have you been? I haven't seen your name in the papers lately. I take it no news is good news, as they say. Aye, so it is, and it's quite the trick to keep it like that. Oh, ever, ever time some bloody fishwife loses her bridal week, it gets blamed on me, London's premier jewel thief, which is great for caging drinks on a Saturday night, but not so great when you're dealing with the law. You've been laying low? Let's just say I've been dressing up a little more when I go out. The Palladium is quite popular. Doesn't seem smart to show your face around here. Maybe, maybe not, but I've still got to make my living. Any road, I'm about to give up on the Palladium has become a haven for tourists and posers. What do you think about the Corson killer? I've been sniffing around this courtesan killer case. I have a personal interest, as you can imagine. What do you make of it? Could be either Jimmy or Beast is what I've heard. Entangled with something similar in Prague, ye ken. I would have been a victim number 4 if I wasn't sleeping with one eye open. I owed a very unpleasant fella a rather large pile of coin, and I was expecting trouble. What happened? This particular scoundrel favored a boning knife for his hobby. A twigged his shadow passing the lamp I'd left guttering, and rolled off the kip before he could slash me open. And you got away. Och, I skipped out over the balcony, second floor. Nae problem for yours truly, but he hadn't the brass to follow. But that encounter was tae close to a joke about. Was the killer captured? All I can say tae that is nae by me. I hopped a tramp steamer that very night. Think you would like to pitch in and help me nab this maniac? If we wait for Scotland Yard, there won't be a Londoner left safe from here to Blackstone County. Nay, to my dear. The one time was as close as I ever want to get to being mutton. Best of luck, though. Love to see your name in the headlines for that. Worth a try, but Lefty's not known to get mixed up in trouble that she didn't start herself. Have you ever had your hand in anything illegitimate lately? She raises one hand as if swearing an oath. I'm as pure and innocent as a babe in swaddling clays, at least as far as the blue bottles ken. And they don't ken too much. What about your trade, then? Are you and Beatrix still butting heads over the title of finest dolly mop in all of London? I would hardly call it a contest, least of all when poor Bee's fallen so far behind. Meow. Well, I suppose she's still got a few years to catch up. I'm glad I ran into you, Lefty. Take care of yourself. That's one thing ye can always count on, Mass. Bye now. This leads to the green room. Nothing I need there to my performance tonight. An impossibly voluptuous woman, clad in a torn, form-hugging nightgown, reclines upon something resembling an outsized church pew. From inside her painted mouth, the tips of her canine teeth suggest a lurking danger. Not subtle, the way it implies that werewolves are uncontrolled beasts, though there's certainly an equally unsubtle idolization occurring here. I would be lying were I to pretend I've no empathy for the artist. A prurient carving meant to stimulate the baser desires. Well, this is certainly the place for it, at least. I had better take care of everything else I need to before I head in to see Zoa. She can be the long-winded at times, especially if she's in the mood for a lecture. Hmm. So does that make it show on the map, or I don't know. Don't think I can do much else. Opening as a public house in 1667, the Palladium and the Rose that sits at its crown have the dubious honor of being one of the first new constructions begun after the great fire that ravaged London in the Devil's Year of 1666. The workers of the Rose have long claimed that it housed a brothel as well, and despite its occasional forays into social acceptability throughout the centuries, as its deed has changed hands, it will always return to its original state. Regardless of the history, both the building and its workers have been reasonably good to you. A warm and lively air, pleasant conversation, and the wafting smell of bergamot greet you at the door. There's the matter of Ivana to deal with, or to ignore, and you'll need to see the Madame of the house before tonight's performance. A day's work that is only distinct from its predecessors in that, for good or for ill, it is your last. Hopefully. Scenes from distant lands. I often dreamed of other places while working at the Rose, but to be reminded of them like this never sat right with me. I don't fucking believe this. Mr. Sykes, I demand you lower your voice while in my establishment. What did B even say to you? A warning, that's fair play, but this. Beatrix is none of your concern. You violated house rules with her. Let me talk to B. Mr. Sykes, you are hereby banned from services at the Velvet Rose for a period of 1 month. You may return after the expiration of said ban, and you can receive your partial reimbursement at the front desk. I don't care about the Monet. This is your last warning, Sykes. You have 10 seconds to leave before I call in my enforcers. Christ alive. All right, fine. I'm moving, but this is horseshit, you mark me. No cats, dogs, or other equally excitable animals allowed inside. It might as well be a footnote given the noted not ice's sheer length. Let it never be said that Madame Zora doesn't run a tight ship. Tucked under the born settee is a pailful of tobacco juice, close to spilling over. Gross. A grand piano by the German designer Steinweg, shipped all the way from New York City. Bottles sweating, it must have been recently served, but then abandoned. Perhaps its patron was struck with a more salacious craving. That's Lou. Looks like she's sloshed, which is, unfortunately, a not infrequent state for her. Oiled up at this time of day, Lou? Dare I inquire as to the occasion? You know how it is, Clara. Life's nasty, brutish, and short, and then you die, so you might as well make the most of it. True enough that. Might die sooner rather than later, what with the courtesan killer picking off working girls like us. I won't lie, the notion has me proper afeard. We look after our own. Zora won't let anything happen to us. Aye, she'll do what she can when she isn't being a controlling stick in the mud. Uncharitable but fair. Any plans for this evening? Nothing special, but I am looking forward to your performance tonight, Miss Reed. Stop it. Nothing I haven't done before. I wouldn't be too sure about that. You've got a look about you. Don't be silly. You're in your cups, darling. Aye, you're not right, I'm sure. Must be imagining things. Maybe lay off the bottle a titch, Lou?
Stream
Claire, I couldn't
elements,
possibly.
said.
Otherwise, how could I tickle the
Stainless, my
ivories with
friends,
such
hydrate.
natural ease? What's your take on this courtesan killer busyness? I knew one of the girls I did. Hannah Lind, her name was. She used to work here, but she moved on ages ago. That's right. I remember her. A nice enough sort. Before she was killed, she was still working as a dolly as far as I know, which is more than I can say for all of the victims. A working girl like us, even to the bitter end. You know how them bobbies are. Anyone sleeping rough or up to her eyeballs in gin was probably up to all else too. It's the same to them. Best be on my way. Till tonight, Lou. Till tonight, Clara. Zora was looking for you. She's in her office upstairs. A rendition of Athena, one of Zeus's many daughters and goddess of wisdom, poetry, and strategy. The virgin goddess Artemis, twin sister of Apollo, here in repose. I know of Artemis quite well. Hera forbade Artemis's mother, Leto, from giving birth on the mainland or an island, since she was angry with Zeus for impregnating Leto, but Leto found succor on Delos, where she bore the twins. Streaks of fragrant tooth powder cling to the faucet handles, perhaps left by a client, but more likely a worker. If only the Johns kept up their rituals like we do. Someone discarded a few loose coins here. Waste not, want not. Perhaps the client in this room is in fact Dr. Wainwright. Aside from that blindfold, he looks to be dressed like a physician, but I can't confirm without speaking to him directly. That might not be worth the risk. I'd better just mark the window before he catches me in here. Nurse, good, you're here. I've been waiting very patiently. My, what a sight. It seems he's hired one of the dollies to be his nurse for today. I hope you scrubbed in, my dear. For today's practice, I will employ a new experimental technique. It is not without risk, but it is the patient's only chance for survival. So he is both physician and patient. Yes, doctor, I'm ready to begin. Excellent. First, check the patient's temperature. He's hot, sir, very hot. Calmly, my dear. That's to be expected in a case like this, especially with such a hale and good-looking young fellow. Yes, doctor. The patient has hypertension, you see. That means he's quite easily excited if the stimulus is right. What kind of stimulus should I watch out for, doctor? Coincidentally, a buxom young woman is what gets the patient's heart racing. Hold fast, my dear. Rest your palm right there on his chest and you'll see what I mean. He needs the hand of a practiced nurse like you to keep it steady. That's a suspicious mark. Doctor, what's this puncture on his left side? The mark looks almost like an injection site, perhaps. Madame Zora prefers that clients do not fall under the sway of harsher medicines while on the premises. It's not a hard rule, but does save us the hassle of cleanup should they experience any adverse effects. Could quite good eye, nurse. You know, I have a deep personal interest in medicine, and I do love when you explain such things to me in detail. The more I know, the better I'm able to see to the patient's needs. Well, the patient has been investigating the practical uses of lycanthropy, particularly the healing powers enjoyed by the werewolf. They can take almost any kind of abuse, beating, stabbing, even gunshot wounds, and given time will make full recovery. That's astonishing. I agree. If there were some way to distill werewolf blood into an effective palliative, well, it would throw the entire field of medicine on its head. Turning werewolf blood into medicine, that is not what I expected. Eccentric methodology, but still, how fascinating. But all this talking shop is distracting and time is of the essence. Nurse, I need you to prepare the patient for his procedure by vigorously washing the target area. There should be a basin of hot, soapy water and a nice new sponge nearby. This is getting uncomfortably close to real work now. Time to make my exit. I just need to fetch the sheepskin doctor back in a tick. Good thinking, but come back straight away, nurse, so this dangerous but life-saving intervention can begin. Aptly done if I do say so myself, and there's no question about it. That fellow is Dr. Wainwright. I'll just mark the window and be on my way. Don't forget to leave a crack so Ivana can climb inside. The secretive trait. Patience and moderation when and where is necessary. This was always the best place for a dolly to get a good look at herself before meeting the customers. I look good. I've so got instincts help anyone who says otherwise. Here's where all the dollies leave each other notes about the Johns. Here it says Philippe is a Spaniard and a chatterbox who works as a fishmonger at the wharf. He unfortunately comes straight here after work. Lou describes a Mr. Sykes as strong but gentle. There's a caution about some character calling himself Sucker Jones. He gets a bit rough at times, and Zora even had him thrown out, but he splashes enough tin around that she let him back in. Sounds like bollocks to me. More about Sykes. Never fusses about payment, treats you more like a sister than a trick, except for the actual transaction, of course. Sykes wins for popularity, as they wonder the girls don't brawl who gets him for the night. I wonder what else the girls have been saying lately. Let's see. Dr. Wainwright, fussy and specific client. Good time when you get it right. Avoid Mr. Daly when he's in his cups. Sykes, misplaced watch, reward to the dolly that finds it. Haven't seen Salary in some time, perhaps she's seeing someone. That Frenchman sneaks you brandy, wine, or soap brannies tonight, Lou. I want a cut, else I'll complain to Madame Zora. Philippe, go fetch Ariana if she isn't already tending to him. Riley Jones, polite, kind, pays well, highly recommended. Oh, Towers, sweet fellow, but don't bring up cider with him. That'll make him want to talk unendingly about it. Nigel Poppycock, ego boost easily, incredibly high maintenance. S. Fisher, easily distracted by poetical recitation of Sappho and similar. P. Nolan came and asked for the weird stuff but refused to clarify, responding you know and winking when asked, left without services performed. V. Phillips, skittish thing but quite the cuddler, however kisses like a dead fish, needs work. M. Sabat, confined to the physical stuff, still knows how to touch a woman's soul with his wittiness. P. Stark, unconventional taste but very sweet. Theodore Firebird, mostly wants to talk about conspiracy theories, just nod and look impressed. He might give a good tip. Scratches dot the desktop. Sometimes we need to reflect after a night's work, or write a letter home. We always keep a flask of laudanum on hand for dollies who have trouble sleeping. The way the last few days have gone, I might need it. Clean, functional furniture. Zora may not splurge on pieces for the back of the house, but she at least recognizes that keeping her girls happy is good for busyness. Someone left a bottle of old lace in here. Waste not. Looks to be free of stains. Good. Madame Zora hates it when one of us dozes off with our makeup on. A fetching first impression is important. This screen is good for a bit of privacy in a pinch. It's gone cold. Madame Zora didn't finish her morning cup of Earl Grey. Here's Madame Zora. It appears she was lost in thought, perusing the titles in her small off-ice library. Her grim aesthetic belies a fiercely protective heart. She is shrewd and a strict ship runner. Clara, at last, a semi-competent face. At current moment, she seems intensely tired. Something I can help with? That's rather kind, but I gather what you mean is that my competence might be of immediate service. I speak of someone who hasn't slept well in days. Madame Zoro has a history of handling stress quite well. What might have wormed its way beneath that stoic exterior? Could you see our way to getting one of our esteemed colleagues out of a bind? Someone has once again disobeyed the house rules for the sake of lining her pocketbook. Pray tell, which of our ladies is in trouble? As you no doubt gathered, it's Beatrix. Per Mr. Sykes's request, she failed to tie a ribbon around the sheet and has requested some pills to balance her menses after last night's encounter. If you take my meaning. All right, I assume the usual place will suffice. Gray's apothecary should have what Beatrix wants. Indeed, here's the chemist's notes. If you're feeling particularly generous, she's also requested a delivery of Nandy's peanut candy. I might see my way to helping out a friend. If it isn't your responsibility, but I'd be thankful for it. We've quite the evening ahead of us. Popular as our crow worker is, she's a diva through and through, and it might be prudent to ensure she's in high spirits. I haven't the patience for non-essentials on someone else's behalf. Let our dear diva fetch her own sweets. Indeed, whatever you choose is fine with me. Be a dear and pick me up a box of sweets from Pavel Gerard. He'll be as pinfold and Plazasaurus. Very well, I'll fetch your candies too if I have time. Now then, you look like you have something on your mind. Anything else you wanted to talk about? Best not make mention of my travel plans. This evening will run smoother if I keep myself in her good graces, and I haven't yet a read on what her reaction might be. What do you think about this courtesan killer busyness? You have a sharp mind, and you've been in the trade longer than I. Vile busyness that, though hardly unprecedented. Devana knows there are plenty of animals in the city that try to prey on us now and again. You needn't remind me, and as it always falls to us to close ranks to protect our own. That it does. I'll not forgive what was done to poor Hannah any time soon. I recall Hannah Lind only dimly, though her absence is keenly felt by the workers who have been here longest, those she once worked beside. She was clever, curious, and often had a kind word to spare for a girl down on her luck. Miss Reed, may I speak to you in confidence? Of course. I've seen marks like this in my days before I came to London. Brutal killings such as those that now haunt us. Perhaps we are not looking at the work of a person, Miss Reed, but that of a werewolf. It would be easy to blame werewolves given the state of the bodies, but we must not allow prejudice to inform our actions. As you say, I should get a move on. I'll be back with Beatrix's medication in 2 ticks. See to it you are. Plenty left to do before your performance tonight. And Miss Reed, I needn't tell you, but all the same, don't let the Bobby stop you once you have the medicine in hand. Wouldn't dream of it, Madame Zora. I turned to make my way, only for Zora to abruptly stop with a tense hand on my shoulder. Take heed, my dear, once you have the medicine, come straight here. Legal or not, those pills are more than enough probable cause for the coppers to apprehend a woman such as you. I'll be back soon with that medication for Beatrix. Before me stands Beatrix Aguirre. Madame Zora attracts her most profitable girl each month, and Beatrix and I are often neck and neck. I've never been one to puff my feathers over how many jobs I top a month, but there's nothing wrong with some friendly competition. Zora said she would send someone trustworthy to fetch my pills. Going off that sour look on your face, I assume she picked you. Indeed, someone's got to be reliable around here, I suppose. Right then, fetch away, or did you need a moment of my time? Tell her a rumor about her shoes. Would you like to hear the latest rumor surrounding you and your shoes? I am a wretched woman for reveling in her furious yet conflicted glare. I haven't heard any rumors. I have. Well, most of us are used to your quirks by now, but it would seem that Prudence isn't. She claims that she witnessed you using the communal bathtub in the usual way, save for still wearing your boots. Prudence is a half-blind half-wit, and I'm lady enough to know it's quite rude to indulge in rumors. It appears the same cannot be said for you. You never seem to take off your shoes. Do you even go to bed with them? She shoots me a terse look while defensively crossing her arms. This conversation is over whether I like it or not. I know Sykes has a bit of a temper, but you were the last person I expected him to take it out on. She rolls her eyes while waving her hand with nonchalance. His favoritism doesn't exclude me from his tantrums. Besides, he'll be back tomorrow. Madame Zora has banned him, I'm afraid. Her eyes flutter with sudden realization. Do I detect a hint of remorse? Still, she's composed again in an instant. She gives me a petty glare for witnessing a chink in her armor. Why didn't you make sure he was wearing his sheepskin? That's the sort of mistake a kitten would make. I don't recall you being in bed with us. Daylight's a wasting. I need to fetch those pills for Beatrix. Success is a science. If you have the conditions, you get the result. So that's chapter 2, apparently. Chapter 3, Teddy's Workshop. Beat back the terrors of East London as Teddy Redgrave, monster hunter extraordinaire, deciding for yourself what makes a monster in the first place. Whether it's a fiendish creature or an idea for a mechanical contraption, Teddy can't help but chase his quarry. But is he truly chasing what lies ahead or fleeing from his past? Impulse. Battle scarred by his military service, Teddy gained an appreciation for getting his hands dirty and indulging his animalistic side. Ingenuity. Losing some limbs hardly robbed Teddy of his shrewd mind and senses. An inborn sense of structures and systems helped him carefully negotiate delicate tasks. Ever the engineer, Teddy sees people, places, and happenings like machines, objects requiring close study to make sense of their intricacies. Unlike Queen and Country, Teddy feels a connection to people, helping him understand and sometimes manipulate those whose paths he crosses. You're Teddy Redgrave, monster hunter extraordinaire, with a humble four walls inside an old clock tower. The furnishings are sparse in your dusty home workshop, with more priority given to machine efficiency than creature comforts. Mechanical odds and ends litter the floor, like a second skin that will never get properly buffed. The simple single bed is for dreaming up inspiration, and the grease-laden work table has seen many a project to fruition. The neighborhood itself, Red Lantern Lane, is convenient for its quietude in the evenings, as well as being home to your favorite haunt, the Red Lotus. The lofted area is no trouble for a dwarf to walk beneath, and the wagon wheel window is a powerful source of daylight. For the tinkerer who is still hard at work in the wee hours, there are tinsel lamps posted about the room, training illumination on whatever invention is at hand. A fascinating contraption, this is one outlet of a system of pressurized tubes which deliver messages more quickly and cheaply than a man afoot. You're jealous you didn't come up with the design yourself. Thought I heard a thunk earlier, let's see what I've got. Core, looks like another junk missive. Gentle reader, a most alarming situation has arisen. Arsenal Engine's seemingly endless hunger for factory space is now threatening residents of our very own East End. Lord Braxton has set his sights on a block of tenement flats, intending to put poor working families out on the street. I recall hearing the tenements have been without heat for months, and now this. The season grows colder, dear reader, but hopefully your heart has not. We pray that you will keep an open mind and wallet, and generously support our Christian brethren in these difficult times. Good tidings to you, Redgrave. It's a letter from old Bixby. I recognize his scrawl. I have a special job that's come up, the kind with a cantankerous old dwarf written all over it. Something's running about upsetting the swarmers in the sewers. From what little they are able to say about the blighter, it's not any species I know. Anyway, if it's got those hardheads spooked, it ain't no cane rat. And what if it is just a particularly terrifying cane rat? The sewers is basically one enormous machine, so a gearhead like you should feel right at home. But be careful of the waters down there. Some places you think you'll get muck on your boots, but find you're in over your head. Yours in bravery, Bixby, Browncoat. Ever the jester. Did you and Redbeard ever get sorted which of you is the pirate and which the tinker? Seems like a fair job. Now where did I put that key? Here it is, for the warehouse door and beggar's lane. That'll take me straight down to the sewers. Better make sure the trouble hasn't already spread. You never know with the monsters. Dearest Theodore Redgrave, we at Arsenal Engines are sensitive to the needs of the common man, but we must regretfully inform you of your imminent removal from the property in Red Lantern Lane to further the expansion of our industrial empire. Bugger all. Please be advised you must evacuate the premises no later than January 1st, or you will be removed forcibly and with prejudice. Ever marching to a brighter future, are they now engines? Someone's finally picked up Wei Lun's clock tower, but this place is perfect for me and Otto. At least it doesn't look urgent, but I should keep an eye peeled for its solution nonetheless. The good old dusty shelf where many an engineering solution was sourced. Some of these books are irreplaceable, it's true, from every far-flung engineering society in the world. Perhaps I shouldn't be so stingy about lending them out. An inevitable, cruel twist of fate, unwanted, undeserved, but perhaps the start of something new, insightful. All these books sure are precious, true, but sharing such knowledge with others instead of keeping it to myself can make the world more enlightened. An inventor is only as good as his workbench, and this one's kitted out. Wrench, vise, and grommet, awaiting inspiration. I'll be back to you soon, Brocker willing. My hands are itching to get back to my real work, but I must stay focused on my present problems. A crack but still serviceable looking glass. That is a dwarf in tip-top shape, every grommet accounted for and in working order. But a spick and span cove like me needs a loyal sidekick, so I thought, why shouldn't I make my own? Remember that still joint in my leg is acting up. I remember just how Otto and I are. You know, I don't mind the crack, makes me look thinner. Standing about lollygagging at my reflection won't pay the bills, I better get a move on. Here it is, the cast iron battleground where many a shepherd's pie has triumphed over that bothersome nag, hunger. Last time I had a few hours to spare, I cooked a brace of Cornish game hens. They were a tad dry. Here's the old bucket of brass, my pride and joy. Ow! Knew I should have replaced that spark plug. Top of the morning and good day, Mr. Teddy. Where are we off to? By Alvis's hoary beard, we're setting out for a special treat, dear Otto. Really? Well, I would be more than happy to immortalize it with an ambrotype, if we can get my vision upgrade, that is. I knew I forgot something. Alright, let's get you patched up. First I'll need some spare parts. There should be some nearby. What a mess. I should think about setting some time aside for tidying things up around here. That's what I get for being so absorbed in my work. Right, if I were a spare part, where would I be? I think I see something a little more to your right. Got it. Good thing I did such a fine job tuning your optics. Let's get this part to the workbench and get started. Let's see. I have an old escapement mechanism, a pair of cogs, and hopefully lots of patience. Yes, this should do nicely. Alright, Otto, come over here. This won't take too long. I was designed to hold still indefinitely, so don't worry about me getting restless. I've built him well. Pleased to let you know that the installation went smoothly. My vision for making images in low light has improved. Music to my ears. That said, we're low on silver nitrate, so let's not make too many exposures until we get some more. Note taken. Anything else you would like me to keep in mind? Yes, let's keep a sharp lookout for any spare parts while roaming about London. One man's trash is another man's treasure. My programming does not include the ability to disagree, so I echo your sentiment by default. I built him really well. I almost implied that he disagreed, but couldn't. That's what it sounded like to me, but okay. Other side of this door is the hustle and bustle of London, so take care. Let's go. Lucky was the day we made a home in Red Lantern Lane, a nexus of exotic vices in London's East End. Not only is there an opium den, but a laundry, a bathhouse. Everything you could need is close at hand. You'll never forget this moment of finding the old clock tower abandoned and for let. Now it's hard to imagine any other home than this. Of course, the neighborhood has its less salubrious aspects, which the noonday sun rather brutally exposes. Every different kind of vermin and pest seem to congregate here, animal and otherwise. Doghounds, pimps, burglars, and sneak thieves all make this their nighttime home, not least because the bobbies don't care to tread here, except for the special occasions, a multiple murder, say, but none of the skullduggery and want troubles you in the slightest. If the sight of your mechanical arm and heavy weaponry doesn't dissuade any potential troublemakers, the steely glint of your eye most surely does. Friendly disposition in a steam cloud of dumpling aroma is none other than Bowsy, being Bowsy. She kept running the shop since after Waylon passed, but his grandniece Dolores checks in on her nowadays. She's your type auto, for discourse I mean. Answer pending. Care for some noodles? Are you lonely? You doing alright? Not feeling too lonely? I'm not feeling lonely because the two of you are in my presence. We are pleased to hear that our company brings you satisfaction. Poor Bowsy probably has yet to realize that her master is no longer among the living. I had some of your noodles once. Not bad, but they hardly hold a candle to what I can cook. Right, Otto? I lack the sensorial evidence for making such an assessment, for I cannot consume the delicacies you prepare on the stove top. That said, I do trust that they are indeed delicacies, Mr. Teddy. All right, Otto, you've had your fun, but we've got a living to make. Is there a gastrointestinal deficit I can fill? I can fill my own gastrointestinal deficits, but thank you. What about that time you made shakshuka and caught your beard on fire? Mr. Teddy, is that a tear in your eye? That was one time, Otto. Come on, let's go. A common dressmaker's form, essential kit for tailors and seamstresses. A tidy row of clothes left behind by customers. Take steady eyes and even steadier hands to make quality clothes out of torn rags. Vats of lye used to clean clothes, if only there were a way to automate the process. Much like a good hunter covering his tracks, Dolores's cleanliness might as well be instinctive. Dolores's chin, liable to bite my head off as soon as look at me, but she's a good sort. Just like scrubbing stains to find clean clothes underneath. Teddy Redgrave should have known you would walk in. As soon as I got done mopping the floor, you and your metal friend leave oil stains everywhere you go. Dolores, you know that machines and I are inseparable. Isn't that right, Otto? That's right, Mr. Teddy. Spare me. Still, I don't want to give the impression that I turn away anyone who isn't clean from top to bottom. Otherwise, I would be keeping out all of London at bay. We promised to tread lightly. Was someone smoking opium in here? I'm picking up the scent. Dolores winces and lifts up a well-tailored suit jacket by the lapel, as though it were a tattered mess soaked in excrement. An opiomaniac left his rags to salvage. Her scowl suggests a history with use or users. Why, that appears to be a fine suit. You must be mistaken, Miss Chim. I have a better eye for rags than most. Certainly better than a machine without eyes to start with. It seems like this poppy head customer served struck a nerve. A nerve. I'll tell you about nerve. When the East India Trade Company made war on my home, that was nerve. Miss Chen is referring to the just to keep selling molasses, just to keep throwing the wits of my countrymen, just to kill off every man of military age in my family. That was nerve. The Opium Wars which took place. So no, the vile smell of poppies on soiled finery does not strike a nerve. It doesn't begin to with what nerve I have seen. I'm almost sorry I asked. A bath before heading into the sewers seems like the wrong order of execution. And that's fair enough. Think this path will take me to that canal bordering the slums. The canal might be polluted, but at least it's access to water. At the moment, you and your trusty automaton are mostly alone. You struggle to recall if your childhood ever contained moments of quiet and solitude. Regardless, you've since learned to treasure such moments when you can. It's impressive just how many people are fed each year with grain. A sack of this size accounts for more than 200 loaves of bread. As new as it looks, this is an old design. No motor, no electrical gewgaws bolted to the frame. It would be a simple thing to retrofit for steam power, though. I could do it in a few days, without sacrificing the elegance. Check the compartment under the seat, unlocked but nothing of value inside. Some people never learn to properly secure their items until one day they're missing a few shillings. The Royal Mail Service. A postman still hand delivers plenty of mail, but the distance is significant. An automaton carrier pigeon dispatches letters after being stored at the local office. That's when the pigeons don't smash into a wall. Rusted and cast aside, this automaton isn't worth more than his weight in scrap metal. Poor little Tin Willie, he was powerful once. What a shame. I hate to see a machine fall into disrepair. Automatons are going straight to consumers nowadays. A lot of buyers don't bother to learn about maintenance. People need better information. I agree. If there was a concerted effort to teach people how to care for their automatons, then this one might still be with us. Here's the orphanage, home to many motherless bairns. Can't do much for them, better turn back. Reminds me of the time I fought a horse in Zululand. Poor thing was starving. It was me or him. Mr. Teddy, is that what they call a tall tale? Precisely, dear Otto. Horses are generally docile creatures. Well, should January 1st arrive and I do have to vacate the workshop, then I suppose I found an option. Nothing but workhouses and factories lie beyond, but they hardly have anything that can't already be found in my workshop. Though I wouldn't mind if they did, I would only it would only push me to keep myself improving and investing in myself and my craft. It's the kind of thing that keeps me on my toes. Technology changes fast, and you've got to keep up or become obsolete. In dark corners of nearby pubs, whispers claim that the paving stones are bewitched and unmovable. Apparently, his noble lordship Sir Wellington Davies spurned an amorous advance from a sorceress, who also happened to be head stone mover of the paving guild. Thus the local fribbles and ninnies are cursed to endure each errant stone's jarring effect upon their well-kept posteriors while attempting to navigate the square in their steam-powered gilded cabriolets. Okay then. There's Eli McBride, giving his usual impassioned spiel. I can't stand most men of the cloth, but old Eli is different. Father McBride, my favorite Irish preacher, how's the human soul's busyness? It has its ups and downs like any other. More downs today, I must admit, but perhaps you're having more luck with your gizmo. Will Automata ever have souls, do you think? If all of Otto's qualities don't add up to a soul, then he doesn't need one. An interesting point. I don't claim to know our Lord's plans for man or machine. Perhaps Otto has a soul even now. Still converting the sinful masses, Eli? Only for as long as I have breath, Teddy. I'll be frank, I've never really been a man of faith, and this Darwin fellow is raising all sorts of questions, isn't he? The church has taken a strong stand against Mr. Darwin, and rightly so. If I understand his theory correctly, he reduces God's creation to an infinite series of random chances. That is one interpretation, but consider whether Darwin's evolutionary theory could perhaps stand alongside your beliefs. Eli looks ready to berate me until, by some miracle, he takes a deep breath and seems ready to listen instead. All right, go on. Rather than upending God's plan, I believe Darwin has shown the light of science upon it. What if the true nature of God's creation is one of perpetual rejuvenation and improvement? To me, that suggests a world both eternal and in balance. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Yes, I think I shall give this origin of species a closer read when I am able. And apparently that was an achievement Master Debater when they debate with Eli. Okay, cool. His opinion on werewolves. I'd like to hear your opinion on werewolves. Do you think that people infected with the Lycanism have souls? An interesting question. To be sure, might I ask your opinion first? I hunt them for a bounty. Only the killers, of course. I suppose I never gave it much thought. Do not consider yourself pressed for time in that regard. All things must be considered, but most importantly, by the eyes of God. I have to give him credit, he is rather determined. Regarding your question, I must behave as though they do have souls, simply because there's no way to know for certain. And when in doubt, I grant the Lord's grace to all creatures, whether man or beast. But I labor under no such obligation. You are a man of science, are you not? Indeed, I set my watch and warrant by it. Then think how your opinions might change should a cure be developed, and the beast driven out of these unfortunate men and women. You've given me something to chew on, Eli. Thanks. It was my pleasure, Mr. Redgrave. May the light of the Lord shine brightly on you and Otto today. This chair has one split leg. It would break like a toothpick should anyone put any weight on it. It would still be a fine old piece should someone decide to repair it. A nice place to rest beneath the shade and have a coffee. Too bad the restaurant is closed. The placement of a cafe parasol in London suggested perhaps futile, but still impressive optimism. Restaurants are for those who can't cook, and for those who don't have the time to cook. Not everybody's, Some butterfingers has gone and dropped this crate full of dishes and left it to the elements. But why does it stink so vilely? There's a small dead animal inside. It looks to have died violently, so violently I cannot discern the species. Dead leaves. A few more trees in this neighborhood would certainly be an improvement. Hello, what can I do for you? Excuse me, sir, but are you a private detective? It depends on who is asking, Mr. Teddy Redgrave. This is my associate Otto. I very much appreciate your mustache, good sir. Delightful. It speaks. Thank you, Mr. Otto. You're most certainly welcome. Well, Mr. Redgrave, I can see no sense in concealing my identity to someone who I've already heard is an upstanding monster hunter. The name's Yves Chalamet Duval. It is very nice of you to introduce yourself to us. You seem like a decidedly forthcoming chap. Thanks for your time. For now, I will bid you good day. Good day, Mr. Redgrave. Marvelous. The craftsmanship of this vehicle is simply marvelous. Mindy, Mindy, where are we? Hello. Always pleased to make the acquaintance of a fellow dwarf. Name's Teddy Redgrave. Well met. I am Otto the automaton. It speaks. Fascinating, Sir Willard Rathbone, at your service. This here is Dulcimer. Does he mean the monkey on his shoulder or the ostrich he's riding? No matter, he might as well be referring to an imaginary friend. This fellow's plainly mad. How's everything? Fleas, sir. A dashed outbreak of fleas amongst my flock. Oh no. Believe I'll be on my way. Good day. Kind acts are easy to depict in art, but harder to find in real life. Art and artifice take many forms. Can't help but appreciate the craftsmanship on that trident, despite what it's being used for. By the looks of it, this water seems cleaner than what most people can afford to drink. Another product by an automatic loom. While I love the advances of modern engineering, I do still have a soft spot for the handmade. These poor flowers are dreadfully dry. I'm sure I could tinker an automatic watering system for plants. Wouldn't mind kicking back with a good cup of tea. Lots of the keys are currently in use. Busyness at the hotel seems to be as high as ever. Lots of names I haven't heard, surely all muckety mucks. Greetings, sir. Can I interest you in one of our affordable suites? Thank you. No, I have a clock tower that suits me fine. I'm just passing through. A clock tower. How unique. Does it not keep you up at night? Nah, I'm a sound sleeper. Doesn't trouble me any more than the ticking of that steam boiler of yours. Ticking. Sure, metal pipes expanding and contracting in the walls. I find it soothing. Fascinating. Madame, I am Otto the automaton. As part of my machine learning module on politeness, I request to engage in small talk. How are you? Well, Otto the automaton. Madame is my mother. My apologies, miss. Thank you. Some people like to hold on to their youth. I do not understand. Perhaps it's to do with a fear of mortality, coming to terms with aging. I have never considered such a thing. Well, dwarves are like me are pretty long lived, and you'll keep running forever, so as long as you can get the parts. But not everybody is like you and me. I see. A fear of shutdown. That's certainly one way of putting it. What are you two muttering about? Nothing of consequence. I never introduced myself, did I? I'm Teddy Redgrave, engineer and monster hunter. I'm Soury, Soury the concierge. Nice to meet you, Soury. Likewise, so you're really a monster hunter. Sure am, keeping London safe from things that go bump in the night. In my world, it's likely to be a guest dropping their keys. I'd like to keep it that way. Well, Teddy, it has been an unexpected pleasure, but I'd best get back to my job. Of course, shan't keep you. Come along, Otto. Goodbye, Soury the concierge. Too big for anyone to live in this. Why would you need so much space? Small and cozy away from the world. Maybe one day. The cycle of technology. Inevitably, one thing always gets replaced by another. Cages were obviously made for docile creatures. Those bars would hardly stand a chance against brawnier and more assertive captives. Da, 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 da. A vehicle powered by the latest steam boiler from the Arsenal engines. Guess folks are trying to keep up with the pace of city life. I could use a detour to the Boghouse now that I think about it, though. Hmm. Gavin Dawson at your service, provider of meats of many kinds. Anything grabbing your taste buds? Teddy Redgrave, it's a pleasure. You've got quite an array. Allow me to ponder my options. But of course, Mr. Redgrave, take all the time you need. Make it 2 pounds of your best steaks. You know I like a big spender. It's been too long since I made myself a nice steak dinner. Let's make this one to remember. 2 pounds, you say? How about something exotic? I had a jungle animal in last night, slow moving and lazy, which makes for the tenderest meat you can imagine. I'll take the
Stream
exotic cut.
elements.
Wrap it up nice, why don't
Said.
you?
Stay
Of
moist, my
course.
friends,
Good day
hydrate.
to you, and good eating, Mr. Redgrave. Not sure about this bizarre cut of meat. Something about it gives me pause. Only the beginning. The creative trait. It'll be fine. It's good to get creative with my recipes now and then. Do we need anything else, Mr. Teddy? A potato would go well on the side. I can get one from Gulliver the costermonger. I should make tracks for that produce cart across the way. A poster encouraging werewolves to report to the containment zone from the day before the full moon until the day after. It also advertises the zone's fine amenities. Ideally, werewolves should be able to control their primal impulses wherever they go. Keeping them confined when the full moon rises is a good start. How long has such produce been on display? Judging from the goods many bruises and layers of dirt, an eternity. Here's Gulliver Dawson, costermonger and die-hard vegetarian. Aside from our culinary differences, we tend to get along. Gulliver, have I ever told you I admire how you arrange your produce? Neat as the Queen's royal regiment. 'Tis no more than the truth. I trust you've come around to spend some money today, or are you just looking to lean on our kinship as towards a gain? Got some root vegetables? A potato, perhaps? Sure, I've got sweet potatoes, red potatoes, blue potato, just your average potato. Not very adventurous, are you? Fair enough. I suppose a russet potato will do. 8 pence. Out of curiosity, what are you pairing that potato with? I hope it's nothing crimson. At some point, you and Gavin will have to let bygones be bygones. Don't come crying to me if you get tummy troubles from whatever he who shall not be named sold you. Technically, Mr. Teddy already named the butcher. Don't you say it. Affirmative, Mr. Gulliver. All right, Otto, we should get our hands on some spices before we get cooking. Nandy Mabasco is likely to have a selection of spices, and I'd better head for her shop across the street. Potato. I see. Potato. Several statues symbolizing the working person's struggle against the captains of industry. The hammer is meant to be destroying some labor-saving technology, and when labor is saved, working people get laid off. Reminds me of my countrymen's complaints back in Ireland. The condition of it tells me everything I need to know about the Bose's response. A few more winters and there'll be nothing but flakes of rust. Before we had these, the streets would flood during heavy rainstorms. Fortunately, we don't live in that era anymore. But that means small treasures can be found here from time to time. Greetings, care for your portrait painted? Mayhaps, but I'd like to introduce myself first. I'm Teddy Redgrave. You can call me Teddy. This here is Otto. Salutations. That's a fine automaton. The shiny brass plating would be a welcome challenge to render with a brush. The name's Tessica Lincoln, and I paint portraits here in the square. Yeah, paint a portrait of Otto. I'm sure Otto would love to have you immortalize him with a portrait. What do you say, friend? I believe sturdy parts will bring you closer to indestructibility, Mr. Teddy. I don't think that's what he meant, little one. How does 3 pounds sound? Well, we don't have 3 pounds, so I'm afraid we can't do that. We spend all our money on tasty food, which frankly is a much better use of money. A much, much better use. This really is a massive area, though. It's kind of impressive and annoying, especially since the dwarf apparently doesn't run very fast at all. Short, stubby legs and whatnot. Always found these to be of poor design on such a rainy country. I wonder if glass could be improved on. The world's so busy thinking about what we can do with steamworks, it seems like older technology has fallen by the wayside. Hmm. Better be wary of those roots. I don't want my articulating ankle getting stuck. Drawers for all kinds of orders waiting to be picked up. Busyness must be burgeoning. Are these bottles glowing? Please tell me they're just for display and not consumption. The proprietor, Gordon Gray, works away at something on the desk, lank hair falling over his eye. Gordon Gray, how have you been keeping? Very well, Mr. Redgrave. What news today? You know I need a regular supply of paregoric for my implants. Paregoric. Damn it, yes. My hip socket is pure fire. Of course, the usual Gilbert's laudanum. If it wasn't for your remedies, I would have to give up my prosthetics and stumble around with a crutch. Here you are, sir. I'll put it on your account. Obliged. That's the ticket. I don't suppose you'd be willing to part with another flask of laudanum. Sorry, but customers can only get one flask every week. Forgive my curiosity, but why can't you provide me with another serving? The truth is, I had an incident with another customer to whom I sold a couple of flasks. Long story short, he consumed so much laudanum within a day that he began stalking me just so he could ask for more servings. Well, now I've heard everything. Takes an average a week for the drug side effects to wear off, hence the weekly quota I instituted a while back. I hope you understand my reasoning for all this. I think you acted accordingly. I'll exercise patience for now. Is there something else you need from me? I'll talk to you later, Gordon. Be seeing you. Free laudanum, yay! With 1.6 grams of opium per bottle. Yay! No per fluid ounce. Huh, wonder how many fluid ounces are on a bottle. And that's why we go exploring into random shops. Because you never know when you'll just suddenly get a bottle of opium laced alcohol. Exploring is the base for any good gamer. All gamers always explore. A skinny lad. What you doing, skinny lad? Sir, Mr. Dwarf, sir, if I may briefly intrude upon your thoughts, I am Calvin Quill, penny poet extraordinaire. Teddy Redgrave, a pleasure. I will indeed, Mr. Redgrave, and for myself as well. I wonder, would you be willing to patronize a humble street poet? For the price of a single penny, I will create a one-of-a-kind work you may cherish the rest of your days. Expression. Teddy Redgrave, you're a poet, you say. I have a bit of an interest myself. You don't say. Edward Lear and George MacDonald are among my favorites. Edward Lear, but I do love his limericks. Calvin is shocked to see another soul with a powerful taste for poetry. Selling his work for a penny apiece, I don't imagine he can expect very much from his clientele. I must confess I hadn't taken you for an enthusiast. What do you think of Keats? A star in the firmament, at least as far as Englishmen go. Well said. Keats is the current darling in this country, deservedly so in my opinion. Would you ever consider penning a poem about an intricate clockwork or the innards of a great machine? I hadn't before, but it's a thought-provoking concept. Very well, write me a poem. The price is reasonable at least. Tell me something about yourself. Anything at all. Well, I am a monster hunter by trade, and splendid. Now I need perfect silence, if you please. With the fingers of his left hand splayed across his brow, as if attempting to contain the creative genius throbbing in his brain, Calvin Quill bends to his work. He certainly seems serious about his craft. I respect that. When a few minutes later he presents my new poem with a flourish, Calvin looks happily exhausted, as if he had just finished building a house with his own hands. In the city a stranger to sun, Loves a dwarf with a hunt to be won, and where any beast from greatest to least who falls into the sights of his gun. Yes, it certainly is something. I'm sure that fame will find you soon. That is both kind and accurate of you to say. The fashion district's up ahead, great place in which to entertain one's vanity. Besides, rich folks who care about standing out from commoners end up looking like one another. Conformity at work. Da, da, da. Must be wonderful having a cozy and mobile abode. Not for me, though. Where to put my workbench and auto? Everything runs on Steam now. No wonder the whole city's piped. And any engineer worth his salt would know how to plug the leaks. Seems like someone left this earthly realm lately. Let's see what we have here. We're failing the next generation. Hmm. Look at this dock hound, laid where her feet should be. She looks uncommonly deadly. You know how to use those things. By the time I'm close enough to use them, that long gun on your back won't do a lick of good. Name's Olivia Lynn. You look like a fighter, right enough. I that I am. Teddy Redgrave, Monster Hunter. Call me what you like. Even if I call you some tough name like Roger, as long as I can call you Sharpie. I kinda like that. The Monster Hunter sounds like a load of bollocks. You ever do any work for Molly O'Malley? Looky here, whenever some beastie needs flushing out, Mr. Smalley sends for me. Funny, I never seen you then. Why don't you be on your way? She turns her back, and that's the end of our exchange. Door's locked. Nandy must be out. I can visit Nandy later. First, I should get down to the sewers and see what the trouble is. Okay, so we'll do that after the sewers, I guess. Alright, let's keep exploring the city, see what other craziness we can get up to. Hello, Sir Dwarf. I don't believe we've met. My name's Forrester, Lieutenant in Her Majesty's Royal Navy. Retired lieutenant by the looks of him. If I'm not careful, he might try to regale me with tales of the sea. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lieutenant. I'll return when I have more time to spare. See that you do. I always enjoy spinning a yarn or two with passing travelers. I knew it. The good man returns, back for a thrilling conversation, I imagine. Mr. Forrester, I am most disappointed to tell you, but we still have somewhere to be. More's the shame. Next time. These cobbles are a bumpy ride. I could invent a device for shock absorption on this conveyance. But there's only so many hours in the day. Closed. All I can do to this door right now is stare at it. Throw off the yoke of despotic gang bosses and join the Dock Hounds. Big money and a lifetime loyalty await. £10 signing bonus. A level of boasting only matched by that seen on posters from British Army recruiters hanging around town. Choirs and broadsides. Get your broadsides and choirs here. A little chap seems to have a head for business. That's a nice cap, good fellow. You wear it well. Thank you, sir. Little Rob's the name, and I'm selling the most exciting stories in all of London. Take your pick. Murder, suicide, and scandal. We got it all here in the tabloids. Sounds bloody interesting. The name's Teddy Redgrave. Figure we should be acquainted, especially if you're keen on giving any friendly discounts. Sorry, sir. Price is that same even to my cousins from out of town. The latest and greatest stories, sir. You're in for a penny is all. Right, let's give those latest and greatest stories the attention they deserve. A woman of ill repute met a grisly demise in the East End last night, just days from the full moon. The sinister assailant left a body stripped of vital organs and bearing marks suggesting feral claws. St. John's Cathedral is offering a service on her behalf. Alms appreciated. Raises the hair on the back of your neck, doesn't it? Stay safe out there. You too, friend. What is that, Mr. Teddy? A sign of swift technological progress and swifter abandonment of old hardware. A dog sits at the end of the street, his tail wagging as he not ices me. Hey there, boy. What's the good boy doing? What's the good boy doing, eh? You're a happy boy, aren't you? As happy as a well-oiled cog. Why are you speaking in that high-pitched voice? Aren't canines only able to hear certain decibels? No, not quite. Damn, why did Otto have to spoil things with such a silly question? Well, can I at least give him a pat on the head? Go ahead, Otto, pet him. Give him a gentle tap on the head. The dog rouses Otto leans to him. Christ on a high wheel, he must be afraid of automatons. Easy. Go slowly. The dog gently sniffs Otto's hand and turns it around to let him scratch his back. I think he likes it. I think so too, Otto. Seems the mother bird lost this one. Must be hard for them to live here with all the smog. I must say this woman makes me nervous. She's a doghound. That makes sense. You must work for Molly O'Malley. Sure I do. Ain't no secret. Helena Bailey's my name. Redgrave. Looks like you've been favored by Mistress Molly yourself. She gestures to indicate my artificial arm and leg. No, these are homemade. But what about that topper of yours? Helps you think, does it? No, it was supposed to keep me mood stable. Not working yet, but I'm still keeping it. For now, at least. And what kind of job has Molly got a bright lass like you working on? Oh, it's a right lark. Wait till I tell you. We're running a fake charity called Queen of Spades, and people give us their 10 thinking it's going to help unemployed flu fakers. Once her laughter subsides, Helena instantly grows somber, as if a switch had been flipped. Anyway, I've got things to do. See ya. That's what keeps the boat from floating away, innit? Why am I out talking to dog workers? I'm on a job. Surely this man doesn't know anything about what Otto and I are up to. Otto, I know it seems strange to ask you, but do you believe that talking to new people today will help us get anything done today? Our primary objective involves only speaking to people we have already encountered. Analysis of your query. No. We should likely be on our way then. Hello, I am Timothy Agarwal, fisherman by trade, and hello, Mr. Timothy. I am so sorry to interrupt you. Our primary objective does not involve meeting you today. Hola, senor. What can Felipe do for you on this fine day? Just walking by. Take care and try not to fall off the pier. A table listing sailing times and the available stops nearby. A heap of vitrified matter left over from ore smelting or steel production. The boilerplate reads, Arsenal Engines Warehouse. If it held anything of especially great value, I bet it would have also included the words trespassers will be dealt with on site. This cove doesn't hardly fit the part of a stevedore. I wonder what he's doing on the wharf. Greetings, dwarf, and who's your mechanical friend? Theodore Redgrave, monster hunter extraordinaire, at your service. This here's Otto. I think that piece of cloth around your head is rather fitting. What color is it? It's green, obviously. My automaton does not have visual circuits in place to process color. Said you were a monster hunter. What can I do ye for? Just passing through. Do you own the boat behind you, or do you just get paid to stand guard? She's mine, all right. My pride and joy she is. The Great Snare's vessel bear Canadian stamps, and I would wager they've not been seen by the port authorities. This would be the infamous Green Street, I would imagine, providing gin, that aquavita, to the masses, without governmental oversight. And this close to the tavern. No chance Molly doesn't have her claws in this. So he would be Green Street then. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I see my reputation precedes me. Not as such, but yours truly has also found a way into Molly's employ now and then. Well, if Molly's throwing capital around, why not have a piece? Aye, so we've both been under the yoke for Molly before. I'm not sure I follow. Let's not straddle the fence. Our choice of employment isn't always above board. Maybe, maybe not. Due to that, you and I have got a little kinship. What the Bobbies don't know don't hurt them. I? Perhaps, perhaps. That's done it. This cove is shady as they come. For now, at least, he sees me as an equal. Might I inquire about your own personnel fortunes? They ain't what they ought to be. I don't mind telling you. Folks don't respect the honor of an old-fashioned bribe anymore. What is the world coming to? Between this and important shortages, pretty soon I might not be able to fuel my ship at all. You know, I've heard tell of a new capacitor for that make of boat. Really now, do go on. Experimental polyethylene technology makes the engine more efficient. To be precise, 32.33% more efficient. Repeating, of course. Of course. Thank you, Otto. Brilliant. If you're interested, Nicole Dante across the way here might be able to get his hands on one. That'll give old Ziegler something to stick his chops into that doesn't involve Lord Braxton. I may just take you up on that, friend. Well, Otto and I should be moving on. Nice talking to you, Green Street. No rest for the wicked. Thanks for the advice. Nope, no rest for the wicked at all. And I just realized I forgot to go down the Rat Street with the dwarf. Oopsie doops. I sort of did the circle and then I immediately went over to get the spices and I just blanked out because I'm a derpy derp. And a derp, a derp, a derp. Did we even talk to Poe? I don't think we even talked to Poe either. Better vagrants than cadavers open to the air, but what do they do about rain? Perhaps they cover themselves with a bit of canvas. I should hope these coffins drain properly, otherwise under a deluge someone could drown in their sleep. This is Poe Pickett. Drifts around the city so much it's hard not to know him. Might not remember me though. Good day to you, madame, sir, and who might you be? Call me Teddy Redgrave. Why the woebegone look? Is something wrong? Well, yeah, something is wrong since she asked. Here I am, but me business partner up and ran off with all the capital. Do you don't suppose you could help me get a venture off the ground? I'm always looking for a worthy business to invest in. Here's a shilling to get you on your feet. Bless ye, sir. What sort of business might it be? Well, me papa always says, he says, mercantile's a noble trade, so I thinks out about a nice fruit stand over on Tinter Street. I hears a baker. He clears his throat and appears to search for a word. I hears a bakery just opened. Opportunity calls. Vacancy. Take care, Mr. Pickett. Hope to see you later. A lightning bolt fracture runs down this otherwise remarkably clean window. On the ground beneath it lies a crumpled mess of gears and wings. It's a tiny automaton fashioned to look and fly like a bird. What a marvel that they made it so small, yet so intricate. A tragedy, to be sure, but still fascinating. It's emblazoned with the crest of the Royal Mail Service. Seems he had an unplanned collision with yon window. Must have had trouble detecting the glass. Always a shame to see fine craftsmanship in such a state. I could do something about it. I could always do something about it. I have the technology. Alright, I'm taking the damn thing back to the workshop. It's an unusual design. I may even learn something. The Plaza Source Cook Fire. I can't recall passing this way and not seeing one for at least 5 years. I'll leave this potato on the coals. Some poor writer will appreciate it, I'm sure. Anyway, I can always get more at the costermonger. Okay, we'll just give a random bro a potato. It's okay. We can go buy another. We're not doing too bad on money. I think we're still doing fairly well. Not enough to buy a portrait, of course, but a portrait's super expensive. But we can throw a potato on the fire for some random bro. Because it's very important everybody gets their potatoes. Everybody needs to make sure to eat that potato. You got more potatoes, bruh? Yeah, thankful. I sort of just gave my potato away. Yeah, that's only 8 pence. That's not very expensive at all. Got more than enough of that. Wonder if we can just farm this encounter for optimism or something. No? No, we can only do it once. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, let's go check out Pavel's Pinfold. Spotted rats, brown rats, long-toothed exotic rats, vermin of every shape and color, all skittering madly on top of one another. A price list for Pavel's rats, including but not limited to the cheapest kind for rat baiting and the rarest and dearest style of fancy rat, with a little top hat too, a little hat with a tap, a little rat with a hat. Pavel must have direct access to the sewers this way, should he ever run low on rats. And how is London's most famous monster hunter doing this day? Doing as well as can be expected, Pavel. I have a monster hunting contract down in the sewers right now. Speaking of contracts, if you ever find yourself down sewer, I could use a couple more rats for my collection. I'm anticipating big sales for the weekend. If you happen to trap one or two, I'll take them off your hands. If I come across any good specimens, I'll make sure to snatch them up. 5 shillings apiece, provided they're whole and in good health. A rat with a limp or torn ear is of no use to me. Dude, that's not even worth it. I can. That's not even a potato's worth. 5 shillings for a rat? I'll see what I can do. That wouldn't even buy me a potato. At least give me a potato's worth for a rat. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Um. Red Lantern Lane is where our workshop is, right? I do believe. Right over here. Try taking a gander at Otto's components.
Zarls V said. Howdy.
Hello, hello, Zaris. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence, friend. The breast opens right up from the center clasp. Nice design. Compared to the steam-powered horses pulling plows on the industrial farms and the clockwork dash hounds chasing rats down holes, this fellow was positively delicate. And here's the message compartment. Steady on now. Can't open that posterior panel with the state this device is in. It'll all come apart. Right, we'll leave that until later. Yes, this is well within my
Zarls V
capabilities.
said. Playing some Phasmophobia then some V Rising later, it's super fun.
I've seen both of those games in some capacity or other. They certainly do look like interesting games. V Rising especially, that whole open world vampire thing going on. I do love a good vampire story. Hopefully you manage to conquer properly, manage to find your ghost properly when you do start playing. Hopefully you manage to do all that good. There are a few items I'll need first. A handful of your standard gears and cogs. Don't know if I have any lying around. I use them all on you, Otto. Looks like the inventor used some tiny clockwork on the wing mechanisms. The curio shop on Plaza Source sells wristwatches. Maybe she could sell me some parts. Some machine lubricant would help too, though I suppose I could make do without. Okay, well that's kind of where we were going to head next anyways, because that's about the only place we haven't been to yet. Okay.
Zarls V said. So far so good, I hope you have a great rest of your stream.
Thank you very much, friend. It's good to hear you've been doing good so far. Just been slowly exploring the world of Sovereign Syndicate over here. No idea what we're doing in general, but we're doing something. There's like 3 different characters, and there's like 3 different stories going on. It's all taking place in the same area. Burning rubble. Sadly, it's always a sight that reminds me of wartime. There's a glimpse of something white amongst the wreckage, but it would require a large amount of strength to shift that beam. Perhaps if Otto had refined actuators, he would be strong enough to lift it, but it's hardly worth the effort anyhow. Ooh, okay, so something for upgrading. Once we upgrade Otto, maybe we can go get something out of there. What do we have here? Go over the watches. Can't say as any of these timepieces catch my eye, Otto. If I wanted something fancy, I'll talk to Dante. But the machine is interesting in itself. Doesn't seem to be one of Arsenal's, surprisingly. Thought they had cornered the market on automated vending boxes. The lower panel utilizes a grid of wooden rectangles. Did you know there were automatons with wooden components? It's a kinetic tableau. The machine is controlled by operation cards. When I press the button corresponding to one of these watches, spools behind the wooden rectangles flip them to hide or display images or information. I press a button to demonstrate and the machine clicks as the different components spin. Right now the display reads 05, which I presume to mean this particular watch cost half a pound. Primitive. This could be your ancestor, Otto. Perhaps, but you could consider this to be one of your ancestors. This model is a spoonbacker from Austria. They were never very popular in England. In the early days of automation, very few Englishmen were willing to trust a machine with their money. Buy a watch, sir or madame. Molly O'Malley's timepieces are not only the most reliable in London, but also the most affordable. Buy a watch. I take a startled step back when the scratchy voice calls out. Of course the ruddy old thing talks. Might just buy myself a hatchet. That sounds like a static recording, a wax cylinder perhaps, and not the voice of a true automaton. I'm sure you're right, Otto. And now I know why it's been painted over in the Dockhounds' colors. One of Molly's side businesses, no doubt. She must take a cut for herself while the curio shop owner runs maintenance. A shimmering cube catches the eye. Wonder what it's for. That's a brain boggler of some kind, brought in and sold for a shilling. The poor cove couldn't wait to get rid of it, and he was a vagrant besides. Drank up his profits, to be sure. He told me it's some kind of toy or puzzle, but I could never crack it. Couldn't say why, but it makes me uncomfortable. Just you wait, it'll sell one of these days. Hmm. Wonder if we're able to do something with that later since it's still there. There's a huge variety of instruments here, some of which I couldn't possibly guess the name of. Never had much of an inclination to music myself. A domineering device, apparently used for the extracting of secrets, or otherwise cruel and insalubrious punishment. It's not the sort of contraption that I'm fond of designing. A Romani wagon, quite a feat of engineering in its way. Every bit of space is counted for, rather like a sailing ship, in order to accommodate the family. There are enough spare parts in this shop to patch together an airship. It wouldn't fly, but it would be a sight. Hello, sir. Please browse my wares at your leisure. Do you buy as well as sell? Your shop is packed to the brim. Can't imagine you found all this by mere luck. Do you buy here or just sell? I used to, before things went a bit awry. What happened? It was last winter. An older cove came in with a box of family heirlooms, high quality silver and the like. He had fallen on hard times and couldn't keep the fires burning or his tummy full. Material goods retain value, but subjective to the whims of the marketplace. Did you exchange food and coal for his heirlooms? I wish I had. I could see the spot of trouble he was in, and I paid him in sterling. You should have seen the joy on his face, knowing he would see the springtime. But there's no way it could have ended on such a high note. Did he ever come back? I never saw him again, but some bobby stopped by to ask me if I knew anything about an old man found in the gutter, penniless, bruised, and dead to the elements. Bloody hell. They came after the local gypsy, as if I were only a resident of Cinder Street capable of robbing someone and leaving him to expire. She spits on the floor in disgust. So you might say I'm quite selective when it comes to purchases. I don't need any more attention from mutton shunters anytime soon. I haven't been in before. What sorts of things do you have here? All sorts. I bring in anything that tickles my fancy. She rummages around in some hidden place beneath the counter and has something that looks like a combination between a steam-powered drill and a harpoon. She flicks a switch and the drill spins noisily in her hands. Good God, the floor is vibrating. Is it construction equipment? This right here is an earwax remover. I'm told it even works on sea beasts. Most remarkable, ma'am. Where did you find that antique spoonbacker you keep outside the shop? That stupid thing? I didn't find it anywhere. A couple of great bullshy doghounds plucked the damn thing down one day, and there it is. It belongs to Molly, of course. I don't like it, but I'm not paying to have it moved. And Molly doesn't give you a little something for keeping it out on your stoop? No, easier to squeeze a farthing out of a dead rat. If you've got a problem with it, I'm not interested. Do you have anything I could install onto my good friend here? A spare part, if you will. A spare part, you say? Yes, I think I've something I can provide to your companion for say okay. Let's see what you've got on offer for auto. Right here, this cube should come in handy for replacing any faulty parts inside your friend. I believe you were eyeing it earlier. Miss Kimani, I need some gears and small watch components. Pinions and springs and bits like that. Yes, I think I can help you with that. I have a whole drawer full of bits and bobs. Here we are. That should make you something like a full set. For you, only 3 shillings. I have your 3 shillings right here, Miss Kimani. Much obliged. I hope these components come in handy. Think I'll browse your inventory for now. I'll let you know if you need help with anything. Oh, I see. So that's the part for... Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's go fix up both the pigeon and apparently Otto. Wonder if that'll give Otto the actuators needed to dig in the rubble. It's a puzzle box of some sort, Otto. But look, as I work to solve it, it plays a bit of music. A rondo of sorts I have not heard before. Yes, it does sound novel. That's something I can get used to hearing within me. Oh, oh, the lament. Oh, oh dear. Um, I guess this. I guess this. What are they called? The Celebites. The Celiphites are about to come visit us. All right, Otto. I've devised a mechanism that allows you to solve this puzzle in your own time. Something important and enchanting lies within. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Oh dear, oh dear. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Buy the apothecary and buy some lubricant. Apothecary. Oh, okay, I guess I should have gone to the apothecary. Let's go to the apothecary and see about that lubricant. It's very important to make sure to lube up if you're too tight. Make sure to remember that, friends. Important adult advice. Let's see, apothecary's this way. You got some lube, my friend? I need some lightweight machine lubricant, 3 grams if you please. Right away, sir. Here you are, on your account, sir. Just what I needed, yes, thank you. I didn't even have to pay for it, it's just on my account, okay? I mean, I'll have to pay for it later, I guess, but we'll see. Oh, I need a couple of cogs. Ah, oh, okay. I'll need a few cogs with me as well. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm guessing that's just something I have to pick up, maybe? Okay. I don't think there would be anybody that would be selling them. Unless maybe over on the docks, but I didn't see that one guy standing outside. Okay, let's see. Don't see many of these nowadays, what with steam gurneys tearing up the avenues. The march to progress beats a steady drum, but the simple inventions had to walk before complexities could gallop. Walk before I gallop, isn't that what they call a pithy lesson? That's right, Otto, or an adage. Someday you'll write your own. The storefront's frosted window panes shield the interior from the gaze of passers-by, hiding the merchandise from would-be shopbreakers, especially important now that Dante hardly opens up. Must be too busy with his new position at Arsenal. Yet Dante is not one to neglect his busyness. Just how pressing can his work for Silas be? Dusty old socks somebody tossed aside. One fair thing about having just the one leg is that my socks last twice as long, and it's hardly a bother if one loses its mate. I suppose that's one way to look at things. As I know very well from the war in Zululand, when someone goes missing, it's often for good. A doghound that called it quits and left this mortal realm. Is that doghound taking a nap, Mr. Teddy? I'm afraid not. Seems this one has had too many drinks and couldn't handle the load. He's fitted with all sorts of advanced enhancements. I say we loot the old blood bag. He won't be needing that tech anymore. As long as I don't mind picking over a corpse, there's indeed a highly stylable pressure valve in easy reach. Had to wipe the blood off. Mr. Teddy, is this a part you could integrate with my systems? Aye, Otto, sharp lenses on you. This here's a high pressure regulator. Henry Ford's doing, I believe. So I might get an upgrade. If it's a good fit, worth trying out back at my workbench. Military grade, reinforced with barbed wire, the sign leads werewolf containment zone in luminescent paint. Brocker's beard. Those bolts are ferocious. Better keep my distance. Come see the sultry songstress. Be bamboozled by bawdy ballads, be dazzled by delightful dirges every Friday at the Palladium. I wish this prolific poet would stop poking and prodding at passers-by. Cambridge must be lowering its standards. The garments stored away here are used to project status, but cravats and waistcoats are too much fuss and bother. Disabled for the time being, this tin willy is built bloody solid. Maybe so the gamblers can't bash him in when they need to blow off steam. As for the card game, Faro came from France and is hugely popular. Of course, the smart dwarf knows when he's down to the felt and gives it up. When the high rollers arrive, they'll fire up this automaton and start piling up the tin. Lots of money to be made at Baccarat, but I can't say I'm fond of a game where it's you alone against the banker. What do you think, Otto? See a resemblance? Error. Pattern recognition is not a function of my circulatory. My apologies, Mr. Teddy. A self-dealing, self-shuffling automaton waiting for the gambling crowd to arrive. This one's called Whist, and you play with a partner, preferably a friend, against another pair of people. The better you know your partner, the better your chances. Analysis. Gambling against other players rather than the house increases odds of victory. Ain't it always the case? Epictetus, Epictetus once said, "Poor is he who cannot restrain his wants." But it's no wonder he's not being quoted at the gambling tables. A statue of a woman in the Greek style, not a clue who she is, though. Like a shepherd, the marble figure keeps watch on tables where lives can get ruined. Don't get caught on the stairs, you silly filly. Come on now. Core, here's another product by RC Now. They really do it all. Soon enough, they'll be turning out toasters and hairbrushes. Truly, Otto, there's nothing like a warm, toasty hearth to go with a tall glass of ale, wouldn't you say? What would I not say? But of course, Mr. Teddy. I keep forgetting poor Otto can't imbibe. Need a drink? I'd rather have one when I have something to celebrate. The inimitable Lefty Browan, famous for thievery and card playing alike. Lefty, if it isn't the terror of Red Lantern Lane. What's news, Redgrave? How's your wee Otto buddy? I am very well, thank you for asking. You keep this rapscallion in line, eh, Otto? I think I'll leave you to it, Lefty. Good to see you, though. Aye, you too, Redgrave. Keep it in line, Otto. Nothing but trouble and vices upstairs. Perhaps another day, so not really a whole lot in here to explore, I guess. Other than, of course, an entire pound in the toilet. A scattering of liquor bottles empty to the last drop. Someone had a bit of fun here. A slat wooden basket made from hazel cuttings smells awful. Fish is long past its prime. Some of it is still salvageable, if not for me to eat, then for a creature in need of a fix. Waste not, want not, as the saying goes. Don't think they were talking about this, though. Hey, maybe there's some monster down there that likes fish and doesn't care if it's a little rot. Like a carrion of some sort or something. A Fleetfoot journalist takes to the East End. Yeah, that's reads like a tall order for the Bobbies, and if it's a monster behind the series of murders, then a potential contract for me. In the meantime, I do hope nobody else comes to harm. An old leaflet from the Christian mission. Never enough to go round. It's the same story everywhere. Every man for himself. Last I heard, bootstrapping ain't yet illegal. Might be hard at work, but relying on the generosity of others is no way to live. Aye, and when the alms dry up, what then? Hmm. Hmm. I see.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Sturdy wooden door that leads to the warehouse and sewers. It's a perfect fit. I love a simple mechanism as much as complex one. Time for the hunt auto. Affirmative, engaging anti-muck protocols. I'll just set the padlock and chain to the side for now. At the foot of the stairs, you're greeted by the smell of musty crates. Oil lamps are propped up on barrels against the walls, beating back the shadows in what little way they can. Cane rats scurry through nooks and crevices, ready to defend their territory with teeth as long as knives. You can hear the churning of distant machinery, most likely the pump house in the sewers further down. A flickering light shines up ahead, which is of course the furnace around the corner. Despite the heat and the close, humid air, you feel a bone-deep chill. Nevertheless, you take another step. What else is a hunter for but to quell the creatures lurking in the shadows? Red cedar paneled and cornered with iron, a sturdy but time-worn container. This dusty coffer hardly holds my interest. Doubt if there's anything useful inside. I'd rather learn the complexities of machines than wooden boxes. A round wrought iron lid to keep folks from falling down holes. Here's a sizable cane rat, good for Pavel's collection. A pinch of laudanum from my kit will put him out like a light, and it's off to a new home. Strange to think of this wee beastie going on to a life of comfort, and not the grave like all my other contracts. A beat-up crate that smells like an animal crawled inside of it to die. Bugger this, I've got bigger fish to fry, or monsters as it may be. Footsteps down below. I know who that is. Teddy and Otto. 'Twas the shine of Otto's housing gave you away in this gloom. But what brings you here? Big Spy sent me a hunter's writ. Said you've got some kind of creature running amok in the dark. Aye, that we do, and this loathsome beastie has run me straight off my job. What can you tell me? You know I don't ever spook. Not cane rat nor dog hound bothers me a whit, but this thing has me all afeard it has. Sending all of one's time underground must numb one to shadows. Haven't seen it plainly. It always seems to keep to the shadows, but the cries are enough to drive a man to drink. The human cries of its victims, and the unhuman cries that follow it. Do you know where I can find this fearsome creature? Lurking about the sewers or the pump house, I reckon. Hasn't come as far as the warehouse yet. If it does, I may leave London altogether. Care to speculate what it might be? Has anyone tried to trap it or take it down? It's not some enormous cane rat, I hope. No challenge in that. You are a cad, Mr. Redgrave. No one I know is brave enough to tackle it, but if I were forced to speculate on its nature, it wouldn't surprise me if a werewolf was responsible. But the full moon isn't yet upon us. Werewolves only transform on the lunar cycle. Normally that's true, but there's a lot we don't know about it. Perhaps there are some who can transform at any time. How were the victims killed? That's the worst part of it. No one knows. No bodies have been found, but two of my colleagues have vanished in the past few days. I can hear a quaver in his voice. Poor fellow is terrified. Let the hunt commence. I wish you all the luck in the world, Teddy. You too, Otto. Be sure and see the pump house captain for a key. That is, if you are sure that you want to go in there. I'm chomping at the bit to meet my quarry. This boiler uses the flow of rainwater and sewage to generate steam, heating the walls and floors of the Sherlock tenements above. What's this? The boiler's hot, but the fixtures leading through the ceiling are cool to the touch. Another set of shining new pipes has been rigged up, leading in a different direction. The steam is being routed elsewhere. I should look into this. Very fishy. Looks like the steam is being routed downstairs. How about those glistening vats down in the pump house? The pump house has the best control system in our near vicinity. If I were stealing steam, I would manage the pressure from there. Hmm. A brass-banded traveling trunk with sturdy corners, fit for a long voyage, is out of place down here. Better leave it be. Never much of a looter myself. I'd rather make my capital honestly if I can. Identify Hera function firing the boiler. A stunning piece of craftsmanship. Hera report. Boiler operating within normal parameters. Battery 78%. Addendum slight pressure loss indicates steam is suboptimally routed in the system. Aren't you a pretty little thing? New automaton. Greetings. New automaton. Identify. Didn't know there was a punch card for flirting. Come along, Otto. There's work to do. Affirmative. Welcome back, Teddy. Got any furry packages for me? Aye, and he was a wily little squirt too. Very good. And here's 5 shillings for your trouble. Not as much as you get for a werewolf, I know. Thank you. I won't be needing any more of the little fellers for the time being, and urgently works for me as my cage is about full. Okay. Well, that was an easy 5 shillings to earn. London's sprawling sewer network is a dark and dank maze of rushing water, choking gases, crumbling brick and slimy surfaces, all very far from daylight or a friendly face. Deadly shapes lurk in the dark, so keep a close grip on your blunderbuss. Despite, or because of, its dangers, the underground labyrinth seems to attract a lot of traffic from street urchins and criminals who favor it for a rendezvous, hideout, or cache for illicit goods. It feels like you stepped into the deepest reaches of London's underbelly, where the closest thing to the authorities are the sewer workers, a rare breed of proletariat who doesn't mind a 12-hour divorce from the daylight. Safety is a concern for the surefoot workers, not only due to creatures like carnivorous cane rats, but because of the bone-crunching power of the turning wheels of machinery keeping everything on course. Ridden with mildew, this looks like a good home for cane rats. Muddy, filthy creatures, but rat baiting can be fun for those who can stomach it. Watching small animals get torn apart by dogs like Tiny the Wonder, not my choice for an evening out. Who goes there? Mr. Redgrave, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? How goes the patrol, Captain? As you can see for yourself, it don't. Two of our engineers have gone missing. Missing down here, I mean, and not on a bender, and I very much doubt they're coming back. Someone's going to answer for this unchecked brutality. I've had to lock the pump house down. No one in or out for 3 days. Our luck has held so far that one of the machines should and there should malfunction. If you're certain the creatures in the pump house, me and Otto need to get in there post haste. Right, naturally. Here, you'll need this key. Godspeed, Mr. Redgrave. Amazing that they've yet to rust away given how muggy the underground can be. Hmm, okay. Hmm. It looks like a prototype, yet sturdier than anything Lord Braxton has devised. Alright, try this auto. A sturdier actuator piston should make your limbs more capable. Happy to report that it's been properly installed. My ability to lift up heavy items is no longer up the spout. Goodness knows he could stand to do more work around here. Time to go see what's in that burned house, right? Curiosity. I could lift it. That's why you installed my high pressure regulator. I installed the regulator so you could help me with important tasks, not go rooting around. If I were fully autonomous, I would not need your permission. It's good to have dreams, Otto, but you're a long way from striking out on your own. What? Dude, come on. Fine. The humble liquor locker. Quite common in places where long shifts are the norm. An amount of blood one would typically only see in a war zone. That's a lot of blood. Unless the victim was the horse, they can't have survived. Reminds me of things I saw in the G Company. Any engineer worth their salt knows what this does. It's a sturdy crank used to open a series of hidden sluices and temporarily lower the sewer's water level for maintenance. Let's remove the linchpin and give her a few turns then. A foul, shivering groan is followed by gentle gurgling, which seems to come from all directions. There, the water level is dropping. A broad array of levers and switches meant to control the water flow, no doubt. The water level's already down, there's nothing to do here. Well, I guess it's an alternate way to lower it or something. Oh, there's a corpse. A dead body soaked in sewage. His uniform marks his unfortunate fellow as a sewer worker. Has been ripped just about ragged. As for his bootlace, it gets snagged on a hobnail and he's stuck there. I thought I knew what stink was, but now I need to re-evaluate. Claw marks, and big ones. Bear would be my first guess, if we had bears in England. But whatever did this is of comparable size and temperament. Best tread lightly. Some unfortunate soul has been squatting down here in the dark and damp brim. Hmm. Hmm. Well, we found one of the dead people, I guess. The entrance to the pump house, a hefty iron door, currently locked. An engineering feat of an intimidating scope and cacophonous noise, the pump house is the mechanical heart of the East End sewers. In the greasy gloom, the layman is likely to meet their end in a dozen unpleasant ways. Among the shiny vats, thundering pistons, and enormous gears, there is a heavy outflow of steam from the many boilers. Be wary of tampering with the machinery as you creep through the shadows. You just might get snarled by some lurking monster, or blown away by a high-pressure explosion you hadn't planned for. Take extra care with this dynamic machinery. Any misstep could lead to eternal rest. Oh, well, there's a severed arm. Yes, something is off in here. I smell a monster. Otto will need to act fast. Place a trap at each of the side doors. I'll have to watch my back as well, in case the monster wants to creep in from behind. Task initiated. Good, then I'll head for the upper catwalk in order to have a vantage point. The odds of this arm coming back to life are next to nil. A strategically sound location for a leg hold trap. Army trap, choke point secure. There's something odd about this boiler's configuration, but I can't put my articulating digit on it. Maybe Mr. Teddy could have a look. Two traps should be enough. I should step onto that laser platform and keep my lenses peeled for that monster. And now we wait for the traps to do their part. Have I got you to thank for this? The trap I set is firmly fixed to his leg. The device has merely inconvenienced him rather than immobilizing him entirely. Gratitude is unnecessary in this case. I am Otto. What may I call you? You can call me Sucker Jones. That's my name, and I want you to know it before you die. I have never considered that the state of non-entity common to all organic creatures might be applied to myself. This particular organic creature is furious with me. Perhaps distraction is in order. You seem to be suffering multiple symptoms of a very unusual condition. What happened to you? I've been using a special serum, supposed to fix the infection I got from this puncture augmentation installed in the arm. My boss, Miss Molly, sent me down to the pump house to do a wee job. But something's gone wrong with the drugs. I've been out of my mind. This half-human entity must be suffering greatly, both physically and mentally. I keep blacking out, and I can't remember what I'm supposed to be doing. Every time I come to my senses, I start looking for a way out, but I can't even do that right. That sounds very unpleasant and confusing. Maybe Mr. Teddy can help you. Yeah? Whoever that is, better act fast. The way this infection is spreading, I'm not long for this world. He was just here. I'm sure he'll be back sometime soon. Usually he's not the type to keep someone waiting. Well, in the meantime, I would be happy to dispatch a tin willy with his head too full of steam. I wonder if I should be, perhaps more at a distance from Mr. Jones. Somewhere up above us, Teddy takes careful aim. The blast from the blunderbuss is quite loud, and the force of it temporarily knocks Mr. Jones from his feet. When he regains his balance, Mr. Jones stares at the stump where his mechanically augmented arm used to be. Bloody hell, Governor. Hear me out, please. I'm getting a raw deal. Teddy leaps down from the catwalk. Looks like it was a giant cane rat after all, and I'm the rat catcher. It appears I am safe for the time being. Teddy's plan worked perfectly. He's hurt badly, but we're not in the clear just yet. I'm not in the habit of killing those as can't fight back. Stand down and I'll see if I can get you some help. Appreciate that, Governor, truly, but the only thing what can be done for me now is a mercy killing, and quick like. God, no, I can feel the hurts coming on again. Please, sir, end it for me. I'll have to do away with him, and if I aim well enough, he won't feel a thing. Pity it had to be this way, but there's no way I am carting this fiend back to Big Spy. Now we'll just gather the evidence. Auto-activate the Amber type module by your command. Shame to see what used to be a decent man so overcome, but no sense in dawdling. Make the exposure auto. A quick fix, a solace from the immediate pain, gambled with the downfall it may yet bring. Not to worry, I'll handle it, Mr. Teddy. We should have the exposure by the time we meet with Big Spy. Isn't that right, dear Otto? Chemical development as quick as I can muster, but I'm low on silver nitrate. Thanks for the update, old buddy. We'll get you some more from Nandy just as soon as we can manage. The design of Sucker's arm is remarkably significantly different from my own devices, and unlike anything I've seen before. This is not typical of the Doghound's prosthetics at all. The torque and range of motion have obviously improved. The alloy isn't familiar either. How did a gangster like Molly get a hold of advanced technology like this? And to think it's being squandered on a common thug like Sucker Jones. This tech could potentially solve the chronic issues with my own augmentations, for example the extreme and ongoing discomfort of regular use. It definitely bears more investigation. I'll take it with me, I suppose. I should speak to Molly about this when I get the chance, and Dante might know something about its provenance as well. But first I'd like to have a little look-see myself back at the workshop. Good thing this platform held up during that hullabaloo. My implants aren't built for swimming, let alone climbing. For a one-eyed cove, the pump house captain has a knack for dials and gauges. When in working order, this system functions almost autonomously. Captain should only need to pop in and check it now and again. A sophisticated distillery operation with ample steam pressure to keep things rolling. This has to be the destination for that steam I saw being rerouted upstairs. Molly's behind this. Has to be. She does seem to have left a firm impression on the underground. She and her doghounds are stealing steam for the tenements overhead to power this gin distillery, but what can I do about it? A dwarf could do some damage here if he had the right tools, and in this case an adjustable steam-powered long wrench. I could do something about that. Let's see if Dante has the tool that I need. What's it made of anyway? Some of the smaller components are good old-fashioned steel, but the composition of the main structure is unfamiliar. I believe steel is still the base, but the alloy or alloys are a mystery. Could be that someone's found a way to create a titanium alloy. I have heard rumors it's in the works. Perhaps I could reconfigure it to use myself. Ridiculous, it's much too large for my frame, and there's some very fine machinery in the socket where it meets the stump. With all the gore from Sucker's demise, it's hard to be sure. I believe this augmentation was actually embedded in his flesh. That's certainly new. I'll test its strength. It only takes a bit of work to hook it up to my steam line and apply some power. Grip strength is impressive, close to 1100 newtons, much stronger than my own. Wrist and elbow joints are correspondingly powerful. That's enough fiddling for now. Perhaps I could get some more insight from Dante. Otto, take a picture of this arm so we can show it to Dante. Done. Towels and bathrobes disarrayed in cubbies. No need for this right now. The proprietor keeps the water a mite below scalding all through the day, and provides a supply of rose petals, bath salts, and the like for the discerning customer. All right, Otto, now help me in while I take my leg off. We can get you all cleaned up later. How goes it, Teddy? Here for business or pleasure? You know us, Dante. It's always a bit of both. True enough, Otto. So tell me, Teddy, what's on your mind? I don't suppose you've got a spare cog? I can pay the going rate. Listen, can I have a word with you about my augmentations, dwarf to dwarf? Aye, what's troubling you? Is it rusty game? For tuppence, I would bust him one in the chops. I have to remember who my friends are. Hilarious, it's the laggy game. I'm having a bugger of a time with it. Comfort or function? Both. The seating in my hip socket has never quite fit quite right. The pain is unbearable sometimes. Let me take a gander at your harness. Seems you like to cinch it up to this notch here. That's where it's most comfortable. Well, the wee hole's all stretched in it. The strap has to be replaced. I would suggest with a wider band and a double notch for less wear. You've a good eye. I'll have to get to that sometime. And mind you don't overdo it on the pain medicine. I've seen many a good dwarf fall down that hole. I know it, my friend, but it's a good advice anyway. I've recently received a rather unpleasant notice from your employer. I'm being evicted from the clock tower. You say the note came from Arcee now? What do you mean? According to the tube message, the clock tower somehow came into Arcee now's hands, and they mean to give me the boot. For the betterment of their empire, it said, or something like that. Yeah, that last bit does sound like the communications department. Well, don't take it personally. They've acquired half the East End already, and it sounds like the nut ices have gone out for the rest. The company is spreading like a distillery fire. It'll be a right pain in the arse if we have to move. Don't worry, Mr. Teddy. I can always help you move heavy furniture out of the workshop should such a thing come to pass. Before I forget, I need to borrow a steam-powered long wrench, the kind with an adjustable socket. Sure, I'll pick it up next time I'm by Arsenal. Come see me then. But what do you need it for? You hiring out as a steam mechanic now? Not at all, just getting up to a bit of mischief. As much as I trust Dante, I can't afford to have him throw his banner into my endeavors. Every time I adjust the gate to match my good leg, it all works fine for a day or two, until I jar it in some way. Nothing serious, mind. Quick stepping out of the path of a carriage is enough to set it awry. Embarrassing is what it is. Then I'm rolling down the street again like an old sea dog fresh off the boat. If you can't keep it calibrated properly, it may need to be rebuilt altogether. I would consider a better alloy than plain steel too. Blast, that'll be expensive. I know a whaler setting out in a fortnight. It's a 4-year tour and you'll stink of blubber the whole time, but enough. Next time I'll find myself a bloody magpie to ask for advice. Otto, show him the picture you took of Sucker's arm. Understood. What the? That bloody thing is massive. Did you swipe it from one of the cargo loaders at the wharf? Believe it or not, one of Molly's dog hounds were using that gadget to shake down old ladies and reach things from high shelves. But this is no joke. Take a closer look at it. It's fine workmanship, that much is plain. Where did it come from? Is it one of Arsenal's? I have to say it must be. No one else is working on prosthetic technology this advanced, at least not in this country. But access to this experimental branch of augmentations is highly restricted, and I don't have it. But can you snoop around at all? Find anything out on the sly? Bluntly, no. The boss is very cautious, even paranoid, about espionage. If I got caught wandering around in the wrong sector, I'd like as not get sacked on the spot. How do you suppose Molly O'Malley came to possess it? Can't really speak to that, though my employer doesn't scruple to work with the common folk when it comes to field testing, though he might reconsider that approach seeing as how this wonder just fell into your hands. How did you come by it anyway? In the course of a contract. Don't worry about the former owner, he doesn't need it anymore. Who did you murder, and did they have any vengeful relatives or acquaintances? No one of consequence, and it wasn't murder. It was as much a mercy as putting down a rabid dog. Anyway, you know what my job entails. One thing to know about the hunting trade, another to partake in it. Alright, I'll have to ask around elsewhere. I truly needed to get here to the bottom of this. I'm looking for Big Spy. It's about a contract. He was here this morning. Should be back any time. What do you need Big Spy for? Another monster bounty? Aye, but the last job was a bloody mess. Captured my quarry down sewer in the pump house. The leg hole trap made it easy enough, but the bloke had been subject to an awful procedure, and he mutated into something so sickening I'm afraid I can't describe it. Any idea what was behind it? Not a new kind of infection, I hope. Can't say for sure, but I shudder to think what would happen if the affliction were catching. Whatever it was, the fellow's better off dead. What horrors! I prefer to stick with machines. They're at least somewhat more predictable. Amen to that. For me it was just the day's work, nothing more. Indeed, speaking of work, I've been enjoying my time at Arsenal Engines thus far. My boss bears great ambitions for manufacturing even more advanced kinds of efficient mechanisms and mechanical parts. I'm happy for you. Don't be surprised if I come to you for a discount. Come find me down at the wharf and I'll introduce you to my new employer. There's something special I've been working on as well. What do you think about that, Otto? Fancy an upgrade? Currently functioning at 100% efficiency optimal. Not what one would call a brilliant conversation. Not yet. It's been years since I designed a speech processor and I've never had time to improve it. I'm not surprised to hear that. Swapping out punch cards for every new set of instructions is a nightmare, but this product we've been developing does wonders in that regard. Sounds like it would be worth the trip. I can't say for sure that I'll have the time. I never knew when the other could arrive. Really, Redgrave, I would consider it a personnel favor. Tell me you can make it. I should make time for Dante, even if it's inconvenient. Brilliant inventor friends are hard to come by. I suppose I have no choice. Excellent, then I'll see you at the wharf. There you are, Mr. Redgrave, and Dante, you look well. Good to see you, Mr. Browncoat. But as it happens, I was on my way out. I'll catch up with you gentlemen later. Take care now, Dante. A busy man keeps his head above water. Now then, Mr. Redgrave, I trust my little assignment went smoothly. The monster in the pump house was more monstrous than most. He was some kind of shapeshifter, but no werewolf. Not a wolfman, you say? I don't believe there's a name for what he was. The fellow was in human form when he stumbled into my trap, and we had a wee chat. We're not saying you conversed with a living monster. He was in a weakened state when Mr. Teddy began to interface with the man you both referred to as a monster. Otto drew him out of the shadows where he was hiding, and put himself at mortal risk besides. I was not afraid, Mr. Teddy, but in the end I had to put him down anyway. Here, take a look at this plate. Otto produced the image. Hideous. I've never seen anything like it, and for that I'm grateful. Sweat beading on his brow, he looks more ill at ease than I've ever seen him. A gory job, that, but well done. Here's for your efforts. Much obliged, Big Spy. I would offer you a bonus if I were the boss, but of course I'm only the broker. The thrill of the hunt is payment enough for me. That and the tin, I mean. We must have a drink to celebrate the success before you rush off to the next. First shouts on me. All bowmen become like their mothers. That is their tragedy. No man does, and that is his. And that is chapter 3. Chapter 4. Having been roughly roused from drunken oblivion in Beggar's Lane, a masked stranger compelled you to pay a visit to the Red Lotus. There he revealed that your mother, Matilda, may still be alive. You've reached a new bottom, but perhaps this is the motivation you need to start climbing back up. Daylight streams through the window in your garret. You must have slept a long time. Woken from the tremors of a terrible gin hangover, you remember that the masked stranger gave you an ultimatum last night. Recall a few childhood memories, or take a deadly dose, so that he could collect the bounty on your head. You sailed back to the Sacred Heart Orphanage in an opium dream, but the images swim away from you now in the sleepy dawn. Today you must return to the orphanage and see if your mother's name is still on file. If it is, then you have a chance to save her from the mental institution where she is apparently being held. Your hovel is a dim lit even at daybreak. This morning light is pale, suffusing the room with a bluish haze. She's so poetic in the morning. It's rather peaceful. I'll just shut my eyes for a moment longer. That's enough. I had a late night, but I've got to get going. What's this in my pocket? A bank draft for 40 shillings. The stranger must have handed it over when he brought me home from the Red Lotus. You are strong. You have allies. Humility.
Spindash Diva. Said. FRRRT.
Fur. Fur. And there's something else as well. The Magician Tarot card. Must be one of the stranger's mysterious gestures, for I'm not sure it has any tangible function. Having it with me, though, I do feel a newfound sense of humility. Anyway, the bank draft might come in handy, but it's just a bit of paper. It's
Spindash
not
Diva.
liquid capital.
Said. I got rained on my walk.
In a good way or a bad way? Because I love a good walk in the rain as long as it's not too cold. If it's too cold, though, that's definitely a bad walk. I couldn't spend it down at the Palladium, but a more formal establishment would accept the bank draft. Clearly, the stranger has something in mind that I haven't grasped. Speaking of bits of paper, what was it I saw in the dream? He Louise handed
Spindash
me.
Diva said. It was cold.
Oh yeah, that's not a good kind of walk in the rain. No. Yeah, that's how you catch a cold. We don't need you sick. That's not any good. No, no. On the off chance that it's still in the records
Spindash
on the
Diva
Sacred Heart,
said.
I'd better find it.
Took a hot bath when I got back.
Sounds like a plan, friend. I bet it felt good after the long walk, too.
Spindash Diva said. Warming up now.
Make sure to grab some hot shocky, too, or something, or some hot tea, or some coffee. Hot drinks. Something along those lines. Stuffed with straw and covered with muslin does a fair job as long as I'm bone tired. It's too early to sleep yet. The inside of an well debut? Small window resembling a wheel. Oh, I guess that's what you call those. That's the specific name for that kind of window, apparently. It's dusty, and the outside is patented with
Spindash
smoke
Diva
from the factories.
said.
But the
I
glazing
try to
bars are
lose
well
weight.
made, and the double panes keep out the frost. Yeah, it's good not to get too overweight, but at the same time, don't, torture yourself either. There's a happy medium to be had there. Good luck with that. I don't ever worry about it myself. How about flicking the snip? Could use some fresh air. Crack it open slightly. Should I ponder the scenery? Why not? I could use a break. In the distance is the docklands where the boil and bluster steam power reigns supreme. The hammer and nail of burgeoning industry and the bleeding cry of air horns on the steam freighters at the wharf. Deliverance from something, but what? Deliverance from the humdrum repetition of routine. Progress is progress, no matter the form it takes. Any road, it was nice to have a moment to myself. Dust rises up in a beam of daylight, reminding you how reliably unclean your desk is. Me and my tendency to neglect things. Here. Let's have a look. There's desiccated vellum, dried up reservoir pins, and a few glass jars. Imitation vellum, I hope. The real stuff is made from calfskin. My poor brothers. Anyway, there's nothing mind-altering in the desk. I must have cleaned out my reserves. Knives and powder cocaine in the cracks. Nothing to raise a hair, not with my tolerance, but there's something small here at the back of the drawer. Your mother's ring, the only heirloom you ever had, a silver band with a small sapphire. It was folded in your blankets when you arrived at the orphanage. Instead of pawning the ring to cover my cost, he Louise let me decide what to do with it. This ring knows more about my mother than I do. I saved it all these years, never knowing what to do with it. I'd better take this with me. It might help us find our mommy. And we do want to find our mommy, right? And with her being a cow, maybe we can get mommy milkies. What's this? A note from Aunt Lena. She must have left it while I was out. It reads, "Don't delude yourself into thinking I forgot about your rent. If you don't want me to come knocking, you had better pay up soon. The woman won't quit nagging me. Atticus, and Selena's been a fair landlady. You don't want to get thrown out on the street, do you? That crone won't quit either. I'd better take care of my
Spindash
outstanding
Diva
rent to Aunt Selena."
said. My head hurts.
Oh, that's no good. Hopefully the headache goes away. Here's a magic spell, maybe it'll work. Pain, go away. Never come back on any other day. Yeah, it probably didn't help, but I can try. Yeah, hopefully it's not hurting too bad, though. I do hate a headache. It hurts like nothing else hurts. It's not all that much tin, and a roof over my head is a necessity. I'll get the money somehow. How much money do I need? How much is rent? Well, how much is it? I might have enough already. We've got 6 shillings, right? It's not like we're the most rich person in the world, but what's this god awful thing again? Good place for your garments, dear fellow. A respectable coat must be able to dress for any occasion. A well-tailored waistcoat isn't held in high regard. Rubbish. Those fancy jacks can turn up their noses, but in the end it's confidence that matters. Why is this wardrobe talking to me? This wardrobe has seen many thoughts come and go, and so many hearts spilled on pages by starving poets that must have soaked up those emotions and developed some of its own. I'd like to believe that, otherwise it's yet another voice in my head. The wood paneling shakes as I open the sticky door. Careful, Aunt Selina will charge me. How could I forget? My landlady has the eyes of a hawk. Inside the wardrobe is a wasteland of dust and spiders. Some time ago, my racks were replete with the finest silks, satins, and linens, bespoke waistcoats, and pantalettes softer than lambskin. Do I sense bitterness from this wardrobe? The wardrobe is upset, and it's no small wonder. I sold all my outfits to pay for the last bender. But I don't remember, and that's the bloody point of a bender, isn't it? Anyhow, I picked up a nostrum to detoxify. Right, I've got a bone to pick with that peddler. Nothing but saline water and snake oil. I ended up needing an emergency dose from Bixby. Babbling to herself again. Well, I wish you'd fix the cracks in my fastenings. It's rather crowdy. Only other thing to do here is cast my illusion. Boy, still haven't lost my edge. And now I'm a dapper guy in a... Oh, that's cool. I can switch outfits, I guess. Okay. The other outfit was quite a bit cooler, though. Let's switch that outfit. Look at him. He's all dapper in a little top hat and a top coat. That's what's up. All right, then. Lovely smell of books and all that. But don't you have any other interest aside from magical lore? How about a novel? Stories? No thanks. I tend to get lost in them. The Minotaur and Me travels with Beastie, greatest magicians, illusions for thickos. Spellcasting 101, the Minotaur's assistant. All you ever needed to know about magic. Painless potions and helpful hexes. Perilous potions and harmful hexes. Ritual, the world history. Panic and peril, the politics of human and beastly relations. Ectoplasm, fact or fiction. Spiritual prophets, how to train your pixie. Okay, interesting. Oh, so that's where we live. Okay, cool. A weather being receptacle for disposing of refuse. Should I like to reduce the general field at the east end, I can rid myself of any unwanted items here. Huh. Why would I toss out the gin bottle? That would be a waste, wouldn't it? Yeah, no, I'm not going to toss out the old Tom. Why would I toss out the old Tom? It's weird. Okay. I mean, we've got an entire quest searching for unique types of gin. There's a smell of burnt tallow in the air, and a wash tub. So that's what's in the rubble. Huh. Perhaps it was a laundry, and they forgot to pay Molly her protection money last month. No, no, this looks to be just a house, but this room may have been the washroom. Even if there was anything salvageable in the rubble, it would take a team of oxen to relift this crossbeam. I'm bloody strong, but not that strong. So that's what's in the burned rubble. Okay. An uncommonly handsome specimen of Homo sapiens gazes out from a perfectly still water. How did I ever let things slide for so long? I can get back to the straight and narrow. I must get back. I used to. I was quite adept at street performing back in the day. It was preferable to low-level thuggery. There will be time to focus on a proper job once I set my mind to rest about the orphanage. After that, we'll see. The watch faces are of copper, nickel, and whalebone, with bands of brass links, snakeskin, and minotaur leather. Reddy and Selena, she's still selling minotaur leather. The brand is Spoonbacker. Why does that name sound familiar? Yes, Spoonbacker of Graz, Austria. This line of automated vendors was quite the fad on the continent when I was a young buck, though I've only ever seen one other like it in London. I remember looking at the case and wanting one for myself. At the time, I never had the tin for something so fancy. I was on a bit of a bender that night and decided to smash it in, but I couldn't find a brick or a plank or anything else, so I used my fist. Smarted like hell, but I came away with over a dozen of them. What a haul! The engineer I sold them to told me the Spoonbacker chap started out as a watchmaker, but he didn't have the capital to get into the guild. He began making these machines instead, and soon enough every watchmaker in the country wanted one. He died a millionaire. Above the ordering panel is a kinetic tableau. The default message says "Welcome" by way of rotating wooden squares behind a protective sheet of glass. I suppose there are more feckless uses of one's money than a proper timepiece. But why watch, madame? Sir, watch, madame. Sounds like it's in a bad way. Whalebone and Minotaur leather watch. Fine selection, over 500 pounds. 500 pounds? That can't be right. Machine must be snagged on a punch card. Damn. That's an expensive watch. Nickel and snakeskin? Oh, it's just broken in general, so it's saying all the. Okay, so we can't. It's broken. It's trying to demand an exorbitant amount from me. It's too broken to be of use. Okay, I see. Okay, what we got in here? An assortment of instruments is arrayed around the centerpiece of a large harmonium, some upon racks, some splayed in a welter on the floor. There are serenettes, kettle drums, and tambourines, concertinas, flutes, and galopettes, mandolins, violins, guitars, and pochettes, even a waylaid set of bagpipes. Believe me, there's not a musical bone in this body. Perhaps not, but the instruments are rather nice to look at. A towering coffin of cast iron and spikes, threatening pain and agony one could never forget. This godforsaken thing gives me the chills. It's beautiful. Can you guess what it was used for? Medieval torture, unless it's a trick question. This here is a bloody hoax. It was never used for torture. It was invented in this century. Some clever contractor went around with this prototype, trying to get a manufacturer to make it. When the House of Lords caught wind of the idea, they made sure all Britain was turning them out in order to make the present day seem less violent than the past. Good to know, but I still can't imagine who would ever buy it. A little slice of history waiting for the right customer to come along. Come to think of it, there are twisted minds in the East End. Somebody will take it off Aunt Selena's hands. This is one of the Romani's covert wagons, and Selena roamed the British Isles in one of these. The silver-haired woman pours holes in with me her eyes. Have I done something to upset her? I can't recall. You and that cheap illusion don't think you can hide from me, Atticus. Well, so much for fooling her. All jesting aside, have you come up with the coins you owe me for the monthly? Another month gone already. You spent the better half of last month asleep in the gutter. It's no wonder you don't know as a pass. Okay, so we need 3 shillings for the rent. I need a bit more time. I've heard that one before. Now quit loitering at the counter. Have you come across any tasty gin fries while collecting curios? Given your penchant for drinking, I'm surprised you didn't notice my newest find right here. Then again, liquor can do all sorts of things to your sight. Is it pink, or are my eyes failing me? I just added some coloring to make it look more appetizing and get people to notice it more easily. 3 shillings. I hope it tastes as good as it looks. As if I don't have standards to uphold the goods I sell. A pink gin. Okay. Inquire as to Minotaur. I see you're selling Minotaur leather from the watch vendor outside. The Spoonbacher. That stuff is aftermarket, so take it up with the manufacturer. Or better yet, Molly herself. She's the one who plucked that thing out there. You don't share the profits then. Not even a halfpenny. Well, if Molly put the machine there, it wouldn't surprise me if Angelina wasn't coming away with anything in the deal. It's just how that blasted troll operates. Molly, I mean. Any road, why the sudden interest in how I run my busyness? If I weren't so savvy, you wouldn't have a roof over your head. Morals and profit can coexist, it just takes effort. I don't philosophize, especially not with you. Now please, I'm very busy. She's not taking pointers on this topic. Are you aware that the spoonbacker outside is acting up? Define acting up. £500 for a watch. That's so. Well, be that as it may, it isn't my responsibility to fix it. That would be Molly's. If I'm not here to settle up on the rent, I've got better things to do. Now then, out with it. What else is that you needed? About that pink gin. What? Oh, we can buy another one for. Okay. Okay, so we need 3 shillings. I see. Or £3. Well, we've got £2 right there if we can get that banknote somewhere, but even then that wouldn't be enough to cover it, would it? Yeah, we need 3 shillings. That's a lot. Okay, we've got a banknote that can almost get there, but a wooden crate engraved with the insignia of a strange instrument. You weren't supposed to find that. No matter, I doubt you'll be interested. Why is that? Because I don't know what's inside. You'll have to buy it to find out. Only 5 that's more than the rent. The heck? Okay. Not sure what's up with that. Okay. Where's our current quest even taking us? I'm not even sure what our current quest is. Oh, right, going to the orphanage. Dummy. Right. Okay. Now it's time for the Minotaur to talk to the preacher. And Isaac spake unto Abraham his father, Good day to you, sir. I take it you're interested in the Lord's word. Remark on the way he's dressed. I've occasionally seen a vagrant stand and preach on the street, sozzled on gin, but you're dressed like a real man of the cloth. Did the church assign you to this pulpit? The Catholic Church? No, I took my orders from the church, but for now I am, as it were, a free agent. The preacher is running from something. I wonder why it hasn't caught up. Any road. Well met, sir. My name's Eli McBride. May I presume you are a man of faith, Mr. Daly? Atticus Daly? Yes, I am. Tried and true. An unequivocal answer to a simple question. How refreshing. I only wish the path the Lord had chosen for me was laid out so plainly. I have a serious subject to discuss with you, Eli, if you have a moment. And what might that be? I'm hoping to perform a service for the alma mater, if you'll forgive the jest. I mean Sacred Heart Orphanage. Two young people in their charge have gone missing. A boy, Bertram, and a girl, July. Have you heard anything? The color drains from Eli's face. I'm afraid I would rather not discuss this at the moment. Perhaps at a later date. He's hiding something. Maybe if I had more of a personal connection to the case, I could persuade him to help. Always good to see you, Eli. You've no idea how welcome a friendly face is down here. Hmm. Here's that newspaper with a story about the courtesans, but I already read this, nothing else to do with it. A damaged chair. Many a time have I happened upon a decent piece of furniture left out on the street. Some days it was almost like perusing a proper shop. A cafe par excellence, a bit worn but perfectly serviceable. I remember sparring against Snyder the Spider with a much smaller par excellence when we were lads at the Sacred Heart. We had nicked it from some lady at a park when she wasn't looking to play at jousting nights. Quite chivalrous. Everything ends, though it makes way for something new. Carpe omnium while you've got an opening. Autumn's fallen leaves, the subject of many a poet's whimsy. Even the smallest hint of nature is welcome in this grimy metropolis. Apologies, sir, but I'm far too busy with other matters to assist you in any way. Fellows keeping a close watch on goings on around the square. Definitely not a copper, though, right? Good day to you, sir. I'm Atticus Daly. You seem like a fellow of some importance around here. How about an introduction? Yves Chalamet Duval. Can the Bobbies handle the East End? Lots of turmoil on the East End these days. How about our good old blue banders? Think they're up to the job? Can't really say. I'm a simple centaur with simple pleasures. If this one isn't a copper, I'm Lord Worcestershire. What pleasures might those be? Listen, fellow, I don't wish to be rude, but a man must have time to sit with his private thoughts. Perhaps I'll be inclined to have a chat with you later. This statue's in honor of some great and charitable act, but I can't recall precisely. Something about good Samaritans helping to the needy. I wonder if the horse owed Neptune money. Gambling debts, no doubt. What's the use of an indoor fountain if you can't even bathe in it? Looks like it hasn't been watered in ages, might as well toss it in the bin. I like tea, but gin is better. What if Sowery leaves her desk? Stealing one of those would be so easy. It's chock full of reputable names. It would sure be nice to afford something more cushy than my Carol. Are you looking to stay at the Bell Jars, sir? There's Sourie, the Bell Jar's hard-working concierge, a pleasant young woman, unless you get on her bad side, like I have. Can't recall the incident, but I'm sure I was sozzled, the result being a ban from the hotel, and definitely. Wait a minute. Are you Atticus Daly? This is promising. No name calling or threats to involve the police. Not yet, at least. Put up that cheap illusion if you wish, but I haven't forgotten the great show of methicking that got you banned. And inveigle your way back into her good graces. So good to see you again, Sourie. I haven't forgotten the temporary ban you implemented, but I'm happy to say I have my vices under control now. I'm a new Minotaur. Yes, I suppose it's been long enough. Your ban is officially lifted. What can I do for you? How have you been? How's the hotel busyness? Busyness has been going reasonably well. Thank God no one's been murdered here, at least. I'm still working long hours, much too long in fact, but I can't find anyone new who I trust to do the job. Does the bell jar keep any exotic brands of gin behind the counter? Afraid not. It's the same licensed stuff you can find anywhere. How about a cigarette instead? Yes, please, and thank you very much. You're welcome, but I'm in short supply, so don't come back here begging for more. Suppose I'll take to the bricks again. Ta-ta for now. Someone's home, protected by battlements, for others just a dream. Art and life both are truly all about perspective. Looks calm and peaceful when one's living there away from the noise of London. Welcome, friend, to Sir Willard Ruffbo's Exotic Pet Emporium, the only one of its kind in Europe. I see you are admiring my dear friend Dulcimer. Is Dulcimer the ostrich or the monkey? Why, the monkey, dear boy. What kind of name is Dulcimer for an ostrich, I must ask you? Of course. Can you give me a rundown of your inventory? My inventory consists of these animals you see before you: tortoises, badgers, owls, ravens, jackdaws, the lot. Though there is a pair of elephants I was forced to move to a barn out in Gravesend. A bobby gave me a ticket for bringing them into town. Public nuisance, he said, if you can believe it. Did you capture all these creatures yourself? My good sir, I most definitely did, but none of those docile creatures can compare to the Siberian tiger I wrangled in the Orient. Bloody cat tore my left arm clean off. It was too mangled to reattach. If you look closely, you can see the replacement is a titch off color and a full 03 inches shorter. Do you mind if I ask how you came by your knighthood, Sir Rathbone? Sir Willard? Not at all. You won't be surprised to hear it was in service to the Queen. Why am I skeptical? One of the royal family's summer homes, in Aberdeenshire I believe it was, had an infestation of cockroaches. Very unusual for the location, but wherever they wave their antennae, Dictyoptera is a dastardly difficult species to root out. I would just squash the lot of them with a few stomps of the old hoof. Now then, I had a solution no one else could offer: the humble armadillo. I happened to have a mated pair on hand, and loaned them to the royal family to help with their pest problem. When they hadn't seen a single cockroach in a month, I was knighted. A fine range of animals you have here, sir. I'm not in the market for a pet. Perfectly understandable, my friend. It costs nothing to gaze upon these beasts. Writing in something this expensive is bound to bring the wrong type of attention. Many a wonder of the world on display here. Imprisoned, I mean. 2 horses to pull that? I could do that by myself, but I won't. Scratch paint and rusty parts. This one is an ugly sight, but still better than a perambulation. A barrel full of. I suppose that's one way to relieve oneself on a bender. Eager to serve you, sir. Serve you meat, that is. Fancy Jack, like you. I bet you would like a slice of whatever meets my cleaver. Can I assume you're the Gavin Dawson mentioned in the signage? That's right, Gavin Dawson at your service. Well, it's good to see you, but I better be on my way. Aye, you do that. A poster encouraging werewolves to report to the containment zone on the day before the full moon until the day after. Still some ways to go till people become less prejudiced, but at least werewolves know a place where they won't have to fear being hunted down. Fresh fruits and vegetables from the farms in the countryside, and a pleasant spot of color in the muck of the marketplace. Greetings, fine gent, looking to buy some produce from yours truly. A small man with a mean temper. Forge ahead, let nothing stop you. Intimidating. Quite a mouth you've got on that little puss of yours, but I never turn away coin, no matter who it's from. Now what do you think of my wares? How about a peach? If you're looking for pomegranates, mangoes, and such, you can clear off. I don't deal in any of those sissified imports. Nothing but honest English produce. Let's go over Dawson's byword. Imagine getting so worked about a pile of fruit. Lord save us. Yes, yes, just pick me out a bag of something, a variety. I'm in need of healthy sustenance. Very smart, sir. Leaving it up to me, you won't find any rot or flies in what I sell, unlike that tripe my double-dealing brother is hawking. Here you are. I know how siblings like to fight, at least as children, but what on earth has got you so hot about your brother? When we first came to London, we shared a tiny room in a ruined tenement. I'm a vegetarian, but my thrice-cursed brother is the sloppiest meat-eater I've seen. That steak he once ate was the last straw. That often seems to be the way with siblings. The smallest disagreements lead to the direst of grudges. My dyspepsia's acting up. That's what comes from talking about my brother. Now clear out of here. I wanted to talk to you about this brother who makes you so angry. I've had a hard enough day as it is. If I have to waste another minute of my life thinking on the dirty scallywag, my heart'll plain burst. So I guess these two are brothers, huh? Interesting. Your brother went on quite a rant about your falling out, claimed you're a messy eater. And what if I am? Leastwise, I don't do it in public. I guess anything goes in one's private residence. That's Gulliver down to the ground, telling every Tom and Richard on the street about what's no more than a family affair gone haywire. Haywire, you say? The only thing, the only thing I ever asked that lettuce-eating cretin was to take good care of my darling Flora whilst I was away for a few months. And you know what he did? Killed 5 men in a rage. That heartless bastard let her die. She was just the prettiest little parlor palm you ever saw. Gets my blood up just thinking on it. I'll never forgive him. You know, Mr. Dawson, I have no siblings of my own. That's why it pains me so to see you two at odds. Could you, for my sake, at least consider forgiving your brother? If you're willing, I could act as a go-between. Perhaps that is the Christian thing to do. Okay, if you raise the notion with Gulliver, I'm willing. Now make tracks. The dust you're kicking up has blown into me eyes. Well, it was good to see you, but I had better be on my way. Aye, you do that. I talked to your brother earlier, told me he's willing to let bygones be bygones. What say you? That's so. Well, I'll admit I need some time to think about it. Perhaps I'll pay him a visit once I'm done with work for the day. I think I'm all set, thanks. Okay, cool. Maybe I got them to reconcile with each other? Once upon a time, the Luddites put up a stink about the industrialists polluting the landscape, poisoning the air, and mutilating and killing workers. It appears they were able to pressure the government into funding this hideous statue. Any other successes they may have had are unknown to me. A painter of portraits, if I had to guess, but with a single eye. To work without perspective must be tricky busyness. Art is an avenue of expression forever closed to me. I appreciated a prentice to a stonemason once. I must have bashed my knuckles a dozen times in the day I lasted. Good day, madame. I am Atticus Daly. I take it you are a painter. That I am, kind sir, and one of the best in London. I am Tessica Lincoln. As you can see, I specialize in portraits. Your accent is unfamiliar. It's not any flavor of British that I know. That's because I'm not from England. I migrated from America not that long ago. Certain factions in that country make it difficult for a woman of my color and my number of eyes. One could say the same of any region in the world. Life is difficult, and one must deal with it. I'm not sure I agree, but I don't imagine it's worth an argument between us. Point out the fact that she's ought to see one of the best painters in London flocking her work on the street. Is it? There are few professions where one doesn't begin at the bottom, unless one is lucky enough to have financial backing. Then again, artistic talent cannot be faked with Monet. That has one advantage to my trade, Mr. Dave. The work is judged on merit alone. I didn't even notice that, but his illusion is actually making him human, not minotaur, as well. I didn't even notice that before. Dancy, 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 dance. Dancy, dancy, dance. Pardon me, gent. I see you already have a fine set of vines, but how about the intangible luster of a good poem? You see, I am Calvin Quill, sir, poet and artist. Looks like he's about to waste away. Someone might give this chap a bit of dog's meat. You see me in a reduced station, but soon I shall rise like the morning star among the London elite. Then you can claim to have known me when, as the expression goes. What a ragamuffin! The street has not been kind to Mr. Quill. You mean to say you're panhandling? Not at all, my good fellow. I am a penny poet. Though they cost me dear, I sell my wares cheaply so that all may enjoy them. Bit skint, I'm afraid. What do you say to a halfpenny? Listen, sir, poverty of coin is a passing malady, sometimes painful, but the strong soul will endure. The poverty of the spirit is a ghastly affliction, which can hurry everyone to the grave, from the wealthiest duke to the humblest street sweeper. Very well, I've always had a soft spot for art. Here's your penny. Perfect. Just a moment. There he goes, scribbling away. There once was a Minotaur brown, the toast of old London town, until one day walking the docks and not by his socks, he fell into the Thames and drowned. Cheers, Calvin. I'll treasure it forever. Thank you, sir. May the written word always soothe your ills and light your way. Okay. Down this path lies the fashion district. I would stand out among the bank crowds if I were to keep going straight. And if anyone gave me any trouble, I would shut them up with my fist. Shaking it at my naysayers usually does the trick, though I shouldn't rule out facial reconstruction. Years ago, I wished for a wagon of my own and a shiny steam engine to drive it. Nowadays, even with all the turmoil in London, I can't think of any other place as home. Steam is everywhere these days, and this valve looks like it's acting up. In a big city like London, it's hard to escape the sound of machinery. Spine after spine of herbal medicine, indeed must be a fountain of knowledge. But now that I think about it, I bet I have one she hasn't read back in the garret. I should mention it to her. Ooh, okay, okay. Bleach white bones of various lengths and densities fill the cauldron. This woman is a skilled healer. Plenty of things you could do with bone marrow once it's boiled. Here's the pest who tried to invade Andy's basement, preserved forever as a warning against any and all of her enemies. The sword skulls of several shapes and sizes, yet not a single creature is easily recognizable. Perhaps they come from other worlds, destinations the spirit could reach by traveling between dimensions. They're certainly not from this side of London. Wooden steps twisting around the tree must lead to our private quarters. I believe I'm in the presence of Atticus Daly. Your illusion suits you. How can I be of help to you today? Pleasure's mine, Miss Mabasso. Always smells of herbs and flowers and dandies. It really is a pleasure. This tree here, it's enormous. How long has it been here? Even I don't know the answer to that query, nor did the occupants before me. Its origin remains a mystery, but what's important is what it brings now. Quite the collection you have over there. And which one would that be? I have many, you see. Your books, most of them I have never seen before. Yes, some of these are older than both of us combined, and others are from lands far away from here. I take a particular interest in the unknown. When one has acquired enough unique knowledge that benefits others, they become more valuable, and value has its price. I have one you may like, not as rare but very specific. It could add to your considerable value. It would be my pleasure to see it, though I doubt its content will be unfamiliar to me. Maybe you'll be surprised. Perhaps. Okay. Maybe we can get some more money to try pay off the rent. Miss Mabasso, I wonder if you could take a gander at this ring I've been carrying around. It used to belong to my mother. Or mother, you say? Let me have a look. Yes, the stone is garnet, I believe, and could stand to be cleaned. I see you have a gin bottle on display here. That I do, a most troublesome acquisition, as the label implies. Troublesome gin. Why such a name? Well, any sort of liquor has the potential to cause trouble, does it not? Not necessarily. Oh, new gin. Let's see if it lives up to its name. No, that shall not be responsible for any incident caused by the use of that bottle. We're not going to use it. We're collecting different gens. So now we've got a third gen. I wonder how many gens there are. We've got 3 now. Old Tom, Troublesome, and Pink. Do you think you could convert this bank draft to cash? I'm persona non grata with the banks in these parts. Hope she's the right person to ask. Could always use some more dosh. You know, this is not a financial institution, Atticus. I do not even know what to make of such a document. Well, suppose I must hold on to it a while longer. I have a rather strange question, but I thought you might be the right person to ask. Of course, ask. However strange it may be, I promise I have heard stranger. Periodically, more often than I would like, I hear an old woman's voice in my head, scolding me or making suggestions. This is more common than you think. Is the voice friendly? Yes, it seems to want to help me, but shouldn't I be concerned about my mental health? There's always the brain doctor if you are worried, but most likely harmless. My advice is to make peace with this voice and above all, listen. Very likely it has something important to convey. Got anything in stock that would make the fates smile down on me? As it happens, I am in possession of a gree, a votive staple that brings good fortune to its owners. Okay, well, I don't have 2 pounds. We're kind of broke. Okay, I'll be on my way. Thank you, Miss Mabasso. I'll see about getting that book for you. Maybe we can make a bit of money to pay off our rent. We really need to find somewhere to do the bank statement. Once we can do that, that'll be a solid 2 pounds just right there. Oi, you might be a posh cove, but that doesn't mean I'll give you the time of day. What's it you need, eh? Theseus's corpse. Those legs of hers must be hard to walk on. Name's Atticus Daly. Olivia Lynn. I did a deal of work for Molly years ago. How'd you like the trade yourself? Once I got the leg augments fitted, I committed to a particular type of work, right? So if you're in my line, Molly's the best around. You know, I can't figure out what you're doing out here, keeping watch. In a manner of speaking, I'm waiting for a customer to pick up that wagon yonder. It's stolen goods, cigarettes mostly. Okay, well, I don't have enough spryness or charlatan to convince her to. Yeah, do that. I do need it. Yeah, that's fair. Obituary. That's not the same people we're looking for in the quest, though, right? No. Okay. The maintenance on this one is lacking. Seems like the city could employ an entire brigade of window cleaners and everything would still be filthy. Okay, let's see if the apothecary can turn my banknote into some shillings. He seems like an upright gent. Bet he hides the good stuff in plain sight and uses his drawers as distraction. I don't know if glowing medicines sell better, but I imagine a glowing bottle of cocaine would be a hit at parties. Never pegged the proprietor as the kind of man who would allow this amount of chaos in his personal space. Maybe he's tried to be rid of these roots, but they keep growing back. Greetings, sir. Are you? Nope, I guess not. Okay, so nothing there. Just no dialogue options whatsoever. Okay, now we haven't been down the side street yet, and then other than that, that'll be everything here. At least until I get the book. Was not expecting that random quest for the brothers there, and that's why we go exploring. I hope they do figure their things out. Okay, beds. I heard that last year, gross mortality was down across London. The city decided to prop up funeral parlors by buying the excess coffins and making them into beds for vagrants. Not an ignoble idea, but still a ghoulish one. Here's Poe Pickett again, hard to avoid him in this town. Good day, sir. Good day to you, madame, sir. And who might you be? Call me Atticus. Why the woe begone? Is something wrong? No, no. Well, yes, something is wrong, since you asked. I'm awful dry, my lord, parched something fierce, and me flat purse is gone. What happened to this purse of yours? I was minding me own business, just sitting down, lying down, for a wee rest over at the wharf. This bloke bends over all sneaky like and filches me tin right from me pocket. It was yesterday, I think, maybe. Wasn't today, of that I'm sure, mostly. You're saying you were pickpocketed while sleeping in the street. Exactly right. Or maybe I dropped it. Any road, I don't have it, do I? That's the important bit. And the feller what done it, he smelled of brine. It was one of them salty wolf dogs for sure. Okay, I'll keep my eye open for a stray flappers and let you know if I stumble across it. Thank ye, much obliged. I'm curious about something, Mr. Pickett. How did you end up in such a starry state? Well, ain't ye high and meaty mighty? Come down from your ivory tower to take a look-see at the unfortunates. You want to know how old Poe got to be this way, do you? I suppose I do at that. Well, ain't you a rumbumptious sort? I'll tell ye then. He brushes back the filthy hair from his forehead to reveal a jagged white line. As here's a scar from the old button shunters. They came in the dead old night. Says to me I'm late on rent. I says to them I paid it last Tuesday, and you know what they says? What a terrible mistake we've made. Carry on sleeping then. They says nothink. Just hits me over the head with a truncheon and dumps me on the street. Landlord changes the locks. All me things still inside. A week hence, building's been bought by a bank. So they ran out the tenants to sell the building. I've been trying since then, believe you me, Lord someone's or other. But your luck can just spoil, and after it's just spoiled. That sounds like as good a reason as any to find his wallet. Maybe I can prove him wrong. Well, that's interesting. That he actually gives a quest as well. Remarkably, lightning bolt fracture runs down the southwest Mercury. Yeah, there are still clear falling plains of plaster likely to cut. Look at this unfortunate souls huddling around a campfire in the world's greatest empire. I can only hope London's vagrants have the same fortitude I have. Okay, let's go check out Pavel's pinfold. What a sorry sight, all of them stuck in cages awaiting some unknown fate or another. Almost the same prices for drinks as the Palladium. London sewers, home to the rats and the rat catcher apparently. A man of culture in our midst. Don't be afraid, they don't bite. Except that one with the white stripe on his face. I've got my eye on you, buddy. What is your busyness, sir? Call me Pavel, please. My name is Pavel Gerard, and my busyness is catching and selling rats. As if simply catching them wasn't unsavory enough. Since you have so many contacts in London, perhaps you know where a Minotaur could find a decent bottle of gin. Well, I don't have anything myself because of the crackdown on bootlegging. With all the smugglers getting pinched, the price has gone up something awful. But the Palladium is a good bet. Molly O'Malley isn't there all the time, and I know she ain't drinking no swill. I'm making an investigation into the courtesans going missing from the East End. You see plenty of traffic here. I wonder if you've heard anything. Courtesans. I know I make a striking figure, sir, but though I appear to be a high-born gentleman, I haven't a farthing to spend on ladies of the night. No, don't know nothing about it, sir. But if you've heard tell of rats going missing, that is a crime I will confess to. Surely this is some sort of jape. You don't mean you turn a profit with this vermin? A man could pluck one up from the gutter whenever he chooses. I jape you not, sir. While it's true that these fuzzy fellows can be found almost anywhere, I am a connoisseur of Rattus ratus. All my specimens have a special something about them, an interesting pattern in the fur, or a kinky tail and such like. Very popular with the upper crust these days, very a la mode, as the Dutch say. Unbelievable. These rodents are notorious for spreading disease and filth, and you found a way to monetize their distribution. It's unconscionable. I'm not going to pretend I understood all them 5 guinea words, Governor, but I think you get the gist. Now kindly be on your way. Your hostility is making my little darlings nervous. Okay. No new quest down here, apparently. So let's go on home and see about getting that book for her. Even in the dingy dark of your garret, coming home has a certain appeal. Despite the rundown condition, is a space you've gotten used to. Anyway, it contains every possession I have. Oh, and we got the fool. That's nice. These things belong to me. Since I've been hawking my possessions to pay for my habits, it's hard to remember what's mine anymore. Desperate times. Okay, well, hopefully she buys this book. Okay, she's over this way. Here you go, Nandy. This is the book I wanted to show you. She takes the book carefully, interest clear on her face. Nandy knows much, but still, she seems excited at the idea of untapped wisdom as she flips through the pages. The Minotaur's Assistant. Fascinating. It contains many spells and cantrips that only Minotaurs are capable of. It never crossed my mind to take a look at that one. I told you would be surprised. If you don't have a strong attachment to this book, it would be invaluable to my collection. It's not much use to me anymore. I'll be glad to have it find a new home here. Then it's settled. Here's a little something in exchange for the that same Grigri. Oh, okay. So so we essentially got 2 shillings, but then we ended up paying 2 shillings for the Grigri, more or less. Okay, wonder what's up with the Grigri. Voda an amulet believed to protect the wearer from evil and bring good fortune. We can buy more troublesome gin if we want, but I don't want to. So I guess that's all we can do with her. Okay. Still need to find out. I wasn't expecting her to just give a Grigri. Not sure what's up with that. Maybe we'll need it when we run into some evil or something. It'll save us some trouble. Okay, so let's go to the dock and see if we can figure out what's up with the boy's purse. Coin purse. Let's see if there's anything else to do here. A newfangled mode of self-propelled transportation contraptions are a nuisance. It's flaky with rust, must have sat here a long while. Despite its disrepair, a younger me would have surely stolen this conveyance and hawked it for a fix. Oh, we can actually enter the tavern now. Okay. First time entering the tavern. A Crimson Herring Tavern is the den of the dockhounds, where seaworthy souls and landowners alike can toast to a life of crime or anything less devious. The windows are so grimy that no matter the time of day, the only light source is the lamps, each running the risk of being smashed in a bar fight, and illuminating the establishment is a much brighter blaze. Drinking, gambling, rat baiting. If that doesn't scream sporting gin, you don't know what does. The betting counter opens in the afternoon and the bar even earlier. On an occasion, and always at midnight, illegal but tolerated pit fights occur in the basement. Budgie Babcock will take your bets at the counter or anything imaginable, from a bachelor's choice of whom to marry, to the number of stray dogs crossing Sore Square over an afternoon, to how many vagrants will expire in the night, can be wagered upon. Okay, we can explore a new area. It's a male. It's a bar. No, not drinking on the job. Swear. Now then, what can I get ya? I want a twink. Again, suit me fine, mate. Okay, so you've got Old Tom, I see. That's the bottle's name, of course, not mine. Mother Mary, there's no way that's Old Tom. Tastes like a bottle of pixie blood. Not only to curb my vices, but also to preserve my taste buds, I should really avoid the drinks here. We've all been there, you know. Well, where? You know, sozzled when we should be doing our job instead. Fates know I've been guilty of it myself. Whether back in my thuggish past, handing out beatdowns on behalf of the hounds, or performing street magic. Well, that's a relief. Won't be needing a drink just now, thanks anyway. The most famously vicious of canine combatants are bolted above the fireplace, frozen in startling eternal splendor. Not that I can frankly really see them at all, but cool. Oh, it's a doggy. Hello, doggy. Hey there, boy. Simmer down. Okay. Before me stands Pudgy, Molly's accountant. Looks more like a jailbird than a cog in the dockhound's machine, or maybe the booth gives that impression. Mr. Daly, looking to bet some bees and honey, got a couple of events over at the Ups and Downs. What will it be? I'm the kind of cove who likes to know what event I'll be betting on. Fair enough. Got ourselves a few sporting gents worth tossing the big beans currency at. One on horses, another on steam cars. Then there's one on your favorite, gin. Bets on gin, how does that work? Think of it like a taste contest. Bona fide grudges get together and grade 5 gin brands from different brewers on things like smell, texture, flavor, and aftertaste. Bottle with the most points wins, and so does anyone who places a bet on the winning article. Not right now, maybe once I've accrued more capital. Keep telling you to go easy on all that gin you spend money on. Besides, Fisherman's Daughter is less mucky to drink nowadays. Daily, fashionable as always. Better Edge. Jimmy Better Edge isn't the type to banter with others. Best find a topic he deems worthy of discussion. I'd better leave him be before he finds a reason not to leave me be. Look at this goonoff. Bloody awful what a excess of crime and alcohol does to a man. But I don't know him yet. Perhaps he's only guilty of a lack of restraint. Skinny bloke. This looks like a hard one, likely another dockhound. What are you drinking, friend? The usual swill. Don't know as I've seen you before, Lionel Banbury. Atticus Daly, are you a dockhound? Aye, it's a dirty, dangerous work, but most work is. At least it pays well. Okay, so not a whole lot here. If we had money, we could bet, I guess, maybe on something, but not a whole lot up in here yet. Okay, hello there, chappie. My name's Glenn Forrester, Lieutenant in Her Majesty's Royal Navy. Forgive me if I'm mistaken, but I sense a whiff of the magical about your person. Am I correct? Indeed, I was once a street magician of middling talent, but those days are behind me, it seems. I was never a hand at sorcery myself. Now, what can I call you, good sir? Atticus Daly. A fine name at that. Any road, I've encountered many wondrous creatures in my travels around the Aegean, sultry sirens, terrifying krakens, and countless others since once thought to exist only in myth. I've always had an interest in mythology. What about these other creatures? As I mentioned, I am an officer in the Royal Navy, and not given to spinning wild yarns, as are some of my seagoing brethren. I have witnessed miracles at the temple of Zeus, and have myself spoken with the mermaid of Thessalonica. All right, I accept your bona fides. What is it you want to tell me? This encounter took place upon Thrin a lot rocky. So is he telling the same story he told the other one? Is he telling it the same story? Yeah, it's the same story. Can't judge a person off their stature, but still the sort of height does tend to command respect. Yeah, it's the same story. From your tone I had feared some kind of disaster. What is it about this incident that rattled you so? What troubles me about the ambush on Thrin is that from that day on I've been consumed with antipsychotic prejudice. Mm-hmm. I understand what it means to be on the receiving end of such prejudice. It haunts me in every corner of London, and for all my size, every Tom, John, and Jane seems perfectly competent to insult and belittle me at every opportunity. I, too, have faced a sort of travail as a dark-skinned man in the Navy. It was the work of many long years to achieve the rank of lieutenant, times in which I gave everything I had to my country. The place where my right leg used to be is testament to that. Indeed, no one could doubt his loyalty and determination. But I feared much, as well. Do you know the Cyclops preacher Eli? Yeah, I know him. He and I have become fast friends. His company has been a sobering reminder of the great odds stacked against certain people in this world, and how vigilant one must be not only with others, but with oneself. Well spoken, sir. I myself have many a time noted the correspondence between prejudice against darker skinned folks and against people like myself of, let's say, unconventional ancestry. I am glad to have met you, Atticus Daly. Our conversation has left my mind expanded and my spirits lifted. He reaches for something in his waistcoat. Here, take this token of my gratitude, a little something I found on one of my seafaring adventures. Good day to you, and good luck to all. Oh, a new gem. Very good. Now we've got Jonathan Silver. Again, no idea how many different varieties of gin there are, but now we've got 4. Jonathan Silver, Pink, Troublesome, and Old Tom. There's something else I'd like to discuss. Sure, Atticus, what is it? Look, here's the rub. Poe Pickett asked me to track down his flat purse, which he says was stolen. I don't know any Poes or Picketts, and don't like the implication. I suppose your eyes ever. No, no, no. I was just asking if you've seen anything. I mean, it was here on the docks. You seem to be standing here. I was just wondering if you had seen anything, bruh. No place riper to make a home has been ransacked. Rumor has it that many an automaton pigeon goes rogue nowadays, attacking anything it senses as a threat. Even the birds must fight for space in this mad city. Throw off the yoke of despotic gang bosses. I'd rather leap from the bridge of sighs and go back to work for the hands. Governor, moneyed agents like you must have a chippy tucked away somewheres. Why not dazzle her with some popular sheet music? Little Rob has all the latest ballads. Bet those ballads are raunchy to boot. I also have some bulletins if you just want the news. 1 penny apiece. Wait a minute. He takes a discerning look at me. You're no money gent. You're just a lowly minotaur with a cheap illusion. Bloody crow, is it that easy to tell? Sometimes children can see what adults cannot, but I can't tell if little Rob is a child or merely a very short adult. Well, yes, you're correct, but I don't appreciate you calling me lowly. Well, yes, you're sorry about that, Governor. Minotaurs typically being low class and whatnot, I guess it was second nature. I see you're wearing a cast. What happened to your arm? I got clipped by a steam gurney not 2 blocks from here. Suppose I should be grateful, though. The dandy what hit me took me to a real doctor to get me arm fixed up. You should be more grateful. It's a dangerous city. Yeah, yeah, old man, so I've heard. And what about the decorations on your cast? I'm glad you're not iced. Lady Nemo Tessica Lincoln painted it up for me. She's over in Plazasaurus. 2 orphans have disappeared from Sacred Heart. Do you know anything about it? Sad to say I do. I know Bertai and July personally. I heard they had run away from Sacred Heart. In fact, I talked to them a few weeks back. They were pretty cagey about the orphanage, though. Wouldn't say what their gripe was. Easy to get cagey when you're in a cage. If I was a betting man, I would say they had their organs harvested. With all this technology getting better and better, you can get just about anything swapped out. Like to see the lab where they do that kind of work. You've no doubt heard about the lady escorts who've recently been murdered. Any idea who might be behind it? Sure, it's got to be a werewolf, sir. Bloodthirsty beasts they are when the moon is bright. But then again, the moon wasn't full on the days they went missing. You should talk to the harpy what runs her place. She's always after them girls like a dog on a rabbit. You seem to be short. You seem to be the sort to have eyes and ears everywhere. Know anything about a missing flat purse? Flat purse. And for whom are you trying to get it back? Poe Pickett. Him. Core feels like he loses something every day. His job, his temper, and now his flat purse. Speaking of which, pickpocketing has become the latest craze lately. The things I would have to do to have him to get to the point. Wouldn't be surprised if the thief in question tried fetching a ferry out of London. Boats aren't leaving for a while, so you might want to stake out the wharf if you wish to catch them red-handed. 1 copy of whatever you're peddling, please. The Easton's getting more dangerous by the day. You're rather short for a Cyclops, and you're awfully stinky for a Minotaur. Wait, that's to be expected. Your hot stink like a barn in August heat. If you were a bit older, I would give them a right thrashing. There's no call to get shirty. Saw it off, why don't you? Do you know any rumors? My friend, this isn't the kind of thing you blurt out in mixed company. The Queen is involved in the drug trade. The Queen, you say? But how could she be involved? Well, it's Her Majesty that's behind the whole thing, that's all. She personally directs the opium traffic coming into the London docks. Her Majesty is the real mastermind of the dock hounds, and she herself counts the take from all London's drug dens every Sunday morning while a double takes her place at church. What is this country coming to when even the Queen is on the take? You mark my words, the whole empire will fall any day now. Okay, it is 2300, my friends, so it's time for me to go ahead and head off and get something to eat. So maybe I'll see you guys tomorrow. We will be on later, maybe. Gotta go to the doctor tomorrow once they open up, because something is going on with my elbows. Some sort of rash thing, I don't know. Anyway, maybe I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be late, but I might be late starting. We'll be playing some more of the Shin Megami. Or maybe I'll see you Wednesday for more of this. Either way, stay safe, friends.